These are some of the things you're going to see me use throughout the class. They're all here displayed before me. I'm going to go through some of the basic tools, some of the basic seasoning, cooking elements, and then we'll get to some tools of refinement as well. But first of all, I want to just express how important safety is in the kitchen. You're dealing with sharp knives, you're dealing with heat, you're dealing with hot oils, and we always want to be cautious on how we're working, be aware of our workspace and what we're doing. So first off, when we set our cutting boards up, we want to make sure that there is a slip-resistant barrier between the cutting board and your tabletop. Many times tabletops are slippery. In this case, this is stone. In our restaurants, we may have stainless steel, we may have marble. So we want to put down a damp towel. In this case, it's actually a kitchen towel, or you can use paper towels if you like. So as you can see, when I set my cutting board on top, it gives us some slip resistance and stability, and that's what we want to help protect ourselves. Of course, this is a wooden cutting board, which has some advantages. Number one, it's really heavy, so it in and of itself helps prevent any movement. Aesthetically, it's beautiful. I like them, but they are hard to maintain. They don't really work well when you're cleaning them with hot liquids or any kind of chemicals to sanitize them. But I do like to have wooden cutting boards around for presentation, for carving and things when I'm finishing my work and presenting it to my guests at home. And I will use them occasionally in the kitchen. This cutting board here is a durable composite cutting board. It really holds up well to cleaning. It's very safe for the knife. It's self-healing. In other words, when you cut into it and you're cutting into it with the blade of the knife, it seals itself. It's easy to clean. You can use chemicals on it. You can use high heat on it. It's a little lighter, and certainly I'd recommend getting a thick cutting board as possible. The thin ones, I just don't like working with the thin ones. They're not very stable. Large cutting boards are my preference. So this is 18 inches by 24 inches. So I like that size. But depending on your kitchen, you can get them a little smaller. Going into some of the tools that my basic tools, I always have certainly my knife honer. We call it a sharpener, but we all know that it doesn't really sharpen. It just hones the knife. So if your knife is not sharp, this really won't do you any good. And there's a number of different ways of using this. I always go away from me, although I was taught like this originally, but it just seems to be a little dangerous. So I prefer my blade going away from me, so I'm not slipping. And so you can see it's a very, very modest angle there, and you're just and honing it just a couple times to get it back there. It doesn't have to be a lot of force. I'm just going lightly across it. Another way is supporting it here, and this is where I'm going to bring in another towel. You can go like this, and that way it becomes also. So there's three ways I've shown you. The first one, the most dangerous. The second one is the one I prefer, straight outside. And honing kind of realigns the blade, the molecules in the blade, so it gives it a little bit of realigns it so the sharpness is maintained. Okay, the edge of the knife is maintained. This one probably being the safest because you are holding this stable and going down. So that's what we use our steel for, okay? Here I have a 10.5-inch slicer, which is one of my favorite knives. And I can do so many things. This is so versatile for me. But basically, I'll use it for filleting fish. It works really well for filleting fish. And when I say about filleting fish, it's typically large fish. A beautiful striped bass, a salmon, things like that. I'll use it for carving meat. And I'll also use it for, if I need to, I can use it for chopping. it does chop. It does give me some support here to be able to chop. But it's called a slicer, and certainly one of my favorite knives. This is probably the most versatile knife that we have, which is a French knife. You can see it's a 10-inch chef's knife. It helps us do a lot of different things. Slicing, certainly, which we're going to show you a little later on. Slicing things. It allows you to chop very easily. Cutting large vegetables, large pieces of meat, things like that is perfect for this French knife. And it's a 10-inch chef knife. So when we're looking to buy knives, certainly we want to buy quality knives. And the weight of a knife and the balance of a knife is so important. So we want to make sure that it has good balance. That when we hold it there's good balance on it. It feels good in our hands. We have an opportunity to be able to get close to the blade. These are just some of the elements about buying a knife. Another knife that I always have is a bread knife. It's a serrated knife. So anytime I'm cutting any bread, I'm going to be using a serrated knife. This is a 6-inch utility knife. Again, I can fillet small fish with it. It has some flexibility in the blade, which I like when you're filleting fish. It gives you that flexibility to get in there and really get close to the bone so that you're getting all of the fillet off. And again, depending on what I'm doing, I can also chop with it. I can cut small vegetables with it. The utility knife is very, very important to have as part of your collection. And then of course, our paring knife. And this is a 3.5-inch paring knife. Again, something that I can hold very easy in my hand and use for turning vegetables. I can use it for cutting small vegetables. It really is supportive in so many different ways. How do you want to store your knives? Well, there's a number of different things that are available for storing knives. They have knife blocks, which you find that you can put in your kitchen out on the counter, which work really well. In the drawer, they have knife blocks for the drawer that have your knife sitting like this. I really prefer leaving my knives sitting down so that I'm not affecting the blade whatsoever. Going into a knife block, sometimes you can cut into the material that the knife block's made of. If it's made of wood, of course, it's a little more forgiving, but anything that could dull the blade or potentially nick the blades, I want to try to avoid. So we want to make sure that we're keeping our knives very safe and keeping them in a drawer just for knives is my preference. Most of these knives are dishwasher safe, although I don't really like to put them in a dishwasher. I much prefer to wash them with just hot water and soap right in the sink and keep them clean that way. These are all stainless steel knives, so they don't corrode, they don't rust. But I must caution you, sometimes if you're near the ocean and there is a lot of salt, sometimes it will pit them. So even a stainless steel knife can be susceptible to some kind of corrosion depending on the environment that they're in. Of course, acid is something that, if they're exposed to a lot of acid for a long period of time, that could also corrode them. Some of the other things that I have as our tools, just a pair of kitchen shears. Very, very useful for a lot of different things. I can cut small bones with them, certainly using them for twine. Anything I need shears for, herbs, lettuces, if I choose to cut them with kitchen shears, we have a nice pair of kitchen shears. And then of course my peeler, which we'll speak about, is the Economois, which allows me not only to peel vegetables, but also to core vegetables. I prefer this over the other varieties that are available, although the other varieties do a good job as well. So those are some of my basic tools that I'll always have available. Some of the other things in terms of tools are certainly a palette knife. And I'll use my palette knife. This is what may look like an icing spreader for a cake, and pastry chefs do use these quite often. I use this as my spatula for moving food around in a saute pan. This is my preferred tool. It has a lot of flexibility there, so if I need to get underneath something, it gives me more flexibility. It has a good length to it. So some spatulas are traditionally 6 inches or 8 inches long and they're very wide, which makes them a little cumbersome. I prefer to use a palette knife, so that's something to keep in mind. It takes a little time to get used to it, but all of these tools take some time getting used to, and practice. I can't express how much experience will improve your skill. These spatulas or these spoons I love. They're certainly easy to clean. They stay rigid, and I'll use this in any way I need to stir something while I'm cooking. If it's a piece of cookware, risotto, for example, things like that. They are heat proof. Although they're heat resistant, I should say. They're not heat proof. If you put it over a flame or you get it too hot, it will melt and it will scorch. But they're very easy to clean, and they stay relatively safe. Spoons are always a big part of our tools. Anything from a teaspoon to these large dessert spoons to something that may be intermittent is a tablespoon. And we'll use these for many things. First of all, for serving the food, for tasting the food, for basting the food. Spoons are essential in our kitchens and certainly in yours as well. And we'll keep them in a bain-marie. And while we're preparing the food, this will be full with hot water and of course be rinsed regularly with hot water just to keep the utensils that are inside those clean and refreshed. So those are some of our essential tools. Something else I want to talk about here is a scale and how important a scale is. In our restaurants, we've always been taught to weigh things. And we weigh things using the metric scale, which is grams. And so everything is dividable or multipliable by 10 or by 1, really. So I encourage you to eliminate these unnecessary tools of measurement, which are the measuring spoons and your measuring cups. We find them quite useless in any restaurant or certainly in any kitchen. And try to convert to using a scale. It's your scale for wet ingredients and dry ingredients. It just gets a much more uniformed result by making sure that the measurements are accurate using grams. So that's also a very important essential tool to have. Whisks. Whisks are another part of our essential tools. We need to have whisks available for different things. These are two different types of whisks. You have a sauce whip and you have what is called a balloon whisk. So these we use to finish our sauces with, and of course this may be larger than you need at home. You can get a smaller one, but it allows you to get a lot of surface area here and whisk things and emulsify ingredients into your sauces, and that's very useful. This balloon whisk is used to create volume. So if we're whipping cream, if we're making a meringue by hand, this balloon whisk, if we're making hollandaise, if we're making a mayonnaise, these balloon whisks help create that volume. So we're working with large volumes and trying to make those emulsifications. The balloon whisk is something that you want to think about having as well. So those are the two types of whisks that I recommend us having as part of our essential tools. So now I want to move on to some tools of refinement here. And of course, we have our drum sieve, which is one of our really big tools of refinement. You can find smaller ones. In our restaurant, this is the size we use because of the amount of foods that we pass through it. And this is great for purees. We use this for purees, and this is a fine mesh drum sieve. They have different grades of screens that go inside for different sizes. We'll put a bigger screen on here if we're passing through salmon roe, for example. You know, in the beginning of the salmon season, we get beautiful salmon roe, and we'll get it passed through a drum sieve to remove some of the fibers that are connecting the eggs together. This is also known as a tamis. In French, it'll be called a tamis. So that's a great tool to have for a number of different reasons. It's also, just for sifting flour, different kinds of flours, for just stabilizing the refinement and the uniformity of whatever you're passing through here is really the purpose of the drum sieve. Some of the other things here, we have a spatula, a Peltex spatula. And again, when I was cooking fish, I would always use the Peltex spatula as one of my tools as well. It allows a lot of drainage between the spatula here. So it's a good tool to have, although I find myself using my palette knife, as I spoke of earlier. But if you need something that's a little wider, this is a great tool to have. Microplaners, a rasp grater, they're very sharp. It's relatively new. They take the metal and through lasers they elevate the metal and create and create the cutting blades. So they're great for cheeses, for grating citrus zest, those types of things. We'll sometimes freeze herbs in a really tight bundle and grate herbs over pasta. Certainly a pastry brush is useful to have for obvious reasons. If you're brushing anything that you want to finish with a meat fat, or if you're using for pastry, things like that, certainly a pastry brush is something great to have. A small offset spatula, or offset spatula of varying sizes depending on what you're doing. We'll use this in pastry more than we use a palette knife in pastry these days, because it gives us some more opportunity to move things and flip things with an offset palette knife, which is a great tool. This is a small one, which we love, but there are varying sizes of those in the same way there are varying sizes of our palette knife. Tweezers, this gives us the opportunity to pick up things which are very fragile. In most cases, herbs, lamelles or slices of radishes or carrots or things like that we want to pick up and be able to garnish our food with, because herbs may stick to our fingers and it's hard to get off. To be very exact and precise, you'll see a lot of tweezers being used today. I know there's a lot of jokes about tweezers being used, but it helps us, become more precise in what we're doing, and hence the precision, is related to that sense of refinement in what we do. A small pair of shears, again, really good for herbs, snipping herbs, lettuces, anything like that, even string, as we talked about earlier. So those are some of the tools of refinement that we spoke about. Another thing here which I love is a Silpat mat. It's what I like to refer to it as portable Teflon. And so they come in varying sizes as well. They're putting them on sheet pans to bake anything from a tuile to a cookie, to a genoise. It certainly makes it much easier to remove products from a cooking sheet, a baking sheet, using a Silpat mat. So those are something to have available if you want to be able to use those. We talk about another tool of refinement here is going to be a chinois, or a conical china cap. Now, china caps, of course, looks like a china cap, come in varying sizes, and of course, in varying degrees of screens. So they'll have some which are very large holes, medium holes, and then of course this being the most refined one, which is called chinois tamis. Okay, so a chinois which has the same quality as the tamis in terms of the screen size. And this helps us remove impurities from our sauces, helps us if we want to pass some small quantities of vegetables rather than using a large tamis, we'll pass small quantities of puree of vegetables through this. But certainly always passing our sauces, removing those smaller particles that will coagulate when you're reducing a sauce. So it gives us that silkiness in our vegetables or in our sauces that we love so much. One other tool, we have two different sizes here, is a mandolin. And so we'll use the mandolin to slice vegetables thinly. Potatoes, when we're making, scalloped potatoes or potato gratin, we'll use our mandolins. We're doing carrots, radishes, anything where we want to get a nice, consistent, even slice. We'll use these mandolins, and of course they're adjustable. Just by turning the knobs to get the right thickness that you want. I really want to caution you, because this is as sharp or almost as sharp as a razor blade. So we sometimes call these in our kitchen cripplers, because there have been times when we cut off the tip of our finger and actually cripple ourselves. So I want you to be very cautious using these tools. You'll get used to them, and certainly I never want to see anybody using their fingers like that. Always use your flat hand, or you could put a towel between it, just as you get used to how to using it. There are also some that you can buy that have guides and/or safety covers that allow you to put the vegetable on it and then slide it down without really giving an opportunity to cut or hurt yourself. But these are very, very useful tools for refinement. Also, a timer. There are timers all over our kitchens, and for various reasons. Certainly, first and foremost, to help us understand how long something's been cooking or how long we want to cook something. You can buy a timer, or certainly if I'm at home, I'll just use my smartphone as my timer. But timers are are very good to have around. Sometimes there are timers that have multiple timers on them, so you can get one with 3. So if you're cooking 3 different things that you need to time, you can do that on one timer. So just depending on how you feel about timers, they're certainly very beneficial to have. I really have an aversion to useless tools. We tend to clutter our drawers with things that we don't need, gadgets that we feel we need to have them. This being not really sure, this is a pasta scaler. It gives you, I guess, different sizes of pasta that allow you to cook the amount of pasta that you want to cook. I'm not really sure why you can't do that just from understanding how in a box of pasta, or if you're making your own pasta, how much you want to cook. And this end piece is, I don't know. These all are herb cutter. I'm not sure. This to me is a much a better way to cut herbs than something like this. This, I'm not really sure what it is, but this looks like a strawberry, so I'm sure it's made to cut a strawberry, but again, a knife is much better than that. These are holes in a piece of plastic. I'm not really sure what that is. So make sure that you're buying tools that you can actually use, and understand and analyze that you have all these essential tools here. You may not need to buy some of the gadgets that are being marketed for us. I'm happy enough to be able to use my essential tools to accomplish anything that any gadget can do for me, or any convenience a gadget can offer. One more, and I didn't want to forget about it, is our butcher's twine. You'll see in future how we use our butcher's twine, whether it's to truss a chicken, tie a bouquet garni. The butcher's twine is something that we'll always have available for us in our kitchens. And that's where we are with our essential tools and our tools of refinement. Some of the ingredients that we'll always have by our side when we set up is, of course, kosher salt. And kosher salt is important for us. Salt's important for us because salt is a flavor enhancer. If you tasted bland food, which we all have, we know that it's under-seasoned and it needed salt. The scallop may be perfectly cooked, maybe a wonderful presentation, but it just may taste bland because it's not seasoned correctly or not salted correctly. And so making sure that we continue to elevate the flavor of our ingredients through the use of seasoning, and in this case, salt. Kosher salt we like. There is no iodine in it, and I encourage you at home to do a salt test. Taste different salts side by side. And this is what we would call a utility salt. This is something that we use in seasoning anything from a soup to seasoning a piece of meat or a piece of fish, seasoning vegetables, either before or while they're being cooked. It's not a finishing salt. But I encourage you to do a salt test, and certainly with salts that we grew up with, which was an iodized salt, and taste that against a kosher salt. And you'll realize the difference in flavor, and I think you'll always go to kosher salt. The other thing about salt is you'll start to get used to how it feels in your hand. The amount of salt that you're picking up, using 2 fingers or using 3 fingers or using 4 fingers gives you a different amount of salt. So depending on what you're seasoning or how much you're seasoning, you want to be able to do that. When we season, we want to hold it up very high so it's kind of raining or snowing down, and allows it to spread over the ingredient that you're seasoning. Never go down here because it's just too concentrated. Okay. My damp kitchen towel. Also very important for me to have at all times. Gives me opportunity to clean and wipe things. So I want to talk about cooking oil now, and just make sure that you understand cooking oil is different from a finishing oil. The finishing oil is what we're actually seasoning or using later on. So cooking oil, we want to have an oil that will have a high flash point. In other words, a temperature that it will catch fire at. So in order to saute or roast, which we're doing at high temperatures, we make sure that our oil has the ability to withstand that type of heat. So we use canola oil in most of our restaurants for a number of different things, and certainly for sauteing and roasting. It's good. It has a flash point of over 425 degrees. So use a vegetable oil, do some research, Find an oil that you like. Grapeseed oil is a wonderful oil, safflower oil, sometimes corn oil. But find one that you like, but most important, if you're roasting with it, sautéing with it, it has that high flash point. Another ingredient which we love to use, and this kind of goes along with salt as a flavor enhancer. So what does a flavor enhancer do? It elevates the flavor of any food that you're cooking. In this case, we've talked about salt and seasoning in ways that need to have something that's dry. Well, vinegar or acid, which would be lemon juice or lime juice or grapefruit juice, any juice that has high in citric acid is also a good form of seasoning. And so vinegar we like to use in conjunction with salt in many ways that elevate the quality and enhance the flavor of the foods that we're cooking. And this works well in sauces and soups, and anything that has a liquid base to it or a sauce base to it that allows us to add the acid to enhance the flavor of those ingredients. This is white vinegar. White wine vinegar. We don't use white distilled vinegar for this purpose, so we want to use white wine vinegar or red wine vinegar or sherry vinegar. There's a lot of different vinegars out there that will do the same thing. It all depends on the flavor that you want to add to it. So white wine vinegar we find as the most neutral flavor, so we use it more often than any other vinegar. I put it in a squeeze bottle here just because it allows us to, again, use it moderately when we want to. Squeeze bottles are wonderful to have at home. Certainly vinegar is not something that is going to deteriorate over time, certainly in the time that you're going to use it. So it may be something that you want to experiment with at home as well, a little squeeze bottle. Let's talk a little bit about some of the ingredients that we use to finish our recipes or our dishes with, things that enhance, again, not only from a flavor point of view, but from a textural point of view. So finishing salt, which is something that I think has become very, very well known and certainly popular and understood in today. And there are several different kinds of finishing salt. Probably the most famous is the sel gris from France, which has a little bit of the minerality left into it, so that's why the color gray. It's harvested in a very traditional way. They have sel gris, and then which we use. It usually comes in ununiform crystals. So sometimes we'll take it and we'll pulverize it a little bit with a mortar and pestle, or we'll use a Malden salt. It's an English salt that is flaked. So they compress it and then they flake it. And again, it adds texture as well as flavor. So we like that. We like that little crunch, or I do. That little crunch of salt when you use a finishing salt on things. Another ingredient that we use to finish foods with and add flavoring, and sometimes seasoning as well, because extra virgin olive oil can be quite spicy, as I'm sure you're aware. There's different grades of extra virgin olive oil. When I say grades, I mean some of them are harvested when the olive is green. So they can be very, very spicy. Others are harvested when the olives are a little more mature, so a little softer, a little sweeter. I encourage you to taste many different olive oils to find out what you like, what your flavor profile is, what you experience. But I encourage you to buy whatever you're buying in terms of extra virgin olive oil in as small a container as possible. This will help maintain the quality of the oil because oxidation will occur once you open the oil. And we want to try to prevent any diminishing effects on the oil through oxidation, through heat, and through light. So small quantities, as you can see, this is in a very, very dark glass bottle, so it inhibits any light penetration. And then, of course, heat, keeping it away from where we have it now, which is next to the stove. So keep it in a cool, dark place, and use it as quickly as possible. I can't say that enough, especially if it's in a larger bottle, because you want to keep it fresh, and that's an important thing. Some people like to keep it in the refrigerator. Certainly olive oil will turn solid when it's in a refrigerator, so it's not something that I really encourage you to do. We use this to drizzle on anything from a salad to a piece of fish, to a piece of chicken, vegetables, pasta, in any way that you want to add that flavor of extra virgin olive oil to. We do not cook with extra virgin olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil has a very low flash point, It's around 230 degrees. So sauteing an extra virgin olive oil doesn't really work. And as I just explained, heat is one of the big enemies of the quality of the oil and the flavor of the oil. So the more you heat the oil, the less flavor it has. So we want to try to remember that our extra virgin olive oils or our finishing oils are only for that purpose, to finish, to add flavor afterwards. And then of course pepper. And pepper is something that is universally used in many different ways. And even in my first cookbook, I talk about seasoning as salt and pepper. Well, as I've just explained, salt and acid are flavor enhancers. So they enhance the flavor of any food that you're cooking, which is really important to remember. Where pepper actually adds flavor, which means it's changing flavor. So, don't universally season with pepper unless you really like the flavor of pepper. We'll use it sparingly now as an added ingredient in something that we're cooking. So this is a pepper grinder, and of course there are many different types of pepper grinders out there. We can adjust the grind of the pepper just by loosening the screw on top. You get a coarser grind with a looser top and a finer grind with a more secure top. So again, pepper as a flavor, an added flavor rather than a flavor enhancer as vinegar and salts are. Cooking is a very simple equation. It's about ingredients and execution. Execution we're going to talk a little bit about today as it relates to our cookware. Execution to me is defined by your skill, your experience as a cook. And of course that's at different levels in your career and certainly at home. Execution is about equipment, your ovens, your stoves, your refrigerators, things like that, which are big pieces of equipment. And then all execution is about cookware, about the tools that you have, because all three of these elements are part of that, your ability to execute your recipes, your techniques, and the results being at a very high level or something that you're going to be able to enjoy. These are what my mother would have called pots and pans. We don't like to refer to them as pots and pans anymore. We like to refer to them as cookware. It sounds much more sophisticated. And certainly when we think about cookware today, it is much more sophisticated than it was when my mother was a cook. But let me start talking first off about lids. In our cookware sets, when you buy a set of cookware, it always comes with a number of different lids. You may buy a 13-piece cookware set, and it may have as many as 4 or maybe 5 lids in it, one specifically for each size pan that the lid was intended for. I'm not sure how many of you have these types of lids at home, and they're just stacked up somewhere in your cupboard, creating clutter and confusion. So I don't really like these types of lids anymore. What I prefer is what the French have used for generations, for decades, and that is called a universal lid. And I was first introduced to these when I moved to France to pursue my career in cooking. And to me, they were very, very practical, first of all, and more so, they were easy to store. In this case, this has a handle on it that you can hang them, but you can use them for different pots that they cover. So you're reducing the number of covers that you need for your pieces of cookware. That's something to realize. So just with 3 different lids or 3 different covers, we can use that on all these pieces of cookware, and typically you'd have 5 or maybe 4 or 5 different pieces or different lids as part of that cookware set that you have. So what are we doing? We're eliminating clutter, we're eliminating confusion, we're being more sustainable because we're using less materials, and certainly they're much more practical. Let's get into our cookware here. Of course, aluminum and stainless steel are big parts of cookware. Today, bonded materials are certainly the way to go. It's what we use in our restaurants. And bonded means that they've taken 2 different metals and actually bonded them together. In this case, you have a 5-ply saute pan. Which means that the exterior is stainless steel, and then there's layers of aluminum on the inside, and that's for conductivity. Conductivity is probably the most important thing when we talk about the quality of our cookware and the ability to execute a technique correctly is that conductivity. So. A saute pan. Let's just first talk about a saute pan, or as what you may know as a fry pan. We don't really fry in saute pans. We actually saute in saute pans, and that's when we put an abundance of oil in our pan and actually add our ingredients to that, and it sautés or jumps. The oil is hot and is able to cook the ingredient relatively quickly through that method of heat exchange and conductivity. The other thing that we love about a quality cookware is its ability to recover. So recovery is a very important thing. When you heat up your oil over the flame and you put that's for example, a piece of a chicken in here. So that temperature, the temperature of the chicken reduces the temperature of the oil and of course of the cookware. So its ability to recover and get back to temperature through the conductivity of heat is very important. And certainly that's something that we talk about is that recovery in heat. Very, very important elements. Here we have a set of cookware that I've actually designed. I was very fortunate to be able to work with an American iconic company, All-Clad. And it was very important to design a set that had different materials bonded for different purposes. So as I explained, this is 5 layers of metals bonded together to create a saute pan that has great conductivity and recovers quickly. And so that's very important. But also is relatively light. And the handle, remember the handle is very important because we want to be able to feel comfort in our handle. Although in our kitchens, most of the time we're picking up all of our cookware with our kitchen towels. And that's kind of what we do in our restaurants, just because you never know what's going to be warm, what's going to be hot, or what's going to be cold. So we're always very cautious and careful in how we handle our cookware in and around the stoves. You're buying your cookware so that the handle, the angle of the handle is also very comfortable for you. Some handles are lower, some handles are higher. We decided on this angle because it keeps our hands away from the fire, but also has a comfortable way of lifting it up. Stainless steel is the preference for the finish, just because it's stainless steel. In this case, we brushed the stainless steel because we're always scrubbing the exterior of our cookware and it becomes brushed anyway. So we felt that just having brushed as a surface or as a finish was the way to go for the exterior of our cookware. Varying sizes of saute pans depending on how you feel and what you're cooking. There's an 8-inch, there's 10-inch, 12-inch. There's different sizes of saute pans, but very, very very well made. And this is the other point I want to make, is that investing in your cookware is what you want to be able to do. You may not be able to buy the entire set at once, but invest in high quality cookware and take care of it. It'll last a lifetime, believe me. And a quality piece of cookware will, if you take care of it, will be something that you have around a long time. Another saute pan that we like is a non-stick. So we have non-stick saute pans, and we use those for items that we feel more comfortable cooking in a non-stick saute pan. Now, at home, you may want to saute a piece of fish in the non-stick saute pan because you don't have the confidence to cook it in a normal stainless steel pan. I encourage you to use them in any way that helps you prepare and execute a better recipe. Typically, we save our non-sticks for things like crepes, things like omelets. Those are the things that we'll cook in a non-stick saute pan. So they're very specific preparations that we use our non-sticks for. So it's not something that is just a universal pan for us, or saute pan, but it's something that you can use at home. This is a saucier. We call it a sabayon pot in the restaurant because we're able to make our sabayons in here. You can see it's not straight-sided, it's curved there. So it allows us to get our whisk in there very easily. So we're making a sabayon, we're making a hollandaise sauce on top of the stove in one of these. It gives us the ability to get into to what is not a corner, but it's more of a bowl. So that's very helpful in that case. It's a very specialized piece of cookware, something that you may find uses for or not. It's really kind of up to you. Very important are our sauce pots. Now these sauce pots are also bonded materials, but in the center, and you probably can't see it, is a layer of copper. And copper is a great metal for heat conductivity and also for uniformity. And so uniformity is also an important part of cookware, making sure that as it heats, it's a uniform heat. And certainly our sauce pots are very important in that, as well as our saute pans, I want to point out. So uniformity in heat in our saute pans is very important as well. So our sauce pots, because we're typically cooking sauces slowly or bringing them up slowly, we don't want to have that high heat on them. And we're using this as the copper as a form of conductivity and uniformity in that sauce. We don't want to have any hot spots in here. So that copper adds that extra layer of security for us to be able to assure us that we're going to be able to cook our sauces at the temperatures that we want for the amount of time that we want without any scorching on the bottom. So that's why we've added copper to that. The other thing I want to point out, in any pan, or sorry, in any piece of cookware, see, I'm even using pan, in any piece of cookware that you use, if you're pouring out of that piece of cookware, you want to have a rolled edge. All-Clad came to me years ago with straight-sided cookware and said, "What would you do to this?" And I said, "Well, let's roll the edge," because many times in our kitchens we're pouring from one sauce pot into another in order to transfer that sauce, and the rolled edge allows that sauce or that liquid to stream out of the side of the saucepan. So rolled edges are very practical in deciding what piece of cookware you want to buy. We have here, which we call a rondeau, and we can do a number of different things in here. We do braises in here. We'll do a risotto in here. Anything where we need a large surface with even heat and uniformity and conductivity, we'll use our rondeaus for. It's great for poaching. It's great for roasting. We can put a chicken in here and actually roast it as a roaster in the oven. So eliminating as much of the clutter in having specific pieces of cookware for specific items. We like to have versatility in our cookware. So the rondeau gives you an opportunity to also have a roaster, which is a great thing. This, we have a sautoir. Sauteuse sometimes it's called, a straight-sided saute pan. We use it somewhat similar to a rondeau. It's a little smaller, but the same shape. And certainly because of the heaviness of it, we have handles on both sides, again, for safety purposes. But again, a very, very useful piece of cookware. That also has the copper in it for that conductivity, where our rondeau does not have the copper for conductivity. We have our stock pot. So here we use our stock pot for a variety of things: big pot blanching, blanching pasta, making stocks, making large quantities of soup. Any of those items that we want. This one is very light, so and the result of that lightness comes from only a 3-ply, because typically we're boiling water in here and or simmering stock. We don't need to have as much weight in the metal, and the 3-ply is sufficient for us to be able to accomplish what we want to accomplish in there. So that's it. That gives us a variety of cookware to think about, different uses for specific shapes and just specific sizes. Talking about the universal lid is something that's very practical and also very sustainable. And I'm really proud to be able to share with you some of the specifics and some of the advantages of this type of cookware and what we do with it. For me, being a chef and what we do in our kitchen is much different. We have the ability to source vegetables from our gardens and certainly from individuals around the country that will bring us extraordinary ingredients. And I want you to work with your gardeners, your suppliers, your grocery stores, to encourage them to continue to bring you fresher ingredients, ingredients where the sourcing is understood. Where are they coming from? Where are our ingredients coming from? Which is the most important question we can be asking ourselves today. Many times we talk about local. Local is something that I've debated for quite some time. What does local mean? Is local about geography? And then if it is about geography, what is the distance of that geography? Is it how far a truck can drive in a day? Does it have to do with how many miles away those ingredients are grown? Local to me really is about quality. Quality, 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 quality. That's what we always talk about in the restaurant. Getting the highest quality products that we can possibly find. And sometimes that may seem to be not very geographically local. Think about it this way. If this tomato was grown within what we feel is local, let's say local, just for discussion, is a 25-mile radius around our home or around our restaurant. And the farmer that was growing this tomato didn't really care about the tomato, didn't care about his soil, didn't really care much about anything except the commerce that would be created from growing that tomato. And he knew that he was in that local definition, and therefore people would buy from him. But it wasn't a very good tomato. Would we want to buy that tomato just because it was considered local? Whereas if there was somebody 26 miles away who took care of his soil, took care of his plants, loved the tomatoes, and really grew the most extraordinary tomato we've ever had, but it was 26 miles away and considered not to be local, would we not support that person as opposed to the person who didn't care about it? So I want you to think about local in different ways. Think about local as an ingredient. Think about local as a farmer who is growing those products, a fisherman who's catching them, a lammer who's raising lamb, a forager who's going out to get wild mushrooms. I want you to think about this as the quality of the ingredient being the most important, and secondary is supporting the person or the people who are growing, raising, foraging, or fishing for those ingredients. And that's what I really think about as local, being able to support people. So you've heard me talk about how important local is, or actually the definition of local, and it's not about geography, it's about quality. A couple other things I want to talk about, there's actually three things I want to touch on, is organic, sustainability, and farm to table. All of those words that we hear a lot of today, and very important words and very important things to think about. Organic. We've seen a tremendous uptick on organic products that are available to us in our markets, and that's a great thing. As a chef and as a restaurateur, sometimes the label organic is not as important as where our ingredients come from. Many times, a small local farmer, somebody who actually is local, is practicing organic farming, and his father practiced organic farming, and his grandfather practiced organic farming, and he's made a decision not to go through the bureaucracy of applying for the organic label. Now, that's his choice for whatever reason, but the ingredients that he's bringing us, the products that he's bringing us, are really wonderful, and we want to be able to support them. So is it important that it's organic or not? In this case, no. So the message is to really get to know those individuals who are bringing you those ingredients. And again, it goes back to sourcing and how important that is. And when we think about our grocery stores, yes, we go into our grocery stores, we go to the produce market, and there's an abundance of wonderful produce, and there's always the organic section and the non-organic section. And sometimes both of them look great. The beets in the organic section look as great as the beets in the non-organic section. Which ones should you buy? It's really up to you. It's a decision that you need to make, whether that organic label is important or not. Sometimes it will be, sometimes it won't be. If you're going to a farmer's market, you may see the organic signs hanging at the stands, and you may see another stand where there's no organic sign. Again, it's getting to know those individuals that are bringing you those ingredients. That's the most important part of your decision-making process. if you're confident that that farmer is growing beautiful potatoes and is not using any herbicides or pesticides that are creating problems, then you have the confidence in the quality of the produce he's bringing you, regardless of whether he's organic or not. We talk about sustainability, and many times we talk about sustainability as it relates to our ingredients again. But remember, sustainability is important to talk about from a community and sustaining a community. And I'll talk about fish here, and I'll talk about an extraordinary woman who I had the opportunity to work with for over 30 years. And she lived in a small town in Maine, Stonington, on Deer Island, actually. And that community is far away. I've only been there twice in the time that I've known her. And she brings us some of the best fish, some of the best mussels, some of the best scallops that I've ever seen. She painstakingly works with her fishermen to find the best. She goes to the lobster auction every morning to choose lobsters for us that then she ships to us. If local was important and you were only allowed to buy these wonderful ingredients from the sea in Stonington, and even if local was 50 or 100 miles, that community wouldn't exist today. That community is sustainable through our support for those fishermen. In that community, you have pharmacists, you have teachers, you have firemen, you have policemen, you have doctors, you have schools, and that community thrives because of their industry, their fishing industry. I'm more concerned about supporting them than the sustainability, because I know they are responsible fishermen who understand the sustainability practices so they can continue to have a community around Deer Island that is truly sustainable. So we talk about sustainability as individuals and as communities, not just as ingredients. Farm to table, something that is interesting today. We hear a lot about farm to table. There are actually restaurants that have a tagline, farm to table, dock to dish. What are some of the other phrases that they're using? Something to plate. It all means that what they're trying to convey to us is that they are engaged, they are committed to sourcing their ingredients. But chefs have been committed to sourcing their ingredients for generations. Everything that we've always had has always come from a farm, and we've always eaten it at a table. Anything that you buy in a grocery store, the produce, the proteins, all came from some type of farm or some type of garden, and they'll end up on your table. So I don't want us to get confused with this idea that only those individuals that are talking about farm to table are actually working with farmers to bring you the best ingredients. Every chef that I know is working with farmers, with fishermen, with gardeners, with foragers around our country and around the world to bring us the best ingredients that are possible so that we can give you an experience at our restaurants that's going to be memorable. And that's really the most important thing that as chefs that we do, is to give you memories. So with that said, remember, it's an equation. It's about ingredients and execution. The other thing you want to be able to do in this process, and I've always talked about this many times, is how much our food costs and what are we willing to pay for quality. And it's interesting because in our restaurants, we have the opportunity to really support our suppliers through our pocketbook. We'll pull out our wallet to support our fishermen, our farmers, our gardeners, because we want them to continue to bring to us the most extraordinary ingredients that are available. Sometimes they're very rare. So we also talk about that. What what is it that I'm going to be able to source as opposed to what you're going to be able to source? And sometimes that's very different. I've often discussed recipes with classes, whether they're at our culinary schools or with home chefs like yourself. Sometimes my ingredients are so special because they're grown in small quantities. They're raised on farms or in gardens where there's just a couple people who are doing it. So for me, I'm able to get some pretty amazing ingredients. And this is where there's some difference and there's a little bit of disconnect. So if I give you a recipe to produce a pea puree, for example, and you have that pea puree in your home, depending on the quality of peas that you have, it's really going to result in the quality of the final dish. And so remember that, again, going back to always about ingredients and always about quality, is that what you have in some restaurants may be a little different than what you're able to have at home. So again, supporting those individuals that bring us those ingredients are probably the most important part of our food chain. Making sure that they are able to continue to work with whatever they're doing in order to supply us with nutritious, fresh, extraordinary ingredients. Many times throughout my career, I've been asked, what is my favorite ingredient? And that's also an impossible question to answer. Whether it's fish or meat, fowl, I really love working with all types of food. But one thing I have to say that is very inspiring is our vegetables. We think about vegetables as something that comes in a season. Those seasons are typically spring, summer, fall, and winter. But actually, vegetables in and of themselves have individual seasons. A fava bean, for example, may be only 3 or 4 weeks. Asparagus, 5 or 6 weeks. Even though we see some of these vegetables in our markets for longer, really the most optimum time for those vegetables are when they're young. And we love to work with those vegetables when they bring the most flavor to our palates. So one of the things that we want to talk about through this class is our ability to understand the foundations of cooking. In vegetables, we talk about big pot blanching. We talk about braising. We talk about glazing. We talk about roasting. We talk about baking. All these different elements of cooking are very important to understand, and then to be able to apply those to any kind of vegetable that we want throughout the seasons that we feel comfortable with. One of the main points about our vegetable class is going to be specifically about those techniques so that we can understand where we need to begin, how to analyze a vegetable for freshness, how to go into a grocery store and be inspired to do spontaneous cooking from what we are able to find in our grocery stores or in our markets, in our farmers markets, for example. One of the wonderful things that we're going to talk about is how to preserve vegetables, something that is almost from a bygone era. My grandmother would pickle vegetables. In France, they would confit vegetables. Different ways of applying cooking techniques that allow you to have beets throughout the summer, because we know beets are a fall vegetable. Being able to, of course, pickle cucumbers, something that we all enjoy. These techniques of being able to preserve vegetables, confiting garlic, confiting eggplant, cooking things in fat or cooking things in oil that'll preserve vegetables, so we can go to our larder and pull them out and be able to prepare a dish at home for your family that doesn't take an extraordinary amount of time, but you have these wonderful ingredients abounding in your larder that give you the opportunity to prepare these dishes for your family at home. So preserving vegetables, we want to be able to talk about. Braising vegetables, another great technique. Being able to cook large quantities of artichokes, for example, or sunchokes, or salsify, or cardoons, all these different vegetables that lend themselves to the braising technique. Again, somewhat of a preservation process, but not necessarily long-lasting. Although you probably can, although you can them, we want to use them over a period of time. And many times in a braising vegetable, after several days of maturity, the dish, the composition, becomes more flavorful. We've experienced that with many things that we've done, stews, for example. We want to talk about big pot blanching, green vegetables, and how the gas that is just between the skin and the pigment prevents the color or diminishes the color, dulls the color, and how through big pot blanching, we're able to release that gas and bring that pigmentation to the surface and giving it this bright, beautiful color. At the same time, seasoning the vegetable through the amount of salt that we're adding to our water. Glazing, something that is so difficult to do properly, something that our young chefs in our kitchens continue to struggle with. What is glazing a vegetable and how do you do it properly? Things like purees. We all think of potato puree as something that's very easy to make, where in actuality, you have to pay attention. Paying attention to what we're doing is critical. Don't ever take anything for granted. The other thing we want to talk about is how to be successful at what we're doing. And success comes through practice. So if you get it wrong the first time, please don't give up. Be patient, and more important, be persistent. Cooking is not a difficult thing. I stand here before you as a chef who can tell you that. Anything that we are going to make throughout this series is relatively easy. Some things will take a little longer, some things require a little more patience, but at the end of the day, each one of the preparations that we're going to be doing is fundamental and fundamentally easy. So don't be intimidated by anything that you see. I'm sure that all of you can be able to execute anything that we're going to be able to teach you through our class. So with that said, I want to get to our first chapter on vegetables, and it'll be about big pot blanching, which I'm quite excited about. Big pot blanching, one of my favorite things to talk about. I just like the way it sounds, big pot blanching. And that requires us to have a big pot, right? That's what we need, a big pot of boiling water to be able to blanch our green vegetables. We're talking about green vegetables here. And we talk about three things that are going to be accomplished through big pot blanching. Number one, we're going to bring that beautiful green pigment to the surface. So we have bright vegetables, and we always love to be able to serve our vegetables that they look the most vibrant. And the second part is to be able to help season the vegetables. So we're going to add an abundance of salt to our water so that it helps season the vegetable. At the same time, it helps cook the vegetable because, as you know, salt helps to penetrate the meat of the vegetable and therefore helping cooking it. We all have our individual preferences. I'm sure you do. When you taste a green bean or an asparagus or a fava bean or a yellow wax bean or anything that you are tasting, you have a preference for how that feels and the resistance of it. So if I took my knife right now, and this is a raw piece of asparagus, and put it in there, there's a lot of resistance to that, okay? So how much resistance do we want to eliminate through the cooking process to get it to the tooth that we like? And that's something that's personal. For me, I like my green vegetables to have just a little bit of resistance. Nouvelle cuisine in the 70s was much maligned because all of their blanching of green vegetables resulted in something that was really crispy and crunchy. That wasn't really a big fan of that. So you have to find that sense of resistance that pleases you the most. Okay, so that'll take some time, some practicing. Maybe you take it out after 2 minutes, and you test it. Maybe you take it out after 3 minutes in order to get to that tooth that you like. So we're going to do some asparagus today. And there's a couple techniques for peeling the asparagus. And you may say, well, why do you want to peel it? Why don't you just cook it? Well, we want to have a sense of refinement here, where we can peel the asparagus, remove some of that skin, some of that fiber that's in the skin, again, helping to do a couple things, helping us with the resistance of it and the pleasure of that resistance or lack of resistance, the color of it, helping to bring up that color of it. So those are some of the things that we think about when we're going to peel our vegetables. So this is a peeler that my mother had. So when I was a young lad in the kitchen, this was the kind of peeler we had, and we would peel potatoes like this, and many of you may remember that. This peeler you can just throw away. Okay, that's not the peeler that I would recommend for anybody to be using. So then we have two peelers here. One is called an economois, which means economy, which means that peeling vegetables with a peeler economized the amount of vegetable that was being removed. So if you think about a potato, if you didn't have a peeler, you'd use a knife. And of course, you'd have to have extraordinary knife skills in order to remove just the exterior of that potato. Well, the peelers were developed to bring more economy to our ingredients and therefore have more to eat. So an economois in French. And this is a Swiss peeler. Both of them are really, really good for peeling. And I'll show you the technique that I would use for peeling asparagus. So first we want to eliminate some of the leaves at the point where we are going to peel to. Okay, so taking my little paring knife here and just going down and removing those leaves. That'll help create a smooth surface to be able to use your peelers, okay? So boom, boom, boom. Now we're going to use two methods for peeling our vegetables. You can see here we have two different results from different types of peeling. One using a peeler and one using a green scrubby, okay? When we talk about our green vegetables and we talk about that pigmentation coming to the surface, we all know that there's a layer of gas between that pigment and the skin, and we want to remove that. We want to eliminate that gas, and the gas will dissipate almost instantaneously when you drop it in water. And then it's a matter of maintaining the boiling water. Okay, so you don't want your water to stop boiling when you put vegetables in it, which means that we don't want to take 10 bunches of asparagus and drop them in the water. Right? It's going to take much too long for that water to come back up to temperature. The gases that have been released immediately are now going to be impacted by the acids from the vegetables that, as there's cooking, the acids become prevalent, and they'll diminish or dull that greenness. So we want to make sure that we're cooking the appropriate amount of vegetables in our big pot so that the water does not cease boiling. I can't emphasize that enough. Okay, so when I peel my asparagus, I always put a piece of parchment paper down, and you're probably wondering what this apple is for, and I'll talk about it in a minute. I always put a piece of parchment paper down because I want to be as clean as possible and as efficient as possible. So I've got a loaf pan here, and you're probably saying, what's that loaf pan for? Well, the loaf pan allows me to have freedom between the surface of my work table and the asparagus. So I can hold my asparagus here, whereas if I didn't have that, I'd have to be peeling down here, and I'm putting pressure on the stem, which may result in me breaking my asparagus spear. We don't want to do that. So just like this, we get a beautiful peeled asparagus. Very simple with our Swiss peeler. Works very well. And you can see how little skin that takes off. Now, once I peel it, I'm going to snap it, and it's going to snap at the point where the toughness and tender meet. So at that point, you know this part is too tough really to eat. So that snapping is very important. I'll use my peeler, Economois, the French peeler, and it's a little more, to me, it's a little more effective than the Swiss peeler. But again, I can go with both of them. And then the other method is using our green scrubby, and that you don't need anything, and you just rub it through. Just to remove a little bit of that fiber. Of course, you want to use a green scrubby that's new, not one that you've been scrubbing pots with for the past week. And you see, it results in a very smooth, almost velvet-like and there's where it snaps as well, okay? And then we're going to bundle our asparagus. And we don't bundle all of our vegetables. We actually only bundle a few, and asparagus is probably the main one. And why do we bundle the asparagus? Well, the bundle of asparagus because the tips are very fragile when they start to cook. And we don't want them bumping against each other. We don't want them in this violent environment kind of bumping against each other and then diminishing the quality of the leaves at the tip, because that's very important in asparagus, is making sure that we have that beautiful head, that cluster that's very tight. So bundling prevents them from banging into one another. Okay, so then I'm done with that. I've done that. I can eliminate all this now, okay? But first, I want to show you why I have the apple. And it'll give you a different use and why I prefer the Economois over the Swiss peeler. So in an apple, when I peel an apple or any fruit, we start like that, top and bottom. See, to me, it's much easier. My hands are much closer to the fruit, where this one, I'd have to do this. And yes, it works as well, but I'm not as confident with the peeler because it's so far away from where I can control. And controlling anything that you're working with in your tools is really, really important. Boom, boom. Okay, we peeled our apple. We'll cut it in half, and hopefully it'll become evident why this is why I love this peeler. Because I can core my apple at the same time I've peeled it, and I don't have to use anything else. This, I cannot do that with. Now, there's a very wonderful dessert called a tarte tatin, which is very famous in French. It's used apples that are half like this. And I used to make it every day, and so to be able to use this tool was much more advantageous than using the Swiss peeler. Okay, so now what I can do, besides eat my apple, is now I can just eliminate all my trim, okay? So trim, we call it trim. Some people call it scraps, but remember, they're not scraps. Scraps are related to iron, steel, things like that nature. Food is always trimmed. Okay, so we have that, we're ready to go. So bundling, okay, so we're gonna take in this case, we have 7 asparagus spears. And there may, the size of the asparagus will define how many spears go in here. If it was really, truly jumbo asparagus, we may only bundle 4 or maybe 3. Bundling asparagus, string, okay, we've got our tips, which is most important to have aligned. We're gonna take our string, wrap it twice around the tips and try to get it nice and close, okay? And it's secured there. Then I'm gonna take it down and around the base, okay? And then back up, cut it. And for those of you who are Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, you may remember how to do a slip knot, but a slip knot is very, very easy. You take the string under and you take it under again the same way. So that you create a loop. And that loop there, see those 2 loops right there? Allow it to be a slip knot so that you can tighten it, right? And then to cinch it so that it doesn't get loose, you just tie another knot. And there's your slip knot. And then we'll just trim the end. There we have our bundle of asparagus. In fact, I'm going to drop them in the water as we speak. So up, but before that, most important is the salt. Salt, 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 salt. Wow, he's using a lot of salt. Yes, I'm using a lot of salt. We want to have that taste like seawater. Okay? Let that get back to a boil. Our water's boiling again. Drop our asparagus in. Drop our asparagus in. Go ahead and trim this. You can see immediately that pigment starting to come to the surface. Now we're gonna shock our asparagus after it's cooked. Now shocking does a couple things. Of course, it allows us to handle the asparagus immediately. We're not burning ourselves. It also kind of ceases the cooking process a little bit, okay? Because we're cooking it at 212 degrees here. we want to stop that cooking process immediately, so just shocking it. Or if you want to serve it right away, then you're just going to take it right from the boiling water. You're going to take off the string and put it on a platter, put it on a plate. It's a wonderful vegetable, considered one of the most luxurious vegetables. One of the great ways of serving it has always been with hollandaise sauce, which is a very classic French sauce, which we'll learn about a little later in our classes. But it's also something that served cold is wonderful with a simple vinaigrette, olive oil, salt even. But also when you chill it, you can have it in your mise en place. When we talk about mise en place, everything ready to use when you need it throughout the process of your cooking. So if we were going to grill our asparagus, for example, we'd want to be able to blanch it ahead of time, chill it down, and have it prepared so that it's ready to throw on the grill, and we just grill it for 2 minutes. It'd be ready to go. So being prepared by having your ingredients are ready to the point where you just are doing one thing to it, grilling it, dressing it, would be something that is really, really important. Okay? You can see how bright that is. I'm just going to bring it down here. And we've tested the resistance again with the tip of our knife. It's almost there. Give it another minute. And it should be perfectly seasoned as well, okay? Because the salt that's in the water is now penetrating the flesh of the asparagus and helping season it. Okay, look at that. See how bright, vibrant that is, how beautiful it is? We'll go ahead and shock this one. This is our asparagus that has been scrubbed. It's hot. We'll move our string. Now see the difference in the way the one that we scrub looks. It's tender as well because we've taken that fiber, that immediate fiber off the top of it. Now when you shock your asparagus, one thing to remember, don't leave it sitting in the water for too long. You're just trying to chill it so that you can handle it, okay? This one is as pretty and as tender. And there we go. Big pot blanching. Glazing vegetables. What does that mean? That means we were taking vegetables, which are sometimes traditionally have a lot of sugar in them, things like turnips, things like carrots, for example, things like onions, which are perfect for glazing. But we can also glaze things like artichoke, salsify. We can glaze, you can even glaze, if you really wanted to, some green vegetables. Of course, that'd have to be done very quickly, but it can be done. So we're going to start with glazing carrots. Surprisingly, this is a technique that is challenging, even for professional cooks, to be able to glaze correctly, because you have to have the right amount of liquid to the right amount of ingredient. In this case, we're doing carrots. So we're going to cut our carrots oblique. Now, you can use the economois again and peel it like that, or I really like this technique of just rubbing it through the green scrubby. It really keeps a nice shape to it. It only takes off minimal skin, but I also like the way it feels. It's nice and soft and velvety. Oblique is just a technique where we're going to turn the carrot as we slice it. Now, in this case, you want to choose the right knife to use. Do we want to use our big French knife? Well, yeah, it's possible. And again, if I'm using my French knife, you see where my hands are. My hands are reducing the blade to about 6 inches. So maybe it's better to use, an 8-inch or a 6-inch knife. and do my oblique. So oblique, we're going to start at an angle. We're going to cut it, and then we're going to just turn it, so we don't have to move, and cut it again. Oh, I like the oblique shape because it gives a little texture to it. It keeps it in a uniform size, and size is really, really important here. So we want to make sure we have, when we're glazing our vegetables, we have approximately similar size vegetables to work from. Okay? If they're not the same size or similar size, they may not cook as evenly as you want them. Okay? So we're doing our oblique cut just by turning the carrot. It's almost a little pointed each time, so very, very simple as you roll the carrot around. Now you see here already we have several different sizes of a carrot. So what you really want to do in order to get your glazing done correctly is maybe think about this. So we take these, which are approximately the same size. Maybe you want to think about this, taking the tip off, and then cutting your first cut right there, so that the density is about the same as that, and then the second one even, and then start your oblique. Okay? But we know that the carrot has natural sugars in it. That's why we love to eat raw carrots. We're going to add a little bit of sugar to our preparation to help kind of kickstart the sugar from the carrots. Now, I mean, when I was a kid, you know, the idea of taking brown sugar and adding a little bit of butter to it and glazing vegetables resulted in something that was cloyingly sweet, something that wasn't really a glazed vegetable, other than glazing it with a syrup. And that's not what we're trying to do. We want to make sure that our carrots, the natural sugars in our carrots, are evident in that glazing process. So you see we have our pan here, and we're going to allow for a specific amount of space between the carrots, okay, so that they have a chance to cook evenly. We're going to take a little bit of sugar, probably about a teaspoon of sugar here, right? Put it on there. We're going to add our liquid, which is water in this case. Go ahead and turn on our fire. And we're just going to barely cover them. Barely. Okay. Add a little bit of butter, that fat, to give it the flavor and help the glazing process as well. Okay? Now we're not seasoning them yet. We're going to season them after they're cooked. And this process will start. You'll see how the evaporation of the liquid, coupled with a little bit of sugar that's in there, as well as the butter to give it some sheen, will help glaze those carrots. We're going to start it on high heat, and we can keep it going on a high heat until it gets to a point where the carrot is almost completely cooked and the glaze is almost reduced to actually glazing the carrots. Now remember, in this glazing process, if you took it past glazing, it's going to become caramelized. And so many times we use this technique with pearl onions or cipollini onions, where we actually caramelize the vegetable through the process of reduction to the point where all of the water is evaporated, the butter and the sugar has created a caramel, and that coats the vegetable as well. So things that are great caramelized are, again, you know, onions probably the most perfect thing. We caramelize turnips once in a while. Salsify is a wonderful thing caramelized. Carrots, we do love them glazed. You don't typically want to caramelize them. Now there is a point where if you've taken past glazing, but you don't want it to be caramelized, we can actually salvage that. And I'm going to show you how to do that. We're going to do that with a little more water and potentially a little bit of acid, because acid helps the emulsification process. So I'm going to chop some parsley here to garnish our carrots with. Now remember, if you're using several vegetables to glaze, you don't want to try to cook onions and carrots together. You want to glaze them separately if that's what your intent is. So just some chopped parsley, some quick chopped parsley, haché. Haché in French means, haché is the French word for chopped. Again, I'm taking my knife, my French knife, and it's rocking. Okay, so that rocking action, I'm holding it down here and pulling and pushing here. Pulling it up and pushing it down. You know, the choice of knife is important. So in this case, you know, the French knife was more appropriate. than my little slicer. Although I can do it with that, it's just not as effective or as efficient. So chopping herbs is something that you need to think about in terms of oxidation. Can they be chopped ahead? Certainly. Some herbs, though, do oxidize. Basil, if you chop it ahead of time, it's going to turn black. Tarragon is another one of those vegetables that oxidizes and turns black. So remember, oxidation is the meaning of lack of antioxidant in the vegetable. Why do potatoes darken? Why does an apple oxidize? Why do artichokes oxidize? Because there are no antioxidants, natural antioxidants in those vegetables to prevent that oxidation. We talk about olive oils as high amounts of antioxidant in them. And of course, we think about things that diminish antioxidants. Heat diminishes antioxidant. Oxygen diminishes antioxidant. Light diminishes antioxidant. So if you have a beautiful olive oil in your kitchen, you don't want to keep it next to the stove. You don't want to keep it in bright light. And you certainly don't want to keep it open, because all those things will result in diminishing the quality of your extra virgin olive oil. In fact, I recommend buying olive oil in as small a container as possible. Remember, the original olive oils were packed in tin cans. And so, of course, the tin prevented any light from getting inside of that. Once you open the olive oil, of course, you want to be able to use it relatively quickly so that it doesn't oxidize. So vegetables, any of these glazing processes, can you do them ahead of time? Yes, you can. You just have to be careful on when you remove them or when you remove them from the heat. So if we were going to glaze our carrots before service in a restaurant, for example, we would have them still partially in the glazing liquid, which in this case is our water and our butter and our sugar. Making sure that we have enough, if we're going to finish cooking them a la minute, more or less, we want to be able to make sure that we take them all and put them back in the pan as a whole with all the amounts of water and liquid and fat and sugar that's in there, or making sure that we take the appropriate amount of liquid with the appropriate amount of carrots so that they finish cooking. The other thing that's important, if I'm making this at home for my friends, my family, then I would go ahead and glaze them all the way and finish them just before I serve them, just by reheating them. And you can reheat them, just by keeping them in the oven, or you could just keep them in the oven and keep them warm. So this is going to take probably about 10 minutes before it's finally gets to the point where we have to pay a lot of attention to it. But cooking, again, is something that you want to be aware of. Your sense of awareness, you're paying attention to the detail and what's going on. The aromas, the sound is really important. Right now, I can hear the water boiling. As that water starts to evaporate, I'm going to lose that sound. And that sound is very important in a kitchen. Aromas are very important in kitchens. I love the way roasting a chicken, for example, the transformation of that chicken. The way it sounds when you open the oven as it's roasting, the way it smells as it begins to caramelize, that skin begins to brown when it's roasting. All these different elements of cooking are just wonderful experiences to have. So making sure that we use all of our senses when we cook, certainly, looking at it and appreciating the quality of what's happening here in this pan, for example, the smell, the aromas, that beautiful cooking carrot, that sweetness that you get on the nose. Your nose will tell you so many things, right? You smell something that's acidic, it burns your nose. You smell something that's alcoholic, you feel it in your nose. You smell something that's roasted, and you have this kind of emotional connection to that pleasing aroma of roasting something. And of course, when I'm smelling the carrots, is that sweetness that I get that's so compelling. And that's the other thing you have to remember when you're buying your ingredients. You want to make sure that you're buying bunch carrots. You go into a grocery store and you see many different varieties of carrots. There's the large horse carrots, which we call horse carrots in our restaurant because we use them for stocks. We don't necessarily use them as a vegetable. And then we buy our bunch carrots, which are sweet, tied to bunch. Typically, they may have the leaves on them. But bunch carrots are going to be the sweetest, and they're also going to be the most consistent in size. The act of boiling and evaporation here is getting more and more violent as we reduce the water. In the beginning, the simmering doesn't sound as loud as it does as there's less water in here, so it's becoming more active in the way it sounds. You can see in the carrot there, you can see that butter that's just right on that surface there. You can see the color of it, how it's changed. The sugars are coming out or being pulled out of the carrot at this time. And then that other little bit of sugar that we've added is helping accelerate that process. You know, we can use a spoon to stir it, but then there's a possibility of damaging our vegetables. And we certainly don't want to damage our vegetables. We spend a lot of time in peeling it. We spend a lot of time in cutting that. We don't want to use a spoon or a palette knife or a wooden spoon that could possibly damage the carrot. So, you know, just moving it around like that if you want to is very appropriate. I just want you to notice how much space is between the carrots. So they're not stacked on top of one another, which would be, you know, a big mistake for you to make. And there's enough space between each one of them so that as we get to the glazing process, each one will individually be glazed. So how can we tell when they're done? Well, hopefully I've had enough experience that I've added just enough water that during the cooking process they will be soft. This is a root vegetable. When I talk about root vegetables, I don't want to really feel resistance on my tooth. I want it to have just a very soft texture, but not so soft that it's mush, but something that feels appropriate to a root vegetable. I know we all don't want to eat our potatoes crunchy. We don't want to eat our turnips crunchy. We don't want to eat our carrots crunchy. So is there still a little bit of resistance there? Now you see that? I mean, it's going right, that knife blade is going right in there. So they are cooked. Now it's just going to be the finishing of the glazing process, which is getting very close here. And you see the carrots have taken on a little brightness as well. If you look at that, they become much brighter when they're cooking. The same way that a green vegetable, the pigmentation comes to the surface, our carrots become brighter as well. So this way I'm going to turn down the heat a little bit so it doesn't get away from me. And the aroma is becoming more intense. Now that I'm going to take it past the glazing stage so that I can kind of rectify a situation that you may run into, right, is that you've reduced it too much and you've lost the glaze and you've got too much fat. So we're going to go ahead and let that reduce all the way down. This is almost finished right now. Not quite. We want to get rid of all of that water in there. So I let it reduce more. And see the nice coating of sugar on that? And then when I say sugar, I mean also sugar. Most of that sugar is from the carrot itself. See? Now, if I take it too far, you can start to see there's a little bit of caramelization happening there, right? You can start to see the surface of the carrot become a little, the coating of the sugar becomes a little more solid because it's over-reduced. So I'm just going to add a little bit of water to that. Well, first, I'm going to add a little bit of vinegar to that to help that re-emulsification of that fat. And then just a little bit of water. Okay? Now, the vinegar acid is also part of the seasoning process, right? We all understand that there are two ways to season our food. One is with salt, and the other is with acid. They both enhance the flavor of food. They don't change the flavor of the food, they enhance it. Of course, if you add too much salt, then it's salty, but you've all tasted bland food before, and bland food comes from not having enough seasoning, and that seasoning can be either salt or acid. There we go. Look at that. So we can use the vinegar at any time to add seasoning to our dishes. Anything that has liquid, anything that's been done with liquid can be used. Vinegar can be used to increase or to enhance the flavor. I love using acid. It really brightens the flavor of food. What we have here is a carrot that's been cooked all the way through. It's glazed correctly with most of the sugar coming out of the carrot. The parsley's been added to give it a little bit of freshness. We have a little bit of acid in there to enhance the seasoning of it. And then we're just going to finish it with one of my favorite things to finish things with is a little finishing salt. I love the contrast of using finishing salt. You get that little crunch when you bite into your vegetables or whatever you use the finishing salt on. There we go. Our glazed carrots. So now we're going to blanch a tomato. And you may say, well, why do we want to blanch a tomato? Well, we're going to blanch the tomato to be able to peel it. Number one, we want to remove the skin, which our bodies don't really digest. Do we have to? No. All of us eat a tomato salad, a sliced tomato on a hamburger with skin all of our lives. So it's not necessarily something you have to do, but it's a technique of refinement so that the presentation, the flavor, the texture is always more pleasing, at a higher level of experience. So we have boiling water here. We really don't need to season the water. We're only applying heat to the tomato to loosen the skin. We can peel any tomato. I've got some cherry tomatoes here as well, which you may say, wow, that's a lot of work. It is a lot of work to peel a cherry tomato. But again, something that gives us a sense of refinement to the tooth, flavor, texture. On our larger tomatoes, we'll take the stem off, and we're going to core it slightly. Because we want to core it now when the tomato is raw, because after we blanch it to get the peel off, it's going to be a little softer and maybe a little more difficult to core. And then we're just going to cut it on the back. It'll help you peel it easier, but also help you identify when the tomato has been blanched enough. And we don't want to cook the tomato, mind you. We just want to blanch it to take the skin off. There we go. We'll go ahead and drop our tomatoes here. And it's quite quick, instantaneously. So got a little, our ice water here to chill it down right away. We'll check it, keep an eye on it. So you can start to see, look how quickly that happens. Okay, so that's done, ready to go. And the different tomatoes have different thickness of skin. So the green tomato here has a little thicker skin than the red tomato, so it may take just a little longer. These tomatoes here are probably just slightly overcooked because I've left them in there for a little bit long, but still, no, still very, very, very firm. There we go. Okay, so that was all it takes to blanch a tomato. Go ahead and peel them. Yeah, that peel comes right off using my paring knife. Now that's a perfectly raw tomato there. Our green tomato. There we go. And then our little cherry tomatoes, which just pop out like candy, actually. I'm just gonna put those right here in the bowl with these. Once we've peeled our tomatoes, we can use them in a number of different ways. Beautiful. So I'm doing a little cherry tomato salad right here for us. Just gonna dress it with a little bit of olive oil here. And then a little finishing salt. We have some Malden salt here, which we love to finish it with. And you can add vinegar to that, shallots to that, parsley to that, or any kind of herbs you like to that, and have this beautiful little tomato salad. Other things that we can do with our blanched tomatoes, of course, we can just grate out and slice them for your hamburgers, for a beautiful tomato salad. And then lastly, we're going to do a little bit of tomato concassé. Concassé is just chopped tomatoes. It's the basic for a sauce vierge, which is tomatoes and shallots and oil and vinegar with some herbs. It goes wonderfully over fish, chicken. It can be the beginning for a tomato sauce, if you will. We always need to have chopped tomatoes for our sauce as well. So to do a concassé, take our tomatoes, cut them in half. And we're just going to squeeze gently, okay, to remove the seeds. There we go. Removing seeds. You're not going to get them all out, but you'll get the majority of them out just by squeezing lightly. If we wanted to take them all out, we would cut the tomato in quarters and then be able to remove every individual seed. But again, for this preparation, it's very simple. Doesn't require a lot of technique. Then we're just going to chop our tomatoes. Now I'm using a French knife here because it has a long bolt where I can keep my hands close to the blade. And the closer my hands are to the blade, the more control I have on my knife. So those of you who are practicing knife skills, my one bit of advice is don't be afraid of the blade. And then we're going to roughly go through them. Now you can add a little bit of salt at this time, a little bit of kosher salt here, which will help draw out some of that moisture. So we may want to have a dry concassé or a wet concassé. The dry concassé we're going to add, put into our strainer here and strain out the liquid or the water that comes out of the tomato, which by the way is also very good. Save that tomato water. You can freeze it into little popsicles, tomato popsicles for yourself or for your kids or for your guests who are coming to a special dinner. A dry tomato concassé, we want to be able to add our oil to it, our vinegars to it. So we're adding liquids to it so that we have a consistency that would be like this, but without the water, with oil and vinegar. So there's our simple concassé. We'll just put that there and we'll let that sit for 20 minutes. Then it'll drain most of that water out of there. To accelerate that, if we want to, towards the end of the draining process, we can accelerate it by gathering it together and just giving a light squeeze to it, some pressure. You can see that water coming out of there. Yep, we'll get the concassé. That'll help accelerate the process a little bit. But again, if you have time, you're doing your mise en place, get this done a half an hour, 45 minutes before you need it, and then go ahead and drain it. There we have our peeled tomatoes for our hamburgers or for tomato salad, our cherry tomatoes, which are lovely there, and of course, our chopped tomato concassé. Artichokes, and we talk about every technique is easy. Some requires more patience, more practice, persistence, and some take a little longer. But the result can be very gratifying. And artichoke en bérigole is one of those very gratifying recipes. And I love this. I love artichokes. I love the way they smell when they're raw. It's that real vegetal aroma, the way they look. I just really like everything about an artichoke. So we're going to do a classic artichoke stew. And we're going to begin by starting to sweat our vegetables. In this case, we have onions, sweet carrots, fennel bulb, shallots, and minced garlic. And sweating is much different than sautéing. Sautéing, we start out with very hot oil, and then we add our ingredients, and sautéing means to jump. So as soon as you add those vegetables in a sauté pan or in a rondeau for sautéing, they're actually moving. In this case, sweating is much different. It's a lower heat, begin at a lower heat, and you're actually just letting those vegetables sweat, and so their juices, their flavors start to come out. We're going to do, what we have here is a second press olive oil, and I want to make sure that we understand how important it is to use the right oils when we're cooking. A lot of people think that they should be cooking with extra virgin olive oil, and that's just not the case. In Italy, the only oil that they had available to them for centuries was oil that came out of their olives. Their extra virgin oil was always saved for a finishing oil. Whether it's finishing a dish, dressing a salad, they wanted the fragrancy of that oil as well as the flavor of that oil. What they would cook with would be their second press oil. And in this case, this olive oil is a second press oil. In America, we have many different oils. We have vegetable oil, we have corn oils, we have canola oil. All of these are form of vegetables. So vegetable oil is something good. Seed oil, safflower oil, avocado oil, all these different kinds of oils that we have, grapeseed oil. So there's an abundance of oils today. But certainly in the time when oils were prevalent in cooking, there would be specific to a region. And of course, in Italy, olives were their main product for oils that they had. Okay? So we have now so far our onions, our carrot, our fennel bulb, and our shallots. We're going to start to sweat that over low heat. Okay? These are building blocks. So when we're cooking, we're actually building flavor profiles. In this case, these are going to, none of them are going to be prevalent as an individual vegetable and flavor, but it's going to create a mature flavor of all these ingredients together. Okay, so now we're gonna turn our artichoke, which again requires a little bit of practice, a little bit of patience. We're gonna begin by taking some of the leaves off. This is a very important technique to understand. So we want to break our leaves by keeping our finger that helps achieve that snap before it breaks into the heart. And I'll show you as we get down further exactly what I mean, because I'll show you what it means by breaking into the heart. If you're breaking into the heart when you're taking your leaves off, obviously you're diminishing the amount of artichoke that you're going to have to eat, and we don't want to do that. Okay? So each leaf I take off, I leave part of that leaf, the bottom of that leaf, attached. And as I get closer or further up, the more important it is to do that. Of course, all this extra trim, if you're a composter, this is where you're able to really benefit from all the extra trim that you have from your vegetables. Okay, composting is a big part of what we do at our restaurants. So I'm going to go until I feel that there's some tenderness in the base of the leaf that I can actually get a knife into. Okay. All right. Now if I let that go all the way down, see there? Right there is where I broke it into the actual heart and into the flesh of the artichoke, and I don't want to do that. And that's why it's important to snap it like that and pull it off. This is this or that. Again, aroma is really important here. These raw vegetables cooking now. Okay, I'm just going to give my knife a little honing. Okay, this is a steel. It hones the blade. It maintains the sharpness of the blade. It doesn't sharpen a knife. If you want to sharpen a knife, then you have to take it to a stone and sharpen a knife. This is just for honing. So if your knife is not sharp, this is not going to help. Okay? So I'm going to insert my knife right there, and you see how tender that is now. I'm going to start with my knife almost parallel to the artichoke, and as I get into it, I'm going to start to angle my knife so that it's straight. As I get further in, the leaves become more tender. Makes it easier to trim. Okay? So you can see we're right down to the choke there, right? We're going to leave that choke in for a moment. Hold my knife a little more. Check my vegetables. You notice I haven't added my garlic. I have not added my garlic yet. It is chopped, so I don't want to add it too early for fear of it scorching. Beautiful. So I'm going to turn it upside down, and I'm going to start to turn it around. So turning an artichoke is actually just what you're doing. You're actually turning the artichoke as you're taking your knife through it. So now my goal is to get down to the flesh or the meat of the choke itself, the heart of the artichoke. And you can see where we're getting into there, right? So you can see where the leaf outline, and that's where it was attached, but we're into the meat of the choke. Now I'm just going to take my knife and go further around, continuing, turning and turning and turning the artichoke while maintaining an even level of my knife. Okay, bringing the stem off. Now this takes a little time. It certainly takes a little bit of practice. If you make a mistake, that's okay. You can never really hurt it. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with that. Just give it a little bit of shape. Now I want to remove my choke. Okay, watching my vegetables as they cook. Again, the aromas off of here is just wonderful. I'm going to take a spoon, and I'm going to take the tip of my spoon and start to insert it into the artichoke. We want to remove the choke because it helps us cook evenly the entire flesh of the artichoke. Once you start to get in there, you can start to feel again the flesh. You don't want to go too deep. You can see where I'm starting to scrape it out. Okay. Just be patient with it. It'll come. This, again, is one of those wonderful dishes, and I suggest that you cook as many artichokes as you can, because it's also a recipe that, with an abundance, you can keep them and use them in many different ways. Certainly just having artichoke salad or having artichoke stew, artichoke barigold is a wonderful on its own, but you can use it as a base for a garnish for your chicken, for fish, almost anything that you like to cook can be served with the artichokes. Okay, you can see that choke coming out of there. Okay. So once all that is done, you're down to the flesh, to the meat of your artichoke. You want to see it starts to oxidize. So one way to prevent oxidation is to get some acid. In this case, lemon juice. We're going to rub lemon juice all through that. To prevent it from oxidizing. And there we go. Our turned artichokes right there. So we got it right here in acidulated water. So the water that we're storing our artichokes in while we're turning them has a lot of lemon juice, a lot of acid. Okay. We're going to go ahead and add our garlic now to our base. Okay. Begin that. And then we're going to add our artichokes. We're going to layer that beautifully like that. Take our artichokes, heart down. And what we want to do is that steam will immediately begin to cook the interior of the artichoke, which again will help prevent oxidation. The quicker we can get that starting to cook, the less oxidation is going to occur. Okay. Now we're going to start adding our liquids. In this case, we have a Sauvignon Blanc wine, again high in acid. A chicken stock. We're just going to cover our artichokes. And then water. So it's easy to eliminate the chicken stock if you're a vegetarian, or you just want to make a vegetarian dish. Okay. Now we're going to make a bouquet garni. And the bouquet garni is basically our herbs and vegetables, spices, that are wrapped in cheesecloth. It helps to remove bouquet garni, meaning adding flavor to a stock or a stew by using specific herbs and vegetables. In this case, we have bay leaf, we have leek, we have parsley stem, we have thyme. We wrap it in cheesecloth so it's easy to take out of the stew once you're done. So we're just going to wrap that. And again, we're going to then do the same thing we did with our asparagus, is seal it and tie it together. And there we have it. We'll drop that in, okay? We'll turn up the flame a little bit, begin to get it to a simmer. We're gonna cover that with one of our kitchen towels, a clean kitchen towel, lint-free, to help submerge and keep the tops of the artichokes moist. So as it's cooking, it's also steaming somewhat, but the moisture on top of the artichokes is helping cook the top of the artichoke that's sitting above the liquid, okay? We'll bring that up to a simmer, and then we'll periodically check for the doneness. And again, an artichoke should not have resistance to the tooth. So we're going to check with our resistance with our paring knife in the same way that we've done with our carrots. So our artichokes have been simmering now for about 30 minutes. And we just want to test for doneness. And of course, that's that resistance test that we talked about earlier. We'll pull one of our artichokes out. We'll just pierce it with our knife, and we feel no resistance. And that's just a beautifully cooked artichoke, okay? We remove our kitchen towel, okay? And start to check further. We just want to make sure, so we'll just verify the doneness here. Yep. Very uniform cook. We like that. Remove the rest of them. Our beautiful cooked vegetables, which are really a great part of the stew. The braise. The aroma coming off that is just wonderful. That wine has been cooked out, so there's no more alcohol in the wine. All the alcohol has burned off. And there we go. We certainly want to leave this to mature for a while. Those flavors really kind of marry together, which makes it that much more complex in flavor. As it cools down, the artichokes start to reabsorb the liquid that they've been cooked in, so making them much richer, much fuller in flavor. But you can also serve this right like this. A little bit of finishing salt again, a little bit of olive oil. It's a beautiful dish. We'll let this cool down. We'll cover it, and we can put it in the refrigerator. We can also jar it if we like, as I spoke about earlier. This can be looked at as somewhat of a preserved vegetable if we want. We can put it in our refrigerator for a couple weeks, and it would be fine. Okay, a few examples of some of the dishes that we can do. Of course, we have the artichoke on Marigold right here, which is our classic preparation. We've quartered our artichokes. We've served it with our vegetables, some beautiful parsley from our garden, and some wonderful chive blossoms as well. We've done a tomato salad. Of course, we used our peeled tomatoes in this case. We have our sliced artichoke, some basil puree, some basil leaf, and of course, there's also some cherry tomatoes in there as well with some Parmesan cheese. And then finally, another way to use it is hot with protein. In this case, we've roasted a chicken breast. We served it with artichokes, some peas and carrots, which we love, and of course, Niçoise tapenade vinaigrette around it. So those are just some examples of ways to be able to use our artichoke on Barigol. But I'm sure you have a number of different ways you'd like to use it yourself, and you can explore all kinds of different ways to be able to use such a satisfying recipe as artichoke on Barigol or artichoke stew. Potatoes, something I think we're all familiar with and we all love. We have a variety of potatoes here for specific reasons and for specific uses. I get very excited when we talk about mashed potatoes. I think we all understand mashed potatoes. We all had mashed potatoes when we were kids. Our parents or our mother would make mashed potatoes with something like this and smash the potatoes while they're in the pot, or you get a little more refined with something like this. And then, of course, there were some of us who were lucky that our parents or mother took the time to use a ricer to make them even more fine. Mashed potatoes in America is something that we traditionally have at holidays, certainly, but they're good every night. The French, on the other hand, have taken mashed potatoes to a higher level and puree potatoes. So it's that sense of refinement, again, that we talk about that the French have taught us so well. But here we have a variety of potatoes. We have some red bliss, which aren't the best choice for mashed potatoes. These are better as a boiling potato. They get really gummy when you mash them. This is a russet, something that we typically bake, which is really the primary use for a russet. They also make great French fries, but they don't make great mashed potatoes. But probably we're very used to mashed potatoes made out of russet potatoes here in America. Here is a Lorette potato, which is a fingerling potato from France, which is really their favorite potato to use for potato puree. It's a very dense potato, so it holds a lot of fat, and that's what we like about mashed potatoes is we get a lot of cream into it, a lot of butter into it. But they're hard to find in the States. So what we like to use is a Yukon Gold potato. It was developed in the late 60s. It's a very dense potato, much like the Lorette potato. It's much bigger and really lends itself to making a beautiful puree of potatoes. Okay, so we probably are familiar with making potatoes at home when our parents would peel the potato, dice it up, and then boil it. But that's not the best way to cook potatoes for puree of potatoes. What we want to do is keep them in their jackets, and this prevents absorption of water, which again keeps the flesh, the meat, drier, which allows us to get much more flavor profiles in it through our cream and our butter. Okay? So very simply, we've cooked our potatoes, starting them in cold water, bringing them up to a simmer, and we start them in cold water so that we don't break the skin. The skin's not subjected to a high heat or high a change in heat. So we got our potato there. We don't really have to take the jacket off of the potato. We're going to cut it in half here. Again, no resistance. No resistance. We talk about resistance a lot with our vegetables. In this case, we want to make sure there's no resistance with our mashed potatoes, a hot potato. We have a tammy here. A tammy, again, is a tool of refinement. It's covered with a screen, and this screen is very fine. They have different sizes of screens. This one is the finest that you can get, and it's what we call it in America a drum sieve. Okay, so we're just going to take our bench scraper here with our tammy and just press it through. Now, much like a ricer, but much finer. Okay, continue that. Very simple, very easy to do. Getting all that potato through that screen and leaving all that skin behind. Okay. Take our second potato. And just repeat. You can see how dense this is inside. It's really an aroma of a potato, right? again, it's those senses that we're using when we're dealing with food that are so important and so much appreciated by us and what we do, the way things smell. There's nothing better than having your sense of smell enlivened by food that we're about to eat. So we want to do this when they're hot, of course, right? Because when they get cold, they get a little gummy as well. So it's just a matter of being able to use your tools so that you don't burn yourself, okay? Okay, wow. Okay, so we have our tammy here. We're gonna just remove our potatoes. And you see I put parchment paper underneath. Again, this is to capture the potato without making a mess. So we always wanna work as cleanly as we possibly can. It's very important. Certainly in our kitchens, we become much better cooks by working efficiently and certainly in a clean manner. So we have our puree, our potatoes that have been passed through our tammy, very, very fine. Some other things that work really well when you're making purees and a tammy, almost any vegetable puree, carrots, peas, parsnips, we always put through a tammy, okay? So we're just gonna add that to our pot. There. Okay, see how easy that was? Clean up all at the same time. We have our warm cream here. We have our whole butter. We also have some clarified butter. Now, why do we consider clarified butter necessary for potato puree? Well, it's not necessarily necessary for it, but clarified butter has a more pure butter flavor than whole butter has. So we use both of those simultaneously to flavor our potato puree and give it that luxurious mouthfeel. So this is a more intense butter flavor than whole butter, because in whole butter, as you know, it has milk solids in it, so that contributes to diminished flavor of that pure butter flavor that we have. And we all know this from having real buttered popcorn. Okay, so we have our potatoes here. We're still hot. We turn our fire on relatively low, and we're going to begin to emulsify our fats in there. First, we're going to take some cream to start getting it movement. Now, this requires, again, some patience and some time. Puree of potato is not something that you can just make without having some patience and understanding the way the fat is being incorporated into the potato itself. Remember, these are very, very dense potatoes, so they're going to take a lot of fat, and sometimes we're going to actually add some water to it to help us emulsify even more fat into that. Now, I'm not sure how dense you like your potatoes, but in France, they're typically a little thinner than what we would know here as a puree of potato or a mashed potato. So working on and off the fire, whole butter, clarified butter, cream, and water is what we're using here now. We have quantities in our workbook, but with that said, I think what you want to be able to do is to use that as a guide. I think any recipe is a guide, really, and I think you want to use these recipes as guides to accomplishing what you feel is the flavor profile or the texture that you like. Now, we can actually continue to get a lot of butter, a lot of fat into this. A lot of cream. Now, there wasn't any salt in our potatoes when we originally boiled them, primarily because the skin's still on the potato and that salt's not going to really penetrate through that skin. We're going to start adding salt as we emulsify or as we add our fat into our potato puree. How much butter, how much fat, how much cream, how much water do you put in there? Really, almost as much as you like. You can see it's starting to get really luxurious in its texture. The color becomes much lighter. But it takes a little bit of effort on your part to get it going and then to keep it going. Now be careful again, the heat, as the more butter and the more fat you get in here, the less heat you need. Because the heat will actually break down the emulsification between the fats and the potato. So like before, we talked about with our glazed vegetables and, actually heating it too much so that it actually breaks. If this breaks, in other words, if the fats start to separate from the potato, you can add a little bit of water to it, but certainly take it off the fire. If it starts to break, take it off the fire immediately. Because it's that heat that's causing that. You get a real workout with this. It's a competition. How much fat can we get in our potatoes? Now, of course, as opposed to an American or mashed potato that we're used to, these are much, much richer. And you can serve this in a number of ways. Obviously, I think the best way to serve it for your family is just serve it as we would our mashed potatoes in a bowl and let people have at it. In our restaurant, of course, we serve it as a garnish for many of our dishes. And it really, because potatoes are such a neutral flavor profile, they marry with almost anything. So now I'm going to taste it here. Remember, it has no salt in it yet. It's so good. Start putting salt in it. So seasoning, remember we talked about seasoning earlier. Seasoning being primarily flavor enhancers. So a flavor enhancer is salt and acid. Acid coming from vinegar or acid coming from citrus. We used to think that salt and pepper went hand in hand. In fact, in my first cookbook, I always said season with salt and pepper. Well, that is seasoning, but to enhance the flavor of your food, it's salt and or acid. So you can add pepper to this if you like the flavor of pepper. Remember, salt enhances, acid enhances, pepper changes flavor or adds another flavor to it. So if you want to add pepper to it, by all means, and you can use white pepper, which won't be as apparent in the puree as black pepper would. That's pretty good. Okay, so we could keep going here. I'm sure I could get some more in there, but I really like the texture and I like the flavor. So you can see how that is coming off the spoon. It's a beautiful puree. Making me hungry. And that's from 2 potatoes. And if it's not enough, we'll just put a little pat of butter there on top. Now, I want to show you the difference between a potato puree and a mashed potato. So this is our mashed potato, classic mashed potato, made with Yukon Gold potatoes, but using one of our mashers. Let me just taste this. And as nice as that is, and it's a bit rustic. So, in other words, you have little lumps of potatoes in it, something that we're all familiar with, and something that, from an emotional connection to our childhood, something that's really relevant. But you'll see the difference. See, it doesn't flow. Now, doesn't that look very familiar to you? And our mashed potato. Both made with Yukon Golds, both made with butter, a little bit of cream, and a little bit of clarified. Pickling vegetables, one of my favorite things to have on hand in my cupboard. It allows us to use them throughout the year. If we pickle summer vegetables, we can use them certainly in the fall and in the winter, spring vegetables, so on and so on. But it gives a nice contrast in texture, so the crunch of a pickled vegetable. And because there's vinegar involved, it helps to give us a contrast in flavors as well. So if you're eating a steak, for example, that has a lot of beautiful marbled fat in it, you accompany that with some pickled vegetables, it's great. Charcuterie is always traditional with pickled vegetables because there's so much fat in charcuterie that the pickled vegetables help cut through that fat and both accentuate one another. So we're going to start with our pickling liquid. It's 2 parts water, 1 part vinegar, and 1 part sugar. We weigh everything, so we're weighing it by grams to make sure we have accurate measurements. We don't weigh, we don't do things in cups or quarter cups or teaspoons. Everything is weighed, and we do it by grams because it's much easier mathematically to either cut the recipe in half or to increase the recipe in volume. So we're going to add our water, our vinegar, and then finally our sugar. Vinegar, you know, the color of the vinegar is only dependent on the vegetables that you're doing. So we have some red pearl onions here. If we wanted to use red wine vinegar for those, it would be totally appropriate. Typically we use white wine vinegar because then we can use it for everything that we have. We'll put a little garden thyme in here, some dried mustard seed. And then I'm just going to take our cloves of garlic and just lightly crush them a little bit, okay? My handful just pops. I can get that interior oils to contribute to the pickling liquid, okay? In a pickling liquid, you can use any flavoring profiles that you like. Some people would put maybe bay leaves in there. Some people like rosemary in there, fennel. It's really a personal preference. This is more or less a traditional pickling liquid. We have the herbs, the garlic, and the mustard seeds in there. But the herb can be any herb you want. You can eliminate mustard seed. You can add cloves to it. You can add any spice you like, allspice, pepper, all those different things are certainly appropriate. So this gives you the opportunity to really make your pickling liquid something that has your personality and is very individual to your flavors. Our vegetables, in this case, we have our cauliflower, we have some red pearl onions, of course our cucumbers, garden radishes, and some jingle bell peppers. Size is relatively important, but not critical since we're pickling it and there's always going to be a crunch to our vegetables. They're not going to cook evenly, so the size is not necessarily that critical. So we'll just, to our pickling jar here, I'm going to cut my pearl onions in half. And we've left the stem on, so we've left a little bit of the stem on there so that the onion doesn't fall apart. The leaves don't come apart from one another. And this is a very simple, very quick technique. You can pickle a number of different things. You can pickle almost any vegetable you like, any vegetable that's in your garden, or any vegetable you find at your local market. Cucumbers. The shelf life on this is quite long. You can keep them in the refrigerator probably for at least 12 months. I doubt that you would have them that long because they're so good with so many different things. In a salad, again, you know, serving it with charcuterie, serving it as a contrast to any protein that you're having. You can even chop them up and make a vinaigrette. Add oil. In this case, you may not need a lot of vinegar, but adding oil to that to make a beautiful vinaigrette, a pickled vegetable vinaigrette is very nice. I really love vinaigrettes. They're very easy to make at home. The French certainly have made so many classic dishes out of vinaigrettes. It's typically two parts oil to 1 part vinegar. And of course, any quality oil that you like to use, whether it's a vegetable oil, whether it's an olive oil, and then of course the vinegar that you like is also something that is a personal preference. So once this comes to a simmer, it's done. Bring it up to temperature. You can see that again. We talked about smelling the aroma. We talked about the aromas earlier, and we talked about the sweetness of our glazed carrots and how that didn't really affect our nasal passage in a significant way. When I'm trying to breathe in this and trying to smell this, I've got that acid that comes right up into my nasal passage, and I know right away what I'm dealing with. The seasoning element of this is really just with the garlic and the herbs that you choose and the spices that you choose. Salt is not really relevant in a pickling liquid. So we've got it to a boil. Okay. We'll go ahead and make sure we get all of these beautiful ingredients in there. Just pour it over. And there we go. Look at that, how those beautiful vegetables are pickled vegetables right there. And again, we love to eat our pickled vegetables with so many different foods. And I just really encourage you to go ahead and pickle some vegetables and just start to experience them in a number of different ways. Parsnips. How many of us are familiar with parsnips? How many times did you have parsnips as a kid? Parsnip is one of those vegetables that aren't very familiar for us. It resembles a carrot. It's a root vegetable. It has a very sweet aroma to it, almost a little woodsy. Just a really very special vegetable. We'll peel it as we would with any of our root vegetables, at least in this case, for the parsnip. Cut that into uniform sizes. We want to be able to cook this with our cream and our water till it becomes very, very soft. That resistance piece that we've been talking about, no resistance. And this will allow us to make a beautiful, smooth, creamy parsnip puree. We'll go into our pot, our cream, which is different from our potato puree where we've added our cream afterwards. We're going to cook our parsnips in our liquids. This would work really well for other root vegetables like celery root, another one of my favorite vegetables. When we think about turnips, turnips have a lot of water in them, so turnips wouldn't be my choice for this technique, but certainly parsnips and certainly celery root would be two vegetables that I would really encourage you to try with this technique for puree. We can't cook potatoes like this. The amount of starch that's in a potato, once we put it in our blender, would create a very gummy texture. A little bit of salt. So at this point, we'll bring it to a simmer. We'll let it cook until our vegetables show no resistance. It's probably going to be about 20-25 minutes. And then we'll put our entire contents of our parsnips into a blender, and we'll get it blended and have a beautiful parsnip puree. So our parsnips have been simmering for about 25 minutes. You can see that they've cooked down with the cream and the water. And again, we're going to check for that resistance as we do so many times with our root vegetables and realize that they're very, very soft. Okay? Then we're going to go ahead and add them to our blender canister. Okay. Beautiful. Make sure you scrape all of that good stuff out of there. Now, this is very important to remember. In any instance you're using a blender, never, ever, ever start it on high, especially with something that is hot. You really risk bodily injury with that. So we have it on low. We're going to turn it on. We're going to begin to puree our parsnips. And we can start to increase the speed of our blender. I'm going to take the top off so I can actually see inside. I've got some water here just in case I need to add a little bit of water to get that emulsification going and that speed of that blender going. A little bit of salt in. And a little bit of butter. You can see that really starting to smooth out. Okay, back to the blender. Always turn your blenders down, even though you turn them off. Prevent it from the next time you turn it on, it's being on high. And there we have our beautiful parsnip puree. And you can see how smooth this is when it comes out. I just love the aroma of the parsnips. It's got that sweet, woodsy, and looking at this quality of the puree, it looks much like our puree of potatoes when we did it through the tammy. I went out in the garden just earlier and picked a little bit of dill bud. So I'm just going to snip a little dill bud on top of those. To give it a little bit of that spice that you get from dill, that nuttiness. There we go. We use this as a garnish for many things at the restaurant. We'll use it for garnish for our lobster, for fish, for chicken, but it also makes a great farce or a great stuffing for agnolotti, which we'll visit later on in our class. I've been so excited sharing with you all of the different techniques that we've been using to cook vegetables. Vegetables are just such a dynamic food group, one that I just adore. Texturally, color, seasonality, flavor, and the transformation that goes on when we cook different vegetables. We're going to do a confit. a confit of Chinese eggplant. A confit is something that is cooked in fat, or in this case, in oil. The most famous confit that we all recognize is confit de canard, or duck confit. And this was a method that they used in France to preserve duck legs. They would salt their duck legs to cure them, then remove the salt, remove them from the salt, place them in a cooking vessel, much like this stove, cover it with duck fat, and then cook it at a very low temperature for a long period of time. Then they would take that and they'd put that in a crockery, and they would have that preserved, and they would eat that duck confit throughout the winter. So it was, again, a way of preserving protein or preserving food to be eaten later on. So we're just going to take off our bottoms and our tops here. We're going to cut this in half, and then we're going to treat it the same way we treated our zucchini. We're going to score it, and we're going to salt it. The salting of an eggplant not only removes the moisture from it, but the moisture that you're removing is a little bitter. So it helps us sweeten up our eggplant by removing that bitter water that is associated with eggplant. I like using Chinese eggplant because the skin is so thin. So again, here we go. Other vegetables that we can confit, mushrooms are good to confit. So we do a mushroom conserva, and it's an Italian version of the same thing, where we cook our mushrooms for a long period of time and are able to conserve them in fat. So we're going to do the scoring the same way. This again allows us to get that salt to penetrate down into the flesh. Also allows that moisture to rise to the surface easier and quicker. Again, as we saw with our zucchini, when we pan roasted our zucchini, they came out very creamy, very succulent, very almost pudding-like. And this will be the same thing that happens to our eggplant. You'll get that same textural effect with it, that same creaminess, that wonderful mouthfeel, and of course the beautiful flavor that's going to be associated with this eggplant, because we're going to also confit some garlic with it. So we'll have two vegetables here to work with, confit of garlic and confit of eggplant. Now the garlic can be used in a number of different ways as well. You can puree it and actually finish sauces with it. You can finish soups with it. You can add it to sauteed spinach. I mean, there's so many things you can do with a confit of garlic, both whole and puree. When you confit garlic, it becomes very sweet. So again, you lose that sharpness that we're associated with raw garlic. Now you may ask why I took the stem off and the tail off. It's because those have a lot of bitterness to them, especially the stem. So we don't want to do that. We didn't do that with the zucchini, but we've done that with the eggplant. The extremities are the most bitter part of the vegetable. So we finished scoring our eggplant. Now we're going to liberally salt that. Okay, so to help to extract that liquid, that water that we want to remove. Doing two things, making it sweeter, actually, removing that bitter flavor that eggplant has, and also making it denser. So when you cook it, it's a lot meatier, okay? So we're just going to turn that over so that moisture comes out, it leaches out, it's going to leach out onto our paper towel, and we'll let that sit for 20, 25 minutes. You can see here what we've accomplished by allowing that moisture to come out, okay? So once that's done, we're going to place them in our baking dish. We're going to add our garlic, our peeled garlic cloves. And then we're going to add our bouquet garni in much the same way, the flavor profiles that we have in our bouquet garni, which we did with our artichokes. We have thyme, we have parsley stem in there. Some of the other things that we love to confit are, so we talked about the eggplant, of course. We talked about mushrooms. We love to confit onions in the same way, cooking them in fat. We love to confit potatoes. We will cut potatoes in beautiful discs and cook them in clarified butter. another form of fat for confit. And we have our oil here at 250 degrees. We're going to go ahead and ladle that over our eggplant. Okay, it's not enough to really blister the eggplant yet, so we want to cook it very slowly. We just want to start that oil on top of the stove, and of course, you know, if you have a thermometer, you want to be able to use that thermometer. So it's going to take a good amount of oil. Again, we're using canola oil here. Now it's going to shrink as it begins to cook in the oven. Okay. Okay, so now I'm ready to take this over to the oven. Our oven is at 300 degrees. Okay. Set that there for a moment. There we go. So our eggplant's finished. We're going to go over to our oven and get it. It's been there for about an hour. And you open that door and the aromas coming off of there are extraordinary. The garlic, the thyme. See there. This is now finished. It's preserved. We can take it and put it in a container and store it in the refrigerator for several weeks. It's not going to really move. The garlic, the same thing. Or we can really enjoy it right now. So we're going to take our eggplant out. And you see how cooked that is. Just beautifully well done. And you can feel the creaminess of eggplant. And I'm sure all of you have experienced that creamy eggplant that you've had, you know, and maybe in some Asian restaurants or some Italian restaurants. This is really quite extraordinary in the texture. Which texture is such an important part of what we're doing with vegetables. So the oil, because it's never reached its flash point, it can be reused. You can strain it. It does have some flavor from the garlic and from the eggplant, probably a little bit of salt in it as well. But you can use it as a oil for your vinaigrettes, or you can use it as an oil also for sautéing. Not that it's going to impart a lot of flavor in anything that you sauté, but you don't want to necessarily throw the oil out. Okay. Storing our confit, when you store confit, like we spoke about duck confit, you always want to store it in the oil. Okay. The preservation process is being stored in its fat. In this case, in oil. The garlic also, I mean, you could just confit garlic. It is such a wonderful condiment to have available for almost anything. Just pureeing it or just smashing it on toast with some fresh tomato is a wonderful way of using confit of garlic. It is so creamy, so beautiful in texture. You can just feel the creamy quality of the eggplant coming through there. I'm gonna garnish this with some balsamic vinegar. We have two balsamic vinegars here. One is a true balsamic vinegar made with the grape musk. The other one is this is a 12-year-old balsamic vinegar, by the way. The other one is a commercially prepared balsamic vinegar, although it is classified by the Italian government, but it has other vinegars in it, not just the grape musk vinegar that's associated with balsamic vinegar. It has other vinegars in it. It's a wonderful vinegar to use. It's certainly, from a cost point of view, a lot less expensive than a 12-year-old, but it's not a true balsamic vinegar. This is really the aromas that are coming off of here are really making me quite hungry. And then just some garlic cloves. So there's many things you can do with the eggplant or the garlic, using it in a pasta. Is a wonderful way to use confit of eggplant. Garnishing any proteins, pureeing it is also an option. You can puree it. Just drizzle a little bit of our So I'll just show you the difference in viscosity. You can see how syrupy that one is. And this one's going to be much more liquid. See? Just depends on what you want to use it for, a vinaigrette, or using it just as a garnish for a dish like the eggplant. I'll take a little bit of oregano leaf here to finish it with. And again, the aroma of the oregano is just so prevalent in this. As soon as it hits that eggplant, which is warm, you get these perfumes off of this dish, which is just extraordinary. There we go. Confit of eggplant with confit of garlic, balsamic vinegar, and fresh garden oregano. Here we have zucchini, a typical summer vegetable, squash. We have our green zucchini, and we have our gold bar zucchini, both from the same family. A vegetable that I love, but I like to treat it a little differently than maybe something you're used to. In the case this time, we're going to roast our vegetables. So we've seen purees, we've seen glazing, we've seen braising, we've seen big pot blanching. Now we're going to see roasting. So we're going to cut our zucchini right down the center, okay? Just like that. Try to get it cut evenly. And again, that may take a little practice, but may not. Some of you may already possess those kinds of skills already in being able to cut very evenly. Beautiful. So next step we're going to do is we're going to score it. And scoring vegetables helps the salt penetrate into the flesh of the vegetable, and also going to help draw out some moisture, because we want to draw out some of that water here. Again, salt is a great dehydrator, and in many ways, things have been cured with salt for decades. We're going to score just a crosshatch down the zucchini. Boom, 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 boom. We have in our pan here, we're heating up some canola oil. And we use canola oil when we want to have high heat. So canola oil has a flash point. A flash point is when an oil will catch on fire of a little over 400 degrees, whereas the extra virgin olive oil has a flash point of around 250 degrees. So you can see where extra virgin olive oil is not necessarily something that we want to cook with because it has a very low flash point. And also, the heat diminishes the flavor of your oils. So any perfumed oil or any oil that has a significant flavor to it that you like, you don't want to use it for cooking. So pan roasting is a wonderful technique to give you a different result in your vegetables. And we pan roast carrots, we pan roast onions, in this case zucchini. And the result of pan roasting zucchini will give you a succulent, creamy, almost pudding-like vegetable, something that maybe some of you aren't used to when you're eating zucchini. Now you can already see some of the moisture developing on the skin just because it's hitting the air. So we'll go ahead and do that, do this. What we have, we're going to put a little salt on here and let it sit for 10 or 15 minutes. Of course, at home, you may want to let it go a little longer, but just a light little coating. And when we do salt, when we season things with salt, we want to have the salt kind of rain down or snow down on anything you're seasoning. We never want to get this close. We want to be up here. So it gives it a nice even coating. Now, if we let that sit there for 10 or 15 minutes, the moisture is going to be drawn to the surface. Again, removing some of that moisture helps the not just cooking it, but helps the density that will result from the cooking of it. Now you can see already the moisture that's developing on the surface of this. So we heat up our oil. We want to get it to a point where if we were sautéing something, it would also be at that temperature. Okay? So you can see I'm already pulling a lot of moisture off of that vegetable there. I'm rushing this a little bit, but you at home can let it sit for 10 or 15 minutes and extract even more moisture from it. Okay? Removing liquid also helps with the browning or the caramelization of the vegetable. I want to look at this from the side because I can start to see it just shimmering and lightly moving and getting a little bit of smoke off of it. Okay, and that's what we're kind of watching for. Okay, and it's an abundance amount of oil. I'm not concerned about the amount of oil that I use per se, because we're not going to be serving it with the oil. Sliding it in there, whoop, very carefully. Got away from me just for a second there. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now you can see there's no way is it sticking, right? The oil was hot enough to immediately sear the meat of the zucchini, the flesh, in order for it not to stick to your pan. Many cases, we're not heating up our pan enough, or we don't have enough oil in it, and things will stick. Okay? We'll start getting that caramelized. And we want to cook it here maybe for about 5 minutes, okay, before we take it into our oven. So you can start to see some caramelization around the exterior, and you can start to, the cross hatches become more prominent. You see? Again, you start to see a beautiful caramelization, a roasting quality around the exterior of the zucchini. Same thing there. We start to see a little bit there. Okay. Now you're dealing with extremely hot oil here, so be careful. I don't want you to get burnt, but I also want you to feel comfortable and confident working with your vegetables or whatever you're cooking in a sauté pan. Okay? So I can start to see even more. You start to get that nice caramelization at the ends now. Okay? And even more starts to brown. You can see that what we're doing here, right? Very nice. Well, look at that, right? Okay, so we're almost ready to go in the oven here. We have our oven around 425. Right? Again, we want to hit it with high heat to keep that roasting going and that oil really hot. Okay, beautiful, very nice. Oh, look at that, see? So this would also be a great time if you wanted to add some herbs or some garlic to that to give it a little more perfume. Or you can go just with the natural zucchini flavor, which I really love. This is really one of my favorite preparations for zucchini. We have our 450-degree oven. We'll let it bake in there. We'll let it pan roast in there, probably for about 25 minutes to 30 minutes. Again, we want to get it really soft, very creamy. The zucchini will turn into a very creamy texture. And one I'm sure that you're really going to love. It's a very simple preparation using a vegetable that's readily available, and you really can't beat it. All right, so look at that. Oh, that is so beautiful. And it smells wonderful as well. So we're gonna use our tomato concassé that we made earlier today. So we made a little sauce vierge, which is just extra virgin olive oil, the concassé tomato, a few chopped shallots, and some minced parsley. We'll drain our zucchinis, the excess of oil. Now look at that. I mean, how simple can that be? Now, are you wondering what the flavor difference is between the green and the yellow? At this point, there's not a lot. It is a zucchini, remember? So you can use all green or all yellow, depending on which ones are better in the market. Oh, it is such a magnificent vegetable to work with, especially when you're doing something like this. This just screams summer. A little bit of finishing salt. I love finishing salt. There we go. Our pan-roasted summer zucchini. Beets are something that are misunderstood, let's face it. Most people are used to those beets they get on a salad bar when they're going down, in a deli somewhere, or the fond memories of beets coming out of a jar as a child. Beets are really very nutritious, very easy to prepare, and something, again, that you can prepare ahead of time and won't diminish in flavor or in texture. We're going to bake our beets, and that's the first thing we're going to do. And I like baked beets a lot, and we do it in a papillote, a French term for in paper. But in this case, we're going to use aluminum foil. You see that the shiny sides on the interior, which helps reflect the heat, so it gives it a little more conductivity, and that's what we're looking for. So I've got my beets. I've washed them. I've taken the stem off a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit of a cooking oil to it. I mean, this is so simple. Some salt. And then I'm just going to fold this over, fold that over, fold that over. You get the picture. And fold that over. And then we're going to place them in our baking dish, and we're going to take those to the oven. Okay? So we bake these 350, 375, and what's the time? Well, it really depends on the size of the beet. So if it's a really big beet, it may take an hour and 20, an hour and a half. If it's a small beet, it may take 45 minutes. We're going to be able to open this up fairly easily and go inside and do that resistance test with our knife to understand where they're done, okay? It's really hard to overcook a beet, though, believe me. So it's been about 45 minutes. These are relatively small beets, medium beet maybe. So we're going to test them and see how they're doing. Okay. So we're going to test for doneness here. Again, our resistance test, which we've learned so much about. And we don't want to feel any resistance as the knife penetrates through the beet. And there you go, no resistance. So we're going to go peel our beets and make a little beet salad. Very simple, using minced shallots, some extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of balsamic vinegar, and some chopped chives. So the problem with beets, and the only problem with beets, is their color. and how they bleed on everything. So there's a number of different ways to peel the beets. If you have a sink that has a garbage eradicator in it, you can run it underwater and it comes right off. You can use a paper towel. You can use a pair of gloves. In this case, I'm going to use a pair of gloves because they're right here and they're handy. Or I could peel them with my hands and have beet-stained fingers. You want to do them when they're warm. And the skin just peels right off like that, you see how simple that is? There we go. One peeled beet. You know, when I was a child, I can remember, at least I think I can remember, or at least have stories about people boiling beets. I don't know why we would boil a beet when you can bake them and have such a beautiful result. You think about, this may be a teaching moment, the hydration, right? And how that concentrates flavor. So when you add water to things, of course, the water many times is absorbed by that product, therefore diluting the flavor. If we can bake, saute, roast, then there is a process of dehydration, losing moisture through heat. And that dehydration helps concentrate flavors. So in this case, when we baked our beets, we've actually concentrated our flavors. You can see some of the beet water in the bottom of our baking dish, which means that water has come out of the beet, which means our beets are now going to be even more packed with flavor. So just something to think about, something to remember as you start to learn how to cook and cook more, understanding some of the physics of cooking. You all know about aged beef and how famous aged beef is. And today you hear about 30-day-old and 45-day-old and 60-day-old and 120-day-old. Well, all that means is that that piece of meat has been in a cooler with a low velocity fan circulating air around it to promote dehydration. And the dehydration is what intensifies the flavor of that beef. Okay, pretty simple. Okay, I feel like a doctor. Alrighty, so our little mixing bowl here. Go ahead and cut up our beets. Oh, see, I took my gloves off. How about that? Now I'm going to get beets all over myself. I don't mind. I love beets. I'm going to slice them. I'm more concerned at getting beets on the board than I am on my fingers. And you can slice them any way you like. What I'm doing is slicing them in wedges. And I encourage you to make an abundance of beet salad or beets, because again, they last for a while. You can have them in your refrigerator, peeled. You can have them already mixed in your vinaigrette, which really is nice to have ready to go. And I just want you to notice that beautiful magenta color, that deep, when you slice into it. I mean, look at that. Isn't that just gorgeous? This is one of my go-to vegetable dishes or salads when I'm cooking at home. And there's nobody that I know that doesn't like it. Maybe except for my brother-in-law. He sent his nephew out here last summer, or he sent my nephew out here last summer, his son, who professed the same disdain for beets. And so I made some beets for him out of the garden. And he went home a beet lover to the disdain of his father. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and mince my shallot. Isn't that beautiful? When I look at vegetables or when I look at food, and you see things like that grow naturally, and it's hard not to just be amazed at the wonder of nature. I'll take off my first layer of skin there. This is a really nice shallot. Now, knife skills are really important. How do you get good knife skills? Practice, practice, practice. So I'm holding my finger straight while my blade is actually going right down along my fingertips. Am I afraid of cutting myself? Never. Have I cut myself before? Often. Not often, but once in a while. So now I have my slices down. I'm going to now cut into so I can actually dice my shallot. Now I want to keep my blade kind of angled down a little bit because if I slip, I don't want it to cut into me. I want it to go down into the board. So always angle your blade down slightly, just as a precaution, okay? All right. Alrighty, go. My minced shallot. Go ahead and put that in our beets. Give a little tear to my eye here. And then we're going to simply dress it with some molten salt, our finishing salt. Some balsamic vinegar, nice balsamic vinegar. This is our 12-year-old balsamic. And of course, beautiful extra virgin olive oil. Some minced chives. The chives you want to add as a color, but also as a flavor. So when I finish this, I'm going to put a little more chive on the top. I mean, this is just beautiful. This is why I love vegetables so much. Moments like this where, you know, you just can't wait to dig into them. Always the last one for me, okay? We have our beautiful beet salad. Can I say this is my favorite vegetable? Right now, it is. The incredible edible egg certainly has to be my favorite ingredient, certainly one of my favorite things to eat. It's high in protein, low in calories, has 9 amino acids in it. Just a beautiful ingredient, a real gem in nature. An egg is something that we also enjoy at every meal. We eat eggs at breakfast, we eat eggs for lunch, we eat eggs for dinner. It also goes between savory and sweet. So we use it in quiches as well as ice creams and custards. So you think about the versatility of the egg, it's boundless. I love eggs. I eat eggs every morning for breakfast. I hard boil 2 eggs with a little bit of olive oil. That's how I start my day. What we want to do here is I want to show you some different eggs here, some different varieties of eggs, and to kind of explain to you what we have. We're going to start out, we have peewee eggs here, which you're not really going to be able to find unless you have a farmer local that's growing eggs, and you're able to buy those farm fresh eggs. You see some different colors of shells. It doesn't have anything to do with the quality of the egg. It's the type of chicken. It's the breed of chicken that results in the coloring of the egg. The egg yolk, which is very important, has to do with the diet of the chicken. So depending on what they're eating, the egg yolk could be very, very bright. very orange, or yellow. And again, it's just about their diet, not necessarily the quality of their diet. Here we have Jidori, so we're speaking about a specific breed of chicken, which is a Jidori chicken, Japanese chicken. And traditionally, they feed them so that the egg yolk is very bright. And we'll use that egg yolk for most of our pasta preparation. Here we have farm fresh eggs, just out of the chicken coop from the French Laundry. We're very blessed, actually, and privileged to have chickens where we can harvest our eggs. If you have the ability and the opportunity to buy farm fresh eggs, I certainly recommend that. They won't come in the sizes that you can get in a grocery store. They're not graded, in other words. In a grocery store, you're going to find large eggs, which is the traditional egg that we always see, and or jumbo eggs. You'll find those two varieties or those two sizes in your grocery store. I'm going to show you our Jidori egg here. And I'm always going to break eggs individually into a separate container. So in case I get a shell in there, I can always remove the shell rather than trying to dig through a lot of cracked eggs. Now, hopefully you can see really how bright that egg yolk is. And it's because of the feed that they're getting. And the Jidori chicken farmer that's here in the Central Valley of California feeds them so that their egg yolk is nice and bright and basically used for pasta. Our farm fresh egg, just so you can see a difference here. It's a little paler. Our chickens tend to eat a lot of vegetables, so you can see the quality of the egg there. And then just a commercial egg here. It's even a little duller in color. So they're all extremely fresh eggs, just different shades of yolk. I want to give you a little demo on something that we do when we have a recipe that calls for a specific volume or specific weight of eggs. And sometimes you'll see that, certainly in our newer cookbooks that I've written, we always talk about weight. So weight is an important thing. And if the recipe calls for a weight that's more than a single egg, so for example, a single large egg, weighs approximately 53 grams. If we were in a situation where we needed to have 70 grams of egg for our recipe, we could then just process it by beating the egg. In this case, we'll take our first egg that we did, which is a commercial egg here. Scramble it, in other words. And then just go ahead and weigh 70 grams of whole egg, which would be the recipe that we would need. Well, okay. So that's the way to, when you're asked for a specific weight of eggs, to be able to get that specific weight of eggs, okay? Now, moving into what we have here is a fresh egg and an old egg. So I want to show you how you can tell if you have a fresh egg or an old egg. So again, this is our fresh egg. And then we have an older egg. This egg's probably about 3 weeks old. You see how much more runny the white is than the fresh egg. So that's a way to know how fresh your eggs are, is just by cracking them and seeing how that white stays bound together. So I'm very excited about eggs, about showing you different techniques, different recipes, and how we use eggs and how versatile they are, how dynamic they are, how good they are and nutritious they are for you. One little side note, a toque, which is a chef's hat that we wear in our kitchen, has 100 pleats in it around the toque. Each pleat represents the different techniques, the different recipes that you can use eggs for. So we're going to be able to show you some of those recipes and some of those techniques now. Mayonnaise, certainly one of my favorite condiments. You know, when I think about the person who first made mayonnaise, I mean, the French must have been just ecstatic to have something that's so wonderful, so versatile, so dynamic, so flavorful. It just, you know, it's just one of those things that we enjoy so much, and we use it in so many different ways. We make remoulade sauce with it, which I'm going to do today. We make a Dijonnaise sauce, aioli, ranch dressing, green goddess dressing. You know, so many of those dressings that we know, ranch dressing. Caesar salad is a form of a mayonnaise. So it's really something that we kind of don't realize how far it's reached into our repertoire until we start to think about it and start to prepare different dishes. So I'm going to do a very simple mayonnaise for you today using some of the basic ingredients, and then we'll turn that into a remoulade sauce. Of course, you know, beginning with an egg yolk is really where we have to start with our mayonnaise. So we're going to crack our egg here, and we're going to just separate that yolk from the white. Look at how fresh that egg is. Okay, and then there's this little white string, which is called a chalazi. So we just want to separate that by breaking that off of there as well, okay? Put that yolk in our bowl. There we go. And then I'm gonna make a little kind of stand for our bowl so it doesn't move around on us. And this is very simple to do. We'll just wrap it around. Right? It's a damp kitchen towel. Okay, so that just gives us a little place to work from. Take our whisk. Okay, we're going to start just with a little Dijon mustard, which is traditional in our egg or in our mayonnaise. Okay, it helps. You don't need it, but it helps with the original emulsification. The egg yolk will absorb and emulsify with the oil without the Dijon mustard. But again, from a flavor profile point of view, in a mayonnaise, we have a little bit of Dijonnaise. So we have our canola oil here, or again, any vegetable oil with neutral flavor. We don't want to add any flavor to it, although we can. If we want our mayonnaise made with olive oil and taste like olive oil, we certainly can do that. We can use any oil we want. We'll later learn how to make a hollandaise sauce, which is basically a mayonnaise, but hot, using clarified butter. Now, Harold McGee introduced my generation to the science in cooking. He wrote on food and cooking, and so as Harold McGee says, the amount of oil or fat that a yolk will take is almost infinite, as long as you can maintain the right amount of moisture or the right amount of water to help bind the proteins in the yolk with the oil. So in other words, as it starts to get really thick, we're going to start to add a liquid here. And we can add 3 different liquids. Certainly vinegar is one we can use. And that again enhances flavor. We can add water. To begin to start to thin that out so we can continue to add more oil. What is the viscosity or what is the texture you're looking for? It really depends on what you're making. So this is an example of a commercially made mayonnaise, and it's extremely tight. Even by doing that, it's hard to get it to become even. This, depending on the sauce that you want to make, and depending on what you're putting in it afterwards, will help you define what that viscosity is that you want. How thick do you want it for mayonnaise? Again, you know, the commercial is a great example to work to. We like to spread it on bread typically. We like to make dressings with it. So getting it that thick may be what you're looking for. The quantity of oil or the speed of which you add your oil can increase as your volume increases, okay? I'm gonna put a little bit of lemon juice in here this time. Let's get that seed out there, yeah. Again, lemon juice is gonna add flavor, but also the acid. the acid continues to help bind the fats with the protein. So now, if I wanted to be really safe to make sure I didn't get any seeds, I'd put it through our tool of refinement here. Continue. So we're building flavors. Cooking is really about building flavors. So you're actually, you know, if you will, building a house. You don't really see all of the elements, all the materials that are in your wall, but we're building that together. Just continue that. So if this separates, or as we call it, as we would say in a kitchen, if it breaks, it means the oil has overwhelmed the protein in it. And you could just start by taking a little bit of mustard in a separate bowl and start to re-emulsify into that new bowl, using the mustard as the binding agent to help re-emulsify it. If you're careful, you should never break your mayonnaise. And it's a fairly simple technique. It requires a little bit of time, a little bit of patience, and of course being aware of what you're doing. So I'm going to continue to add liquid to it. So we have vinegar, lemon juice, water, whatever we want as we continue to move through the process of adding oil to our yolks. I still haven't tasted it because I know that I'm going to get more oil into it. So I know that the amount of acid that I have in there is not really going to affect the flavor at this point. It's only helping the emulsification process. Because we're going to get to adding salt, we're going to finalize the seasoning. We may add a little more mustard at the end. Just again, depends on what we want. As all of the recipes, they're going to be always in our workbook. So, you know, certainly refer to that to get the exact proportions. It's really looking beautiful. It'll start to blanch out as well, or become white or whiter. It'll never be as white as a commercially made mayonnaise. I mean, it's just one yolk will absorb so much fat. I may even run out of oil here. I can keep going and keep going. You really can, you stop adding your oil when you get to the viscosity that you want. But again, if I continue to add liquids to that, I can continue to add more and more and more and more oil. So when do you know when to stop? When you have the quantity that you want, or the thickness, the viscosity that you want. It's getting thicker now. It's getting harder to. So now I'm going to taste it, because now I want to start to season. So you can see there how it's holding peaks. See, I'm not really tasting any of the acid yet. I don't really taste the mustard. I'm gonna add some salt. Now, salt's a very tricky thing. Most chefs have a high tolerance to salt. So for me, you know, I'm going to put much more salt in it than maybe you would. So again, it's one of those personal flavor profiles or personal preferences that you have and how much salt you add. So just continue to taste as you go, making sure that it doesn't become too salty. The one thing you can do with mayonnaise, if it becomes too salty, you can just continue to add more oil. So I've gone through almost all of that oil. I'm going to get all of this oil into this mayonnaise. And then I'm going to finish it with by seasoning it with a little bit of the acid. I'm not going to add any more water to it, because the only reason I add water to it is to thin it out. And at this point, I don't want to thin it out. So we continue that, and it's getting thicker and thicker and thicker. So I really like that. Just a drop of oil left. I'm going to get that in there. Now I can continue to go with more oil, but this is really nice as it is. Makes a beautiful mayonnaise. Oh, look at that. Perfect. Well, almost. Let me taste it, make sure we got the seasoning correct. Add a little more acid. Yeah, drop. And our mayonnaise. So we're going to make a remoulade sauce, which is a traditional sauce that's in France using herbs. We have chopped parsley, minced chives, chopped tarragon, chopped shallots, chopped capers, and finally, chopped cornichons and chopped capers. This is a classic French sauce, but remember, there are so many traditional sauces that begin with mayonnaise. Almost any dressing that is creamy in style begins with a mayonnaise. Those cornichons, the caper here now. And again, caper is one of those things. Remember, capers are very salty, as well as the cornichons. So you may want to leave your mayonnaise if you're making these sauces with less salt than you would use if you were just using it as a mayonnaise to make a sandwich with, for example. Minced chives, chopped parsley, chopped tarragon. I love tarragon. I love the anise flavor of it. It really gives it a boost in flavors. And then, of course, our favorite onion, or the French's favorite onion, is a minced shallot. And we always use fresh herbs, and herbs, over the past decades have become so accessible in our grocery store. So don't hesitate. And this is a very specific herb blend, but you can use almost any herbs that you want. If you want to make a basil mayonnaise, you can use basil in it. Tartar sauce, one of my favorite accompaniments for fish, for fried fish, is made with a mayonnaise base. Yeah, don't really ever substitute dry herbs for fresh herbs. It's just not the same. I would prefer you not making the recipe rather than substituting dried herbs. And there we go. Freshly made remoulade sauce in a jiffy, making a base of mayonnaise. I mean, what can you use this sauce for? Almost anything. It would go great on any sandwich that you make. It would go great with a beautiful roasted chicken breast or roast chicken as a side sauce or a side garnish. Again, fish. You can thin it out and dress your greens in it. So you can have a vinaigrette out of this, adding a little more vinegar to it, and making a salad with it. Eggs, which we're talking about, mix this with a little bit of egg salad. I mean, that would be a great way to make egg salad. So it's really limitless in what you can do with mayonnaise and what you can do with the sauces that we're going to make from mayonnaise. One of my favorite sauces made with egg yolks, besides mayonnaise, is the warm version of that, which is hollandaise sauce. Now, hollandaise sauce to me holds a very special place in my career, certainly in my life. When I first started cooking in the mid-'70s, my brother Joseph was already a chef, an accomplished young chef. And he mentored me in cooking in the beginning stages of my career. And the first sauce he taught me how to make was a hollandaise sauce. So the road to perfection was me making that hollandaise sauce every day, every day, every day, every day, and learning the nuances of it, learning how to keep it, for the service that afternoon, how to fix it if it became broken. In other words, if it separated. Hollandaise sauce for me was the moment of realization in being able to do something that was so refined and had such history to it, and do that every day. And I find great joy in still making hollandaise sauce. Now, there's a couple ways to make a hollandaise sauce, but before we get that, one of the things that you're really gonna need is clarified butter. Now, this is something that I think a lot of people get afraid of, but I'm gonna show you a quick way to clarify butter. Simply take whatever you need, a couple pounds of butter, put it in a Ziploc bag, and just drop it in simmering water, okay? That'll melt in whatever time it's going to take to melt, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 25 minutes. After that's melted, then you're going to put it in the refrigerator, okay? So take it out, put it in a container, put it in the refrigerator, and then what you're going to get is this. And you can see the butter here, that solid has clarified, and all the milk and solids which have leached out or separated from the butter. We can just take that then and just remove it really quickly just by snipping that. Look at that. So we've taken all that off, okay? Now what you have is clarified butter. Now you can take this out of the bag, store it, cut it up in pieces, Ziploc it, put it in the freezer for future use. You're gonna scrape off a little bit of what is around it. Let me just show you that real quickly, okay? So a little bit of, this smells really like buttermilk, is actually what it is. So you could just scrape this off as well, right? More of the solids. Okay, and there we have our block of clarified butter. Now, as again, you could cut that up into small pieces, put it in your freezer, put it in your refrigerator, or just go ahead and melt it down, as we're going to do for our hollandaise sauce. Okay. When we make hollandaise sauce in the restaurant, we usually do it in our Sabayon pot. We can control the heat on the graduated heat flat tops that we have in the restaurant, so we can pull it off and on those graduated heat flat tops. And I'm sure you've seen the flat tops in restaurants where there's 3 rings, the center ring being the most intense heat, and then it just gradually gets cooler as it gets to the edges. So with this, we can do that in our kitchen very easily. On a stovetop, where you have direct flame underneath, you'd have to continuously adjust the flame, and that's something that's not very convenient, nor is it very easy to do, nor would I recommend. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna teach you how to make it the way I made it my first time, which is in a double boiler, okay? We have a pot of water here, which is simmering, which is our double boiling pot, okay? So we're gonna start this hollandaise sauce with 3 egg yolks. And again, we're gonna do a variation of the sauce, which is gonna be a béarnaise sauce. Then we're gonna do a variation of the béarnaise sauce, which is gonna be a béarnaise mousseline. At the same time, we're gonna serve our poached eggs, which we've done, and serve that on toast with hollandaise sauce. So we're gonna have a couple of different things here. So it's gonna be a lot of fun and very exciting in terms of what you're gonna be able to learn by making these emulsifications. So egg yolk. We're just gonna remove the white. 1. 2. 3. And that Chalaise coming off of there. 3. We have our double boiler going here. My clarified butter, I'm gonna move off of the range here now. It seems to be melted, and you can kind of see that, right? You can begin to see the clarification of it as it melts. This is our clarified butter that we're going to use to make our hollandaise sauce. So it's around 165, 170 degrees. kind of about the same temperature that we like to cook our eggs at. I'm going to add just a little bit of water to get this started. Okay. Just to get it started, we're going to add just a little bit of water to get it started. So we don't want to overwhelm our eggs with too much heat. Now I'll turn, let's do that just a little bit. I'm going to turn that down somewhat. So I just have a constant gentle heat underneath it. And this is just requiring a lot of patience and a lot of awareness. We're going to cook those egg yolks. So again, I'm watching this cook, and I'm heating on the heat and off the heat, okay? Because I want to treat it gently. I don't want to get too much heat on it. The more I cover it, the more it boils, so the hotter it gets. So I'm letting out some of that steam as well as some of the heat by moving the egg yolks off and on, okay? Now, what we were taught and how to whip something is a figure 8. So that's the way you whisk. Okay, you don't go around, you don't go back and forth. It's a figure 8. Is the proper way to use your whisk in anything, in hollandaise sauce or in whipped cream. Okay, so you can start to see it's getting thick, right? Starting to get a little thick there. Okay, so still not quite there. A little more work to do. A little more to do. You can start to see it thickening. You can start to get a sense. You can see the bottom of the bowl because it becomes thicker. Almost there. We want to make sure we cook our egg yolks. Otherwise, they'll taste eggy. They'll taste raw eggy. We don't want to have that. Almost another. Okay. Now, if you overcook it, you're going to get little pieces of cooked egg yolk in there, which is not necessarily a bad thing because we can always use our strainer. Our strainer as a tool of refinement to remove that those coagulated egg yolks that we see in there. Okay, not necessarily a bad thing. Okay, all right. Create our little again. And create our support for our bowl because as we did with our hollandaise sauce, our mayonnaise, we're going to be adding fat to this. Okay. Fat, water, lemon juice. Let me just put a little lemon juice in there. Acid's always a good way. Remember how I put Dijon mustard in the mayonnaise sauce to get that started? Acid will do the same thing here. It'll help that emulsification process with the fat, in this case with our clarified butter. So we're starting out slowly at first, right? Making sure that emulsification begins. Temperature is really important here, so your butter can't be cold. It has to be at that temperature that we talked about. Okay. Just going to need a little bit of water here for me. Make sure this works out. Again, as we did with our mayonnaise, we can continuously add liquid so we get more fat into the egg yolks. And certainly this is a much trickier sauce to make than mayonnaise. Because you're dealing, the reason being is you're dealing with heat and temperature. And you want to make sure that things stay of a certain temperature. So I'm just going to heat my sauce a little bit now. I just want to get a sense of, again, it's about experience, to understand when to just get a little more heat on it. And when do you do that? There's no really specific timing. I just feel that at some point I want to just put it back on a slight heat again. Just more or less as a precaution, really. So, I mean, you could break this sauce, which means that the fat's going to separate from the protein in the egg. And that would require a little bit of experience in order to bring it back. What we would do is we would completely break it, in other words, put it over high heat so that all the butter came back out of it, and it would look like curd. The egg yolk would look like curd floating in clarified butter. And then we would take a little bit of another egg yolk, a fresh egg yolk, and slowly warm that, and then drizzle the broken hollandaise sauce back into that. It takes a little bit of practice, but it's not impossible. Put a little salt. The reason is that it'll break too hot. The fat's added too quickly, doesn't have a chance to emulsify. It's too thick. There's not enough liquid in it, not enough water in it. And the viscosities, again, it's one of those individual preferences. How thick do you want your hollandaise sauce to be? You can do this ahead of time, but you have to keep it warm. You can't do it a day ahead. You can't, a couple hours ahead. As long as you keep it in a warm place, keep the temperature consistent, you'll be fine. As you can see, it's a little bit of work. Okay. I'm just going to taste it here. A little more acid to it. A little more salt. Just want to warm it up a little bit. Okay. So, a couple of things we're going to do now. Set this aside over here. We can go ahead and make our poached eggs on toast with a little bit of hollandaise sauce. That's fairly easy, straightforward. We poached our eggs. We can drain them. Okay. As again, I've told you, one of the most famous egg dishes in the world is Eggs Benedict. It would be similar to this, but with English muffin, Canadian bacon, and then, of course, the hollandaise sauce that we'd add on top of that. So this is one of those instances where I love pepper. Poached eggs on toast with hollandaise sauce. Okay, a little finishing salt. As I told you, I love to use salt. Now we want to do a little béarnaise sauce. And béarnaise sauce is, again, a classic French sauce that's made with a base of hollandaise sauce, with the addition of tarragon shallots that have been cooked down in red wine. You can see here we cooked it down to almost a confit, right? Very well cooked. We can add that to our bowl. And then we're just going to add some of our hollandaise sauce. Okay. We'll finish that with fresh chopped tarragon. This goes great with grilled meats. It's always been served with beef, but chicken, even some fish, it goes beautifully with. Now, if we want to do that and make a mousseline, which is another variation using hollandaise sauce, in this case, we have our whipped cream here. We're going to take some of our whipped cream and just add it to our hollandaise sauce. And then we have what is known in French as a mousseline. It's enriched with whipped cream. And a mousseline is used in any way that a hollandaise sauce is used, any way that a béarnaise sauce is used. Any one of the variations of the hollandaise sauce can be used the same way. See, it's a little lighter in texture, runs a little more. Flavors are as rich. Here we go. Béarnaise mousseline, hollandaise sauce, poached eggs. Life is really good. We're going to make some crème anglaise, one of my favorite sauces for dessert. Very classic, again, in terms of preparation and in terms of use. So crème anglaise is also something we make if we're going to make ice cream. So an anglaise can be turned into an ice cream as well. Here we have half and half, half cream and half milk. I've put a vanilla bean, I split a vanilla bean in half and put it inside here. Let me see if I can pull that out. There it is. So we've split a vanilla bean in half and we put that inside there. All right, so we're going to make it a vanilla crème anglaise to be exact. Now, the crème anglaise can be any flavor you want. It could be chocolate, it could be coffee, it could be caramel. Those are some of the common versions of crème anglaise, but traditionally it's vanilla. So we're heating up our cream and our milk. We have our egg yolks here, which are the binding properties of the crème anglaise. We're going to whisk those, and then we're going to whisk in our sugar. Okay. Our sugar. And I always like to put a little pinch of salt in there because, again, salt enhances flavor of even desserts. So this is a basic custard, and a custard that is used in so many different ways. Custards are. Here we have some examples of custards where we have a quiche. So that's a savory custard, again made with half and half, and eggs. No sugar, obviously. This is a traditional crème brûlée. Again, another custard that is sweet. So you can see where custards, and this is the case of a crème anglaise, custards give us a lot of versatility in different things that we can do. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and temper this. What we want to do is get our eggs so that it doesn't cook the egg right away. We start to temper it with a small amount of cream, okay, before we add it back to our pot, okay? So we're getting enough milk and cream in there to temper that. Okay, so it heats up the yolk without cooking it. All right, perfect. We'll go ahead and pour that back in to our milk and cream mixture here. We'll put that off the fire just for a second there and go ahead and get the rest of it in. Okay. Bring that back. Whisk it in nicely. I'll take my thermometer. We're going to cook it to around 185 degrees. Again, it's a medium-low heat. Being very gentle with this. Now we're going to shift our utensils to a wooden spoon. Very traditional in its preparation because creme anglaise will actually coat the back of a wooden spoon when it's finished. And again, it's all about viscosity. So, how thick do you want your creme anglaise? So make sure that you use your wooden spoon to really move your custard around. Okay? So right now we're at 130 degrees. Another 50 degrees to go. And then we're going to strain that into an ice bath to stop the cooking right away. Because again, there's carryover, and we don't want to have any carryover with our creme anglaise because it'll curdle. We certainly don't want to be serving curdled creme anglaise. Now, if it does curdle a little bit, you can then put it in a blender and try to remove some of that curdle, which will happen. So there is ways of saving it if you do overcook it slightly. But you'll learn as you do it more than once, you'll learn how to really identify when that's cooked. So we're getting up to over 150 degrees. Okay, another 25, 30 degrees to go. And see, I'm keeping it moving rather vigorously. I've got a flat bottom wooden spoon because it helps get to the bottom of our sauce pot that we're using here for this. Okay. I can smell that vanilla. In this case, we have Madagascar vanilla, which is a wonderful vanilla. There's Tahitian vanilla. There's Mexican vanilla. There's several different vanillas from different parts of the world. All of them have a little different flavor. So again, find that vanilla that you like the best. Can you use vanilla extract? Certainly. Can you use vanilla powder? Of course. We like to use vanilla bean, but you can flavor it with any vanilla you want. And again, it doesn't have to have any flavoring whatsoever. It could just be a natural creme anglaise. So I like them all. There's not one that's my favorite, I don't think. I think vanilla is a very classic and traditional flavor. So each one of them have their own nuances, and I've appreciated all of them together. The pod, once the pod is done, you can take it, you can dry it, clean it out, or rinse it off and dry it, and then put it in your sugar if you want to make a vanilla flavored sugar, vanilla perfume sugar. So we're almost there. Still not coating the back of the spoon, still not thick, but it's getting near the temperature. And it'll go relatively quickly, so you gotta kind of watch it. Again, paying attention, being aware of what you're cooking is really critical. Awareness, we've talked about the aromas, the smell, the texture of things, how important those are. And I can't tell you how wonderful this smells. The amount of sugar that we use. So, your workbook has the recipe in it. If you want to take a little bit of that sugar out, that's fine as well. It is a classic recipe, but sometimes we'll remove some of the sugar if we want to kind of think about reduction of sugar. So this would make a perfect ice cream base. You can take this and cool it down and put it in your ice cream maker and have vanilla ice cream. If we were going to flavor this with chocolate, we would have our chocolate that would be cut up in our bowl here, and as we added the hot anglaise to the bowl, it would melt the chocolate, and then you would have your chocolate anglaise. Coffee could be done by having actually coffee grounds and then straining those out. The caramel is a little more complicated. We would turn the sugar that we use as our recipe base into caramel, and then use that to flavor the anglaise. So I can feel, I can hear it, I can see it starting to thicken up on us. Starting to feel really nice, velvety. Custards are clearly some of my favorite foods to eat. The quiche is just a wonderful textural element, very satisfying, very filling. And again, something you can eat for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. We talked about eggs being so versatile. See that? Starting to really coat the back of that spoon now. So we're almost there. See that? I love this part, just watching it transform into such a wonderful sauce. And you can use this on anything. You can use this on chocolate ice cream. You could use it on a tart or a cake, anything where you want to add some rich cream to. The temperature's just about there. It's about 175 degrees. We're going to take it to 185. So look at that. Just really, very, very close, okay? There we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and strain it into the bowl. So we're pouring it over an ice bath, again, to stop that cooking immediately. You can see some of the vanilla pod has also come out of the vanilla into the sauce, which is just wonderful. We're gonna go ahead and whisk it to, again, start to chill, chilling down right away. When it cools, when it gets cold, it'll also become a little more thick, a little more viscous as it cools down. Taste it, make sure. Really, really beautiful. Beautiful flavors there. It's our creme anglaise. Your dessert sauce is ready to go. So now we get to make something out of our egg whites. We've been working with eggs all day, and finally we get to do something with just the whites, and something that is going to be sweet again. So a dessert. I love this dessert. It's made with a Swiss meringue. A Swiss meringue is something that is cooked partially to 150 degrees over a bain-marie or a double boiler with sugar, salt, and some vanilla. Okay. It's a very stable meringue. The results are going to be a baked meringue that'll have a very crispy exterior and a very soft, almost marshmallowy-like interior. Again, eggs being something that are extremely versatile and add so much, really just so much pleasure to our lives. So here we go. I'm just gonna mix that up in there. The egg whites. Okay, over our double boiler. We got a digital thermometer here. We're going to take that to, again, to 150 degrees. That'll take a few minutes. Just be patient. We're cooking, remember, with cooking we always have to be patient. It's a process. And it's a process that we all should really enjoy, because the result of any recipe or any technique that you're using should be something that is a pleasure to enjoy with your friends, with your family. So I'm not a pastry chef. We have pastry chefs at our restaurants, but I do like working with sweets now and then. This is something that's very simple, even for me. turning that off the fire just for a second, just so I get a true reading here. Okay, we have 156 degrees. We're going to go ahead and put that in our mixing bowl. Okay, we'll set that in there just because we're going to use that later. We want to have some really hot water when we begin to work the meringue later on. Okay, make sure it's secure, especially that to the back. Okay, safety is very important. Put our whisk on it, bring it up, and start to whisk it. We're going to add our 10x sugar, or our powdered sugar, or sometimes known as icing sugar or confection sugar. Okay. Run that down just a little bit for fear of it splashing up. Okay, get all that good sugar in there. There we go. We'll go ahead and bring it back down here. Get that sugar all incorporated in there. Now start to that's on full speed now. We're going to go ahead and make the meringue. In the meantime, we want to heat up our oven to 180 degrees. That's the temperature that we're going to bake our meringues at. We have our Silpat, one of those tools of refinement that we talked about, kind of portable Teflon. And that's what we're going to bake our meringues on. Got our cannelling spoon, in other words, our spoon that we're going to take our meringue out of our bowl and place them on our Silpat. It's going to take about 10 or 15 minutes until the meringue actually starts to increase in volume, become very shiny, and cook through the sugar and as well as the heat. You can see that really starting to thicken up in there. The process of the heat, the sugar, and of course the whipping. Okay, you can see nice, shiny. Very beautiful. That's how it holds peaks. See that? That's kind of what we're looking for, okay? I'll go ahead and remove my machine. I got some more room to work. What I'm going to do first is to scrape all of my meringue to one side. Okay. Very hot spoon. patient. Drop it on there. Yep. There we go. We can make sure that we clean off those spoons each time. Hot water. So the heat of the water is going to help that meringue release from the spoon. It's very sticky. It's got a lot of sugar in it. And then, of course, the egg white itself. You have to use very, very, very hot water. And try to do it as quickly as possible. Get that off of there. Let that come up. There we go. That's probably the best one I've done. I'm going to then just keep us an area here where we can get our face of our spoon on that meringue. There we go. Now I'm getting the hang of it. See, it just takes practice. The more you practice, the better you get. There we go. Okay, so there we have our 6 meringues ready to go in the oven. So I mentioned before, it's 180 degrees for about 45 minutes. Now, what can you do with the leftover meringue? Make s'mores. Get some graham crackers and some chocolate and layer that meringue between there. Kids will love it. They're beautifully set. They've dulled out a little bit because they've dried out, so which is nice. You can see that. I'm gonna go ahead and crack one here on the sill pad so we can see the quality of the cooking of this. Oh yeah, look at that. So you've got that creaminess, marshmallow-like meringue on the interior, and that's exactly what you want. You want to break through the crust to get to that, okay? So you've got that nice crispy exterior, and then that soft, creamy meringue interior, which is just beautiful. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and just give it a little bit of color. Get our torch to work, there we go. Just to highlight those peaks a little bit. Okay. A little highlighting around, become an artist here a little bit. A meringue artist. I'm gonna go ahead and dust that with a little confectioner sugar, icing sugar. Okay. Go ahead and then we have some beautiful fruit. We have some Santa Maria strawberries here, which are just lovely. They've been macerated with a little bit of strawberry coulis. Some strawberry puree. We have some beautiful white fraise de bois. Fraise de bois is a strawberry from the woods. So these we actually grow in our garden across the street, so they're not actually from the woods, but the variety is fraise de bois. They come in white or red. And then some lovely Santa Maria strawberries also from the garden. And a little bit of our beautiful creme anglaise. Just to finish. And I love to put a little citrus on it, so we're going to take our microplaner, a little bit of lime here. Some lime zest just to liven that up. And again, just continue to turn so I'm not driving into the pith there. And then our baked Swiss meringue with strawberries. Eggs, and even more eggs. So we're gonna do some boiling of eggs. Something that is done in so many different ways. I'm sure you can go on the internet and find a dozen different ways to be able to find successful ways of boiling your eggs. I'm going to show you the way that I do it, which works for me every day because I eat 2 eggs every morning for breakfast. And to begin boiling eggs, I just take my eggs from the refrigerator. I don't even temper them. I'll go ahead and place them in my sauce pot and then cover them with water. It doesn't matter what temperature your water is. It's all a matter of having the timing begin once the water starts to boil, okay? I'll put it over high heat and then just monitor that. It should take about maybe 4 minutes with this amount of water, of course, to come up to a boil. Then I'll turn it down to a rolling boil, and I'll let that go for anywhere from 5 minutes to 7 minutes. In the morning when I eat my eggs at home with the burners that I have, with the BTUs, the size of pot, 5 minutes gives me a nice creamy egg yolk, which I like. I could take it 6 minutes, in my condition, and have that be a hard-boiled egg. That's what we're going to do. We're going to let that go. You can cover it if you want to. I don't really cover it because I can't watch it come to a boil. So for me, I have a lot of confidence in just being able to be in my kitchen, making something else, preparing a piece of toast, whatever, so that I can have my eggs, and just listening. Again, this is very important, awareness. I can be doing something not even facing my stove, and I can actually hear when that water starts to come up to a simmer, and then obviously when it comes up to a boil. So being aware in your kitchen, as we've spoke about, is very important. I think it's important for you at home to be able to experiment. So take an egg, put it in one of your sauce pots, cover it with water, and then bring it up to a boil, and then time it for 4 minutes for the first one. Then try one at 5 minutes, and then 6 minutes, and see where it is that you are happy with the quality or with the doneness of the egg that you're making during that specific time. Also, the volume of eggs, the number of eggs is important as well. So, 3 eggs, 4 eggs, 5 eggs, 8 eggs, 12 eggs, 24 eggs. If you're making a large recipe of egg salad, for example, the times will gradually go up for that cooking time. I don't do anything to the egg when I put it in the water. It comes out of the refrigerator, it goes right in there. There's no pricking, there's no special attention paid to the egg other than making sure that it's a fresh egg and that we're getting it into our water and just covering it. Again, I don't have to cover it by abundance. I just want to cover it maybe by a half an inch. Again, the amount of water, the volume of water is going to actually define how long it takes to come to a boil. So we just want to be able to do that as quickly as we possibly can. So you can see our water is starting to come to a simmer here. I've got my timer. So as soon as that water comes to a boil, I'll turn it down and hit my timer for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, I'm going to quickly drain the hot water, just chill them down with some cold water for a moment, and then we're ready to crack and peel. There we go. That's our 5 minutes for our eggs. I'm just gonna drain this a little bit. Some cold water over it. Okay. I have a bowl of cold water here that I can help peel it with. Now the thing to make sure that you get is the skin that's right underneath that egg shell. Okay, that little film. If you don't get the film to stay connected to the shell, then you're going to have a problem peeling your eggs. This one's coming right off. Very simple. There we go. So I'll show you the 3 differences between our soft-boiled egg, our hard-boiled egg, and then we just cook this one to death to show you if you overcook an egg, you'll get the green color around the yolk, and that's from the iron and the sulfur. The iron that's in the yolk and the sulfur that's in the white are reacting it to that long cooking time and resulting in a green band around the egg, and you don't want that to happen. So this is our soft-boiled egg. This was cooked for about 4 minutes. You can see how creamy it is inside. Isn't that beautiful? But the white is very pronounced. And then the egg that I just cooked. Right? Which is a perfectly cooked hard-boiled egg. Again, you see that. And then, of course, the thing that we never want to do is that. You can see that. I'll just turn that over. It becomes more apparent. You can see that green color that happens around between the yolk and the white, and that's something we want to avoid. For me, in the morning, I'll just take a little bit of olive oil and a little bit of my favorite salt. There it is. Eggs. Scrambled eggs, something we've been eating since we were kids, I believe. And of course, there's really no wrong way to make scrambled eggs. At least I don't think so. I think that pretty much any way that you like them is good. But I'm going to show you a couple techniques. One which is the way my mother made scrambled eggs, and one way which I learned in France. So we're going to begin by cracking our eggs. Okay. And again, I want to crack them now separately so that if I get any shell in it, I'm not digging through the whole thing. All right. Perfect. Do you have to do that? You don't have to do that. I was taught to do that as a young chef, so it's something that's habitual for me. Again, the shells, we just want to avoid any shell contamination. So if I got a piece in, I would just fish it out. Yeah, stick your finger in, run it around, and try to trap it against the side and pull it out. And that's why I prefer doing this. Okay. So those are our eggs there. So traditionally, again, knowing what we used to know, we would do this, right? Which is perfectly fine for scrambled eggs. One method that we employ now is with a whisk. Okay, you have much more action with the whisk than you do with the prongs of a fork. Okay. A little bit of salt is always helpful now. Get that seasoning going. And since we're working on refinement, I'm going to pass it through a china cap. or a chinois tamis, one of our tools of refinement. So this would also, I mean, if there's any particles left in there, or if you had an eggshell that you couldn't get out, this is the perfect way to solve that problem. Okay. The little chalazi that's there as well, that little white membrane that the egg white and the egg yolk are attached to, this help gets that out as well. So we can just see what we got here, and I'll show you as soon as we get it out. Is this necessary? No, it's just a form of refinement. Another, even taking it further, and I don't have it here, is putting it all in a blender and just blending it and then passing it through. See, you can see some little white particles that get trapped against the chinois. So that's just some things. That's that chalazi that we broke apart. It doesn't really puree like the white or the yolk does. Okay? So I'm going to make a traditional, what we call a traditional American scrambled egg. Okay, we use a non-stick saute pan. Now, however I'm cooking my eggs, I always want to try to treat them as gently as possible. Remember, they are eggs. And a violent heat on egg is not a very good thing to do. So really low. It doesn't really take that long. It takes a little longer to get us started. But once they start, get the temperature is fairly easy. Butter, oil, whatever your preference is, to use as that fat, you can. The amount of butter is, use as little or as much as you like. Okay. Go ahead and add my eggs. Okay. And then we're just going to let that sit going like that until it starts to set, and then we'll slightly scramble them. Now we could add a little bit of creme fraiche at the end, and I'll show you that, so it gets a little creamier, makes it a little richer, stops the eggs from continuing to cook, because there's that carryover. We all know that, or maybe we don't all know, but you reach a temperature that coagulates the egg. It'll continue to cook even after you take it off of the fire. So remember that. You can stop it in two ways. You can stop it with putting a bit of cream in there, or in this case, creme fraiche. You can stop it by putting a little more chilled butter in there, or you can just stop it by removing it from the heat before it's to the stage that you want it to be cooked. I like my eggs soft, meaning that they're a little runny, but not too much. Some people like their eggs hard, which means they're cooked completely hard. It's really, again, a personal preference for you. So you can start to see that? Okay. So again, I've got a rubber spatula here. And I use the rubber spatula because I don't want to in any way damage my beautiful non-stick saute pan here. And again, I can remove it from the heat, put it back on the heat, depending on how fast they're cooking. Again, we want to treat them very, very gently, so I always want to treat my eggs to a low heat. Does that look familiar? Something that you made before, or something that your mother made when you were a child? We always treat our eggs gently. So that's why we always cook eggs low and slow. So that's kind of how I like my eggs. So you can see they're just a little runny. And I would just add a drop of creme fraiche to it. That helps to arrest the cooking. So it's just brioche that we've lightly sauteed with butter, actually. Getting our eggs. There we go. Our scrambled eggs in a very classic way. Now, when I was in France, I learned how to make scrambled eggs a little more like a porridge, if you will. So this time we're going to use a little more butter than last. Okay. We're going to add our eggs. Okay. Always, 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 always over gentle heat. Then we're going to use our whisk. So of course it keeps the eggs moving, helps emulsify that butter in. And we want to cook them very slow. It's not really necessary to wait for the butter to melt. It's not about the butter acting as a fat to prevent any kind of sticking. Remember, we are in a stainless steel pot here, and there's no non-stick surface. So what's going to prevent it from sticking is the action of us moving it. But at the end of the day, there'll be a little bit of egg that gets stuck to it. Okay? So you can see the butter's already starting to melt, which means the temperature's coming up. This is called œuf brouillé. Okay, so scrambled eggs in French. Les œufs brouillés. Of course, it requires a little more effort, paying a little more attention to what you're doing. And the curd will be very, very, very small. Where the curd here is rather large, the curd here is going to be very, very small. This sabayon pot is perfect for that because there are no corners for egg to get stuck in. I'm trying to really control that heat as I see the egg starting to set. I want to just cool it down a little bit again. I can't stress enough the importance of treating eggs gently. After all, it is an egg. We all came from eggs. So we're going to be very gentle, very respectful of the egg. I can start to see the curd forming on the bottom, go throughout the egg yolk, the egg. So you can start to see it coagulating now a little better. All right. Keeping that egg nice, keeping that yolk or that curd so small, and it become a porridge-like. Any eggs that you're I shouldn't say any eggs, but scrambled eggs, you certainly want to be making at the last minute. It's not something you can do ahead of time. Nor is there any need to do it ahead of time. If you don't have, 5 to 10 minutes to scramble an egg in the morning, then probably find something else to eat. It's not a huge amount of effort, and the resulting appreciation and experience that you have with eggs is really quite wonderful. So we're getting to that point now where we got good. Turn off the heat. How do you know it's done? Okay, well, you can look at it so you can see that I've got small curd, but at the same time, it's pulling away from the sides and pulling away from the bottom. So I'm just going to finish with a little more butter and then a little bit of cream. Creme fraiche, and this time I want to put my parsley right into my eggs. Okay. Turn the heat back on just for a second longer. Bring it back up. It's very custard-like, if you will. These are my favorite. Again, a few brioche soldiers in there. Eggs brie. Les œufs brie. Those have been sitting there for about 5 or 6 minutes. They're still warm, and they're still creamy. Of course, these will be, see that? See how that carryover heat almost sets it? If you let that sit there, it just almost sets it. Almost like a custard. Refined scrambled eggs, classic scrambled eggs. Poaching eggs, something that I think a lot of people are apprehensive about, but something that is a very simple technique. And certainly the result of a beautifully poached egg is something that's not only very elegant, but certainly very satisfying. So we have a rather large volume of water here, and that's what you need. You need something of height that's going to be able to poach that egg, or at least set the white as the egg is dropping through, or as we're going to create a vortex as well. So we'll have two different actions on the egg whites to help set it, one spinning around and one the egg white falling through. We're going to add some distilled vinegar to our boiling water, and that distilled vinegar, it will help set the protein in the egg white a little quicker, okay? Now, we need to be careful how much vinegar we add. We don't want to add too little or too much, so we just need to get it there where we can actually taste it. And so the quantity is really about just having a little bit of an acidic taste to it, okay? Yep, letting that come back to a simmer quickly. Set that over there. We'll crack our eggs. Again, I'll crack them into the bowls before I place them into the water, just in case I get a little bit of a shell in there, okay? Beautiful. Or in case I break the yolk. You know, those things happen. We have here an ice bath. And that ice bath we have there to cool the egg down in case we want to poach them ahead of time. Poaching them ahead of time is certainly very convenient if you're making poached eggs for, you know, your entire family. And then we can just, after they're poached, we'll trim them and we just dip them back into hot water for 30 seconds, 45 seconds to bring them back to temperature, and then serve them. Okay, there's our water's boiling. We're going to create a vortex by just spinning around. And again, the vortex creates a movement in the water that, with it falling through and the water spinning, it helps to envelop that egg, helps set that egg white around the egg yolk. Okay. Boom. Okay. Now you want to be careful how many eggs you're trying to poach at one time as well. Obviously, we don't want to poach too many because that'll reduce the temperature of the water too much, and as well as it'll eliminate the spin on the water, the vortex on the water. So we're just going to turn that down now to just a simmer. Okay. And let that gently poach. Okay, so the water is now just barely moving. Okay. If you have a thermometer, you'd be about 180 to 185 degrees in there. Now, people say, how long do I poach my egg? Well, you poach until it's done. And you're going to have to get used to testing that and feeling the doneness, depending on how runny you want your yolk. And so that's all, again, personal preferences. And we talk about cooking, we talk about doing this over and over and over again so that we get used to the timing, the temperature, the feel, the sound, the smell, and of course, finally, the flavor. So all those things are very important, okay? So practice, practice, practice. Okay, Just going to remove some of this, the excess white that's formed on the top that fell off of the egg right away. So we certainly want to have the white to be set before we remove them so that it protects the yolk. So again, it's just making sure that you're able to feel it and feel the firmness of the white being set before the yolk's set. Okay, we need a couple more minutes there. Gentle, gentle, gentle. So we're cooking our eggs gently here. So poached eggs. Poached eggs on brioche, which we're going to do here. Poached eggs on toast. One of the most famous eggs dishes in the world is Eggs Benedict. Poached egg on an English muffin with bacon and then hollandaise sauce. I don't recommend, I mean, you can eat them cold if you like. A cold soft-boiled eggs are good to eat. If you like that cold, runny yolk. If you don't, then I would suggest always eating them warm. Okay, so almost there. Another 30 seconds I'll give them. I'm feeling just for the doneness of the white. So the density of the white is very important. I want to feel a give in the yolk, so I know that my yolk is still running, but I want that white completely set. So that's what I'm feeling for in this. And again, that's going to come from experience. There we go. One poached egg. Now that we've cooled down. This one, you know, if you're going to serve them right away, you can just go right to a drain towel, scissors, just to trim. And I'm just trimming off the very thin white that has come to the surface. And there we go. You can see here how that the plunging of the yolk into the water helps that egg white now envelop the yolk. And you can see it here with the little kind of little ripples in my egg white. Okay. There's one egg. Now, if I wanted to reheat this one, so I've chilled it down. Now it's easy to manage. I can just trim it like this. Right? Boom. Again, you know, very nicely cooked egg. Now, I'm looking for temperature here. You can start to see, and this is something that you want to try to avoid. You can start to see little air pockets here, just a few. That's because when it went in, the water certainly was boiling, and when you do that, you create these little divots in your egg. So if you can avoid that, that's what you want to be able to do. Okay, so we're going to put this egg back in the water. Okay. So the gentleness of the cooking of the egg will result in a perfectly smooth egg white. Now, this was probably the first egg that went in, so the water was very violent on it and created those little divots. Here, the water was certainly less hot, so we've got a perfectly smooth egg white. Okay? Okay, so now that I've done that, now it's hot again. Just making sure. So we want to be able to cook our eggs ahead of time, and how long can you hold them in water? You know, you can hold them for quite some time, but I wouldn't recommend more than a couple hours. Okay? So you can see these little divots right here. Oh, these little divots right in here, right, which are little pockets, okay, from the heat. Okay, there we go. So let's just see how we did here with this egg yolk, okay? Look at that. You can see the egg white set through and through, and my egg yolk is running. Perfectly poached egg in about 3 or 4 minutes. A Sunday omelet. Who doesn't love an omelet on Sunday? And I'm sure all of you have been to brunches and you stand in the line with the buffet, and there's that young chef at the end who's got 2 burners, and he's banging out omelets as quick as he can and making sure that they're done in a couple minutes. He's got an assortment of ingredients in front of him: mushrooms, peppers, spinach, onions, cheese, you know, of 3 or 4 different varieties, stuffing the omelet with whatever your heart's desire. And those are fine. Even when I first started cooking an omelet, my brother Joseph, and this was way back when, taught me that you heat up a good amount of oil in a black steel saute pan, which means it got really, really ripping hot very quickly. You whip your eggs and then you put it in there and you watch that thing souffle up because of the egg whites, and cook it as quick as you can, and as high as heat as you can. Fill it, turn it over, and send it out. Well, it looked really beautiful when you sent it out because the egg whites were holding the air, but within a couple of moments it just flattened out and looked horrible. It was all pockmarked. It was burnt or brown in some areas, and we don't really want that with an omelet. We want our omelets to be kind of beautiful, silken, of a consistent color, which is that beautiful golden egg. We don't want to have any of those heat marks in it where we feel like we've treated it too high of an intensity of heat. So, slow has kind of been my mantra all along about eggs, and then we'll continue with the omelet here. So we're going to show you how to scramble eggs a little differently. And this time we're going to use an immersion blender. So we could do, classically with a fork. We could do it with a whisk. We could do it with an immersion blender, or go to a full-blown blender. Again, we're going to crack one egg at a time. Put it in our canister. I've got my 8-inch nonstick saute pan here. I've got a little bit of creme fraiche because I wanted to have a little bit of creme fraiche down the center after I cook it. And then chopped Fiends herb. And Fiends herb consists of chervil, parsley, a little tarragon, and chives. So that's for the first thing. Okay, so that's, sorry, I'm going to go there. Okay, set that there for a moment. And then, okay, so no eggshells, which is great. Have our eggs there in our immersion blender. We're going to go ahead and blend that. Try to do this it's a little awkward. Okay. So this, we blended our eggs. I want to give you an opportunity to see several different ways of scrambling or blending eggs. So this is a wonderful way. If you have an immersion blender, they work in many different ways as well. So we'll just set that down there. We're going to take our strainer here. Go ahead and pass it through our strainer again. Those tools of refinement we talk about went right through there. Okay, let's set that on the side. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and start our omelet. So right now I'm going to butter my pan, and I'm using a beurre pommade, which is a butter that really has the texture, the viscosity of a mayonnaise. So we just let that come to room temperature a little bit and mix it up. So we've been able to use our our pastry brush here, just to brush the interior of our nonstick saute pan. Okay. We put that on a very, very low heat. We want to, again, I can't stress enough how important it is to use as low a heat as possible to prepare our eggs, in this case, our omelet. We're going to just heat that up. We're going to pour our eggs into our pan. Now I've got two tools here I'm going to use, which is a rubber spatula and then an offset palette knife. I'm going to watch that set just for a second. Then we're going to take it and put it in the oven, which may be something that's unusual for you, is putting it in an oven. But this allows us to cook it again gently on both the surface as well as the bottom. Okay? So we want to watch that set. And this just takes a couple moments. Okay, very low heat, gentle. This will result in a creamy omelet, creamy eggs. Okay, so you can see it's just starting to set there, right on that edge. You feel that? You see that? Okay. So when it does that, we can also see it around the edge as well. So we've got a nice set omelet there. We've got the bottom that's set, gently cooked, We're gonna put it in our oven, and again, it's a low oven. The temperature, we have it around 250, okay? And that'll probably take about 4 minutes in the oven like that. So it's been about 3-4 minutes in the oven. We're gonna take it out. You can see it started to set on the top. It's still creamy inside. Okay. In this case, we're gonna take our creme fraiche first. Just lightly rub it down the center. The quality of the egg, the way it's cooked, you can see it's just set. Raffine's herb. A little bit of finishing salt in the center. And then we can roll it into itself here. You can see that beautiful color there. Now, if we were at the restaurant, we put it on our cutting board and just cut the ends off to trim them so they're nicely presentable and finished. But just because we're doing this at home, we don't have to do that. Okay, we have our omelet there. Go ahead and brush it with a little bit of beurre pomade just to finish and give us a nice little sheen. Okay. Again, a little bit of herbs right down the center there. Reinforce that flavor that's on the inside. Now, of course, if you were adding other ingredients to the interior, that's when you would do it when you pulled it out of the oven. And that's when you can add your other ingredients, mushrooms, for example, onions, peppers, ham, cheese, okay? And finishing salt on top. And there we have our omelet. Food to me is about emotions, about memories, about the reaction to food that we've had in the past and about the gratification about making our own food. And for me, there's nothing more gratifying than making pasta. A few simple ingredients, eggs, flour, oil, salt, a little milk, to be able to make several different styles of pasta, whether it's a shape, whether it's a noodle, or whether it's a stuffed pasta. It's going to make pasta ahead of time so that you can enjoy the gratification of your work, and your family can enjoy the gratification of your work throughout the week coming up. Convenience is in pasta. There's so many things that we can have in our larder that can marry very well with pasta. If you just have some cheese in your refrigerator, a little bit of butter, a little bit of olive oil and some pepper, some breadcrumbs. These are very simple dishes, but at the same time, they touch a place inside of you that really ignites those emotional connection to food. So pasta for me is something that is extremely important. Even though I'm considered a French chef, pasta has a place in my heart from my childhood. So in this upcoming class, we're gonna learn how to make egg pasta. And we like egg pasta as our basic foundation for any pasta that we're going to make from that. We're not really going to touch on extruded pasta because that requires some investment in some heavy-duty equipment. But we can make almost anything we want with egg pasta and the fun what we have with that. So we'll be making some agnolotte or a stuffed pasta. We'll be making a shaped pasta in cavatelli. We're going to be making a fun dish with using a ghittara or spaghetti. And then, of course, we can cut fettuccine, linguine with our pasta sheets. I'm not opposed to buying dried pasta. There are some wonderful dried pastas available for you out there. So if it's even more convenient to buy dried pasta to kind of fill in those moments when you don't have the time to make pasta, then by all means, I'm sure that you'll be able to find some great pastas in your local markets. Another one we're going to make is gnocchi. Gnocchi made with potatoes. Is it technically a pasta? No, it's more of a dumpling. But at the same time, it's one of those things that we can make ahead of time and then freeze and have that as convenience for those days in the week when we don't have a lot of time to spend at the stove, but we want to eat something fresh, something that we've made, something that we have contributed our skills and our knowledge and really our love for. So one of the great things about pasta is the challenges that you'll face working with it. I mean, the dough is fairly simple. Again, it's very simple ingredients with 5 ingredients that are readily available from the market. Making the dough is relatively easy. Even rolling out the dough with a hand crank machine or an electric machine is relatively easy. The fun part comes into shaping. Making a stuffed pasta, making an agnolotte, for example, and how the intricacies of that work and the magical form that it takes as you're cutting it. To me, it's just something that's so much fun. The cavatelli, rolling it off the back of a gnocchi board, pressing down on that and seeing that shape actually come to life. Is so much fun. Using the guitarra, I mean, the kids love this because you can play with it as a musical instrument at the same time you're making a beautiful spaghetti. The gnocchi, baking those potatoes, mixing that when it's still warm, and that suppleness that you feel, and the challenge that you have in making it as quickly as possible so that you don't lose or so that you don't create more gluten in the dough, which would result in the toughness. So that challenge of speed, being able to do that. Learning how to cut tagliatelle and linguine, or any shape that you want, is so much fun and so gratifying. So what I want to do is be able to challenge you to make sure that you have the tools necessary, but really it's going to be about your ability to acquire the skills. The skills really take time. So don't rush yourself. Be patient, but be persistent with your techniques as it relates to pasta. Pasta, something that I think we all really love, something I really enjoy making because it gives me an opportunity to really kind of play with the food, if you will. And it's something that we've been eating since we were kids. I want to do today a very simple pasta dough, which can be used for several different varieties, whether we're doing filled pasta, whether we're doing rolled pasta, or whether we're doing noodles, fettuccine, or spaghetti. We have 500 grams here of Tipo 00, which is a flour that's milled to the finest possible consistency. We have 500 grams here, which is where we want to start. And I'm just going to carve a little bit of that out because we're dealing with agricultural products here, and sometimes flour has a certain amount of water in it. So depending on the environment, it could have anywhere from 2% to 3%, 4% of water. So I'm just going to take a little bit out of the side for now. We may or may not add that back into our finished recipe, okay? We want to make sure that the consistency of the dough is what we're trying to achieve in this case. The idea of using all-purpose flour that's readily available here in the States is probably not a good idea. It's not milled to the same fine particles as it is in Tipo 00. So we're going to make a little well here. We have 250 grams of egg yolks, and then of course one more egg yolk plus an egg white. That's probably around 14 or 15 yolks, maybe 16 yolks, depending on the size of the egg. When I first learned how to make pasta on my trip to Italy, one of the things I was learning was a lot of chefs would be bragging about the amount of egg yolks they can get into their pasta. And I thought this was quite curious, whether somebody would say I get 14 egg yolks into my 500 grams of flour, another would 17, 18, 20, I think was the highest. And I thought that very curious. And I realized after going to a couple of the restaurants and working in them that it was not necessarily the amount of egg yolks, it was the size of the yolk that they were talking about. It was always around 250 grams, but you know, the smaller the yolk, the more you need. And so it was a bragging right to say I could get 20 egg yolks in my pasta, but knowing that it was the same quantity or the same weight as the as 14 or 15 yolks. Break my egg white and my last egg yolk into here. I'm going to add some olive oil, which gives it a little bit of suppleness. And then a little bit of milk. The egg white helps give it some strength. So we always want to put an egg white in there in this recipe. It helps give it that consistency, that binding power that egg whites often do. And then our little salt. Okay, we're going to start. I just start with 2 fingers. Start mixing that in and bringing my flour in a little bit at a time. Pooling it. Starting to make a very liquid dough here. This is something that, you know, kids love to do, so I encourage you to get your children involved. To form a Play-Doh. In fact, I'm sure that's where Play-Doh came from. Somebody making pasta. You can see how bright yellow or orange that those yolks are, and those are those Jadori hens that we like so much for this dough. Our pasta is a dough. Sometimes we don't really think of it like that. And there's 2 types of pasta. There's pasta made with eggs, which we're doing now, and then there's just the pasta made with water and flour. So when we have a nice uniformed mixture there that we feel comfortable, we can bring in the flour a little faster. We'll start using our bench scraper here. It's a great little tool. Keeps us nice and neat and clean. Put that on the side there a little bit so we don't get that confused. Now, can you do this in a machine? You can, if you have a machine that's powerful enough. We'll do this sometimes at the restaurant in our food processors, which are pretty powerful. And the way we do that is we'll mix our dough in our food processor, and it won't bind together like we're doing right now. It's almost in granules, and then we'll take that and we'll compress it in a sous vide machine. And that compression will do the kneading that we're doing right here, right now. So when we're kneading with the heel of our hand. Okay, that's where we get the most pressure as well as the most surface contact. Oh. So I'm going to kind of scrape my hands here now a little bit. It's feeling really, really good, really tight. A few more turns. Now, not only does the water content of the flour kind of dictate how much liquid your dough will take, but also the humidity in the air. So if you live in a very dry part of the country, you may be using less flour. If you live in a very humid part of the country, or it's a very humid time of year, you may be using more. So again, it's really about texture that you're looking for and feel. And you can do that in a number of different ways. Again, one of my fondest memories was my trip to Piemonte. And I would wake up early in the morning from jet lag, and we'd go down and make pasta with the grandmother, or the nonna. And she would make dough every day. And she didn't necessarily have a recipe. She would put her eggs in it. I'm sure she counted her eggs. We would make it together. And then she would touch the pasta. And then she would touch her earlobe. And that was the feeling that she wanted her pasta dough to have, was the same suppleness of her earlobe. So I'm just using my dough to kind of capture all these other little remnants here. And you can see we're not really going to need to use this part of our flour here. Now, it has much more work to do to get to the point where we're going to be able to use it as a filling pasta or a noodle pasta. But right now, we have the basis for any of the recipes that we're going to be making. So what it'll tell you how much flour you can put in, or how much of this extra flour you want to be able to put in there, is just the way it feels. And you can see where I can make these indentations. And they spring back a little bit. The pasta is pretty dense. And I think, from my experience, it's right where we want it to be. There we go. Take a Ziploc bag. Then we're going to refrigerate it for at least 4 to 5 hours, or as much time as overnight. This pasta should last for several days in the refrigerator. We want to let it rest so that that gluten that we've worked really hard on has a chance to relax, so that we roll it out. It's not a springy dough and not trying to be elastic and spring back together again. So now that we've made our basic pasta dough, I want to turn that into one of my favorite dishes, which is called agnolotte. Agnolotte is a pasta that's filled with a farce or a stuffing in the same way that a ravioli is. They both come from around the same regions, that central part of Italy. Agnolotte is more familiar with Piemonte. I spent time in Piemonte, and learning how to make agnolotte was something that was not only a lot of fun, but something that's been part of our restaurant's history since we've opened. So that's our dough. It's rested now for, this is actually rested overnight, which is fine. You can see how beautiful it looks. When we press it, this is a very good test. When we press it, the indentation stays. It doesn't bounce back. If you remember, when we made our pasta and I was pressing it, we had a little bit of elasticity to it, and that was that gluten. So. And that's just a really beautiful dough. It's supple, it has some give to it. So when we're making a pasta that we're stuffing, we want to have a little give to it. But before I get to rolling out our dough and our sheets, I want to fill our pastry bag with our stuffing or our farce. In this case, we've done an English pea farce. and it's actually just a puree of peas. You'll find it in our recipe workbook. The great thing about this pea farce is that I've used in frozen peas, and that may sound a little strange to you, being a chef using something that's frozen, but we find that frozen peas are the most consistent and, for the most part, the most flavorful. Our pea season is very short. When you get those beautiful, tiny, really early spring peas, when they're nice and sweet. Well, you know, our food companies have been able to harvest mass quantities of those and actually freeze them. So using frozen peas is fine for me. It also gives us the opportunity to use pea farce year-round if we want to. Other things that I think are year-round vegetables are really wonderful for farces are actually frozen corn, if you will. Again, something that they've mastered in terms of freezing. We use potatoes year-round or mushrooms year-round. So we're gonna go ahead and fill our pastry bag here. One of the things that we wanna do is first put our tip in. And you can see this tip is about a ½ inch in diameter. And so that's where the size of the annulate, the filling, is defined by the size of your opening. You can make it smaller, you can make it bigger. It would all define the size of the finished annulate. So we'll go ahead here. Got my tip in, take my scissors and just cut that at that area. Okay, yep, just need a little more. Okay, goes inside. We're gonna go ahead and use this bain-marie as a frame so we can get our farce in there easily without a lot of. There we go. You can see the consistency of that. It's creamy, but yet it holds together very, very well. It'll help you at home doing it this way. Obviously, in our restaurants, we can hold that in our hands and fill it the same way. The filling is coming out of the refrigerator, so it's cold, which makes it easy to work with. We don't ever want to use hot fillings to do our pasta because it's going to damage the dough. We have our bench scraper again, which is a very useful tool. We're just going to go ahead and scrape that down. Okay, cleaning it up as we go. You don't want to lose any of that wonderful farce there. There we go. Our pea farce, ready to go. So we're just gonna hold it here for now. And then we're gonna start to roll out our dough. There's several machines that you can purchase at home. We have what we use in our restaurant here. It gives us an opportunity to have a wide range of diameter in the thickness. So it really gives us an opportunity to start very thick and then wind it down or continue to compress it to the thickness of the final dough that we want. This is something that you may be familiar with. This is an attachment for one of the home machines. They have smaller ones that look like this that are hand cranked. This happens to be electric, so it's really a wonderful machine for us in our restaurants. There are recommendations in the workbook, so you can look at that and see what's most available for you. So we're gonna go ahead and cut off a piece of our dough here. Okay. I always work with small amounts because we don't want it to dry out on us, especially when we're making a dough especially when we're making something that is stuffed, because the stuffing, as you'll see in a moment, needs to have dough that is supple and has some give to it, some flexibility. All right. We want to keep as little bit of flour on it as possible. I'll just put a little bit on the board here, a little bit on the, and this is our all-purpose flour here, so which is fine. We'll start turning on our machine. And I'm starting at the thickest setting, and I'm just gonna feed that dough in there. The machine will do the work. I'm gonna fold it over And this is where it's really getting kneaded again. We talk about kneading the dough. You can't really knead it by hand because it's just so tough. But having it go through the machine several times gives it some flexibility and much of that kneading that's happening to really compress and bring that dough together. Taking it down a little bit each time. Now, this is where I'm looking for a feel. I want it to feel almost like a suede or a velour, very, very smooth. I want to do that again. So we'll run it through 3 or 4 times where we continue to take it to a thinner point, fold it together, and then start back at a thicker point. Again, the compression of the dough is really important. Back out to the thickest part. Starting to go again. Compression. You notice I'm not putting a lot of flour on it. It doesn't really need flour at this point, so keeping as much flour off of it as possible. Because the more flour you add, the more flour goes into your dough. Back out, this will be the last time. Actually, let's do it once more. Okay. It's all about the way it feels, that smooth, the sheen that I get on it from continually compressing it over and over again. I get a little shininess there, which is what I'm looking for. And again, you see the color. It's a beautiful golden orange. Again, you can use regular eggs, but it's not going to have the same color. Okay. Now, little by little, I'm taking it down. You can still, I still haven't added any flour to it. It's feeling really wonderful texturally. I've got good width on it. It's important to remember, we want to have it as wide as we can make it in the machine. If it gets too wide, the only solution for that is to actually cut it. So you want to try to, again, work with your experience. I just want a little bit of flour on there. I'll brush off some of that excess. Because again, all that flour is going to become part of the dough now. And you can start to actually see transparency in that. You can start to see my fingers. And I'm taking it twice at each thickness, just to make sure that I'm treating it gently and not forcing it too much. Look at that, it's starting to really be beautiful now. There's something magical about making pasta. The thinness is really dependent on what you're trying to achieve. So with the annulate, I'm just going to take it a little bit thinner here, but that transparency is feeling good. It's still supple. Look at that. Okay. We got a very light coating of flour on our board here, our pasta board. Okay. Go ahead and lay down our sheet. I'm just going to trim it. I have a pasta roller here. It's a serrated one, so you can see where it gives us a nice serrated cut. So right now I'm just going, I want to make sure that I have enough space to roll my agnolotte, to add, actually to lay down my farce, okay? Here we go. This is the fun part. Well, it's all actually fun. So when you're using a pastry bag, you want to make sure that you have the ability to have it in your palm of your hand so you can apply equal pressure. Many times what I'll do is I'll try to get my palm even closer than what the farce is allowing me to do. So I'll make a little separation there so that I'm really in control of it. You know, again, being in control of it. Like our knives, we want to be as close to the end as possible. We want to be able to be in total control of that, okay? So I'm going to lay down my rope of farce, and I'm pressing lightly, and I'm not moving very quickly because I want it just to drop down onto the dough. So I'm not stretching it at all. In other words, I'm not pulling on the farce or the stuffing, just letting it fall out of the bag with equal pressure going all the way down my sheet of pasta. Stop there. Then I'll take my dough, fold it over what I've laid down, give me about a ½ inch. Then I'll start to compress with my thumb. First lightly. Okay? What I'm doing is I'm compressing that filling into the dough. At the same time, pressuring straight down. So back and down at the same time. So it's compressing this way and actually sealing the dough on the bottom. We haven't added any water to this or any kind of liquid to help glue that or seal that dough. We're sealing it with our finger, and then we're going to also seal it with our cutter, okay? So now I'm going to go a little harder back to compress it even more, okay? And actually stretch that dough. I can see that dough starting to stretch out a little bit as I'm compressing back. And by doing that, this is going to help give me an agnolotte that is very pillow-like, a very luxurious pillow. Okay? Feels really good. Now, I'm going to define the size of the agnolotte. I'm going to do that with my fingers. So I've got the end here. I'm going to pinch tightly, and then pinch again, okay? And going down and pinching, you see how that dough is forced up now and creates that wonderful, luxurious pillow. I'm pressing twice in the same location to help seal that and create separation from the dough and the filling, okay? So you see this? I'm gonna go one more time. Really, really compressing hard there, because this is sealing, now this is sealing the dough to itself, securing my little pillows. Okay. I love this. Now I'm going to take my roller and go right up the front. And I'm going to leave about 1/8 of an inch in front of that, okay? Boom. There we have that. We'll take this piece off. Okay, so now it's all sealed. We have a nice seal there on all of our areas, both the bottom as well as the sides. Now the fun part is you take your roller and you just roll through it. And watch that. See, what happens is it rolls around itself and creates a little pocket here. And that little pocket is intended to catch the sauce. The Italians were brilliant in the way they made pasta. And the idea that their pastas would have sauces and they need to have somewhere to trap the sauce in their different shapes that they would do. In the agnolotte, it's in that little pocket that's formed when you roll it together. Okay? You can come back and just make sure we have seal everywhere we are. Securing it one more time. This is a lot of fun to make. We're going to just put them on a sheet pan here that has a little bit of cornmeal dusted onto it. Very fine, actually it's a semolina cornmeal, so very, very fine. Now the wonderful thing about this as well is we can make it very convenient because we can actually now take our agnolotte and IQF them, or individually quick freeze them. Okay, so we would take our sheet pan of finished agnolotte, put it in our freezer until they were frozen, and then remove them, put them in a Ziploc bag or a freezer bag, then put them back in the freezer, and what we have is agnolotte that we can then pull out of the freezer, blanch really quickly, finish with a sauce, whether it's just a butter sauce or a tomato sauce, or in the case we're going to do is a pea sauce. So there we are with our wonderful little pillows of Piemonte agnolotte. Now we get to the really good part of our agnolotte recipe, because now we're going to get to make them, and more important, we're going to get to eat them. So here are my agnolotte I made earlier. They've just come out of the freezer, so that really has been very good for us to be able to have that there, bring them out conveniently, and be able to prepare a dish in a relatively short period of time. I'm going to do a little Parm crisp as well to give it some, of course, some of that cheese flavor, but also a contrast in texture. So I have a non-stick saute pan here, and we're going to start it out really low because we don't want to burn the cheese. Okay? We're just going to coat that lightly with our grated Parm. Okay, sprinkling it around so it comes out very lacy. Very simple technique. There's enough fat in the cheese, and of course with the non-stick saute pan, it doesn't stick anywhere. Just want to make sure that exterior, that perimeter, gets nice and tight so it holds together. So we're spending a little more time in spreading that cheese out on the edge. Okay. The only other, you could use other cheeses, just make sure they're dry, hard cheeses. Romano, for example, Pecorino. But we typically use Parmesan. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and blanch our agnolotte. In the meantime, I have some chicken stock here, but it's not full-strength chicken stock. It's half and half, half water, half chicken stock. We don't want to overwhelm the flavor of our farce and/or our garnishes by having too much chicken stock. Actually, if you just want to use water, that's fine as well. If you want to use vegetable stock, that works as well. We just don't want to use something that's so strong that it becomes a prevalent flavor for the sauce for our agno. A little bit of vinegar, because we're going to add butter to this, and that vinegar, that acid in that vinegar is going to help that process of emulsification we spoke about when we glaze vegetables. Talk about emulsification. It also will enhance, as you know, will enhance the flavor because the acid helps enhance flavor. Okay, we have our simmering water there. Again, we universally use white wine or champagne vinegar for most of our preparations, except maybe when we add a flavor of a sherry vinegar or color, i.e. a red wine vinegar. Okay, so we're going to salt our water, lightly salt our water. Okay, you can see our palm crisp here is doing quite nicely, very slow. Our water is coming up to a simmer. We're going to go ahead and add our butter to this. Okay. And season with a little bit of salt as well. This is the basis for our sauce. So as the chicken stock reduces, the butter will emulsify into the chicken stock and make this beautiful creamy sauce. Okay. We're going to go ahead and blanch our agno latte now. So they're not a rapid boil. We don't want to be violent with it. Just a nice simmer. Okay. They come right out of the freezer. They can go in the blanching water frozen. Our sauce is working. Our palm crisp is working. We seem to be on track. All our mise en place is done. We have our plating, our service plate here. So now it's just about being patient, letting that work, letting our sauce work, blanching our agno latte. We'll turn this down just a little bit. Get another knob of butter. Now we're going to add our agno latte, so we don't have to cook it all the way in the blanching. We're just getting it blanched. We're going to add it to our sauce and let that simmer down as well, so that the sauce is also cooking as the sauce is reducing. Is finishing cooking the agno latte. It's still very al dente to the touch, okay? But look at those. Look at how beautiful they are. Those little pillows, as I spoke about. See? All that sauce, the sauce will get trapped in these little cavities here, which is really the purpose of preparing agno latte. That shape is for that purpose. Okay. Again, now we can just be patient with this. You can see our palm crisp is getting nice there. Okay. And I smell the aroma. It's a very light chicken aroma. The butter certainly is prevalent, that sweetness of the butter. I don't really smell the acid. I don't want to smell acid in this case. I just want that acid to act as a flavor enhancer and a workhorse in emulsifying the sauce. We have our garnish here. We have some peas and a little bit of bacon. A little bit of applewood smoked bacon. We like that peas-bacon combination. But again, it's anything that you like. It's perfect just like this. But certainly you can add any garnishes you want. As we spoke about earlier, the farce, the stuffing, could be a number of different things. Potatoes, mushrooms, corn, parsnips. It's endless. Of course, then there's all the meat farces. We talk about, stuffing our pastas with ground meat. Pork, veal, beef, chicken, all those different things. You can even do fish, lobster, for example, always does well. Scallops, things like that. So, really, the stuffing that you can use for an agno latte and/or ravioli or any stuffed pasta is really endless. It's really up to you. So you can see here, the parm crisp is getting nice and a little brown. Our agno latte is working really nice here. So we're just kind of satisfied with what's happening here. Letting everything cook, being patient. Sometimes as cooks, we always want to be playing with the food, and sometimes we do that before it really has to be done, and end up somehow diminishing our ability to actually let the food cook. We can do a little taste here if you like, just to make sure our seasoning is on balance, but know that it's not the correct seasoning at this point because we're still reducing the chicken stock and the water. The cheese is going to add a little bit of saltiness to it as well. Parmesan cheese, as you know, is very salty, and the bacon as well is a little salty. So depending on your garnishes, also depends on the seasoning you're using. You don't really have to touch them at all. Just let them cook. I'm just gonna hit this real quick with a high heat for a second and be done with that. Okay, so we turned off our palm crisp. Now we're gonna let that cool. Let that cool, that air will circulate underneath that and cool the bottom. And of course, the surface is getting cool as well. Our latte is moving right along here. Reduction's happening. You watch the surface, you watch the bubbles. You hear the sound, you smell it. All these wonderful things are going on. A little palette knife here to help. Okay. So you can see it's starting to get some viscosity to the sauce. In a moment, I'm going to add my garnishes. Now remember, these have already been cooked, so I just need to reheat them. Okay. We'll add some peas now. Some of our bacon. Check for seasoning. You can see now that sauce is really coated very well. A little flavor of chicken in there, very light chicken flavor. The sauce is emulsified beautifully. Go ahead. It's a beautiful sheen from the fat. Nice coating there. How much can you eat? I have no idea, but it looks pretty good. Smooth our sauce around, our garnish. Always leave one in the pan for the chef. We have a Parmesan crisp here. That's my turn. Get that sauce trapped in there a little bit. There we go. My favorite part, that first bite of that agno latte, that pea that pops in your mouth is just really quite shocking and surprising in a way. So, you notice I had a parm crisp beautifully formed. This one kind of came apart a little bit, and the reason was because it got a little bit too cold. I let it cool down a little bit too much, and it was already crispy before I was able to shape it. Now, that's a teaching moment. We all make mistakes. We all have to learn. Not every time is it going to come out the way you want it to come out. But continue to practice. Even I can make a mistake. With that said, this is beautiful, but this is also beautiful. So don't ever let a little failure or a little setback prevent you from preparing something that is going to be beautiful and wonderful. So continuing our playful day with pasta, we're gonna prepare some noodles as well as some shaped pasta. This little contraption that's before me here is called a guitarra. And so if it sounds like a guitar, that's exactly right. This was developed in the late 1800s, 1890s, to cut spaghetti. Before that, they had a special rolling pin that would cut their spaghetti. So this was kind of an ingenious invention and something that's a lot of fun to use, a lot of fun to play with. So it is a box, a frame that has nylon strings that go down it at about a 1/16 of an inch in diameter. So our pasta that we're using is rolled to that same thickness so that when we push it through, it's going to be a little square noodle. Okay, I'm going to cut this in half just to make it a little easier to push through. Box spaghetti is round because they put it through an extruder. So they force it through an extruder. And typically, spaghetti is made with pasta dough that's just made with water. And of course, our pasta dough, as you've seen, we make it with eggs, so it's a little different. An extruded pasta requires some pretty significant machinery because you're forcing a dough, which is not really even a dough at the time it's being forced through these dies. It's still very granular as it's consistently mixing, and an auger takes it through a die at a very high compression and pushes it through. And so they make rigatoni, spaghetti. Those kinds of pastas are made with an extruder. So what we've done here, we just want to dry it a little bit to help us get it through there. And when it separates, we want it to stay separated. So if it was moist, it may still stay connected together. So we have our little rolling pin here. We have our pasta on there. And we're just going to start with pretty good pressure here and forcing it through the guitarra, the nylon strings, okay? Again, something that's a lot of fun. Pasta is just a fun thing to make. And again, you know, getting your kids involved, if they like to cook in any way, this is a great introduction for them. Okay? So we can see already the strings coming through. See, I'm already all the way through. I'm just kind of reinforcing that pressure on there with this, because I have more control. I can get my hands closer with my bench scraper than I can with my rolling pin. My rolling pin begins the impression all the way through. This forces that little bit extra pressure right there that helps it fall, okay? And then we'll just take our lightly dusted, semolina-coated sheet pan. And there we have our beautiful spaghetti or guitarra. Something that I find fun is almost like a gemelli, where you take two strands together and you roll it. And this is an extruded pasta. Gemelli is typically an extruded pasta that looks very similar. I'm twisting it together. And again, it's not a traditional pasta, just something that's fun to do. And it also gives it those ridges where it captures sauce. Okay, so let me just do that one more time. Really understanding of the technique. Our sheet of pasta, 1/16 of an inch thick. Our guitar is 1/16 of an inch thick. Play music with it. Pressure, a good amount of pressure. And in the beginning, it's really good to get it started so that it doesn't move as you apply pressure, rolling the pin down, using the palm of my hands, right? The palm of my hands, equal pressure is very important on both sides, okay? Once I see that the guitarra has cut through the dough, which is right there, you can kind of see that a little bit right there. You can see the nylon exposed. And I'll just take my bench scraper and just really added pressure right there until it all falls out. Now I'll let this dry and become a dried pasta. I like to cook my noodles from dry, not from fresh. It has a better mouthfeel to it. So this will dry overnight. This will probably be dried in several hours. Again, depending on where you are, high humidity area is gonna prevent the drying as quickly. If you're in the desert, it's gonna dry very quickly. But again, dried pasta is my preference. So. And then it just kind of slides out there. Okay, so there we have our pasta alla gattara. How long will it last after you make it? It really depends on how much you like to eat pasta. For me, a couple days before I've eaten it all. The next thing we're gonna do is a wonderful cavatelli, and that's a pasta that we're gonna shape using what we use is a gnocchi board and a butter knife. So we have it in our refrigerator because we want to keep it really, really moist. Pick that. So the thickness of this is about the same. It's about 1/16 of an inch thick. Just a little amount of flour on there. And I'm going to cut this at about a little less than 1/2 inch pieces. Okay. And then the length of my cavatelli. Take a butter knife, apply pressure to the back of it, push down, really pushing back and down, and then forward. And there it is. So pushing down and back to begin with. So down and back to begin with, down and back, and then forward. Rolling it off of that. So again, you see the ridges that it creates, and that is ingenious for the capture of any sauce that you have, whether it's a butter sauce, whether it's a tomato sauce, an olive oil sauce. Those ridges help capture and hold that sauce. So each piece of pasta is naturally sauced, which is, again, brilliant. Again, this is something that takes a little bit of time, but I always find that there's great gratification in making my own food. And certainly pasta is one of those things that is not only you find great gratification in, but it's really a lot of fun with the whole family involved. Again, any of these pastas, I'm going to prefer drying just because when I'm cooking dried pasta, it takes a little longer to cook, a little longer to rehydrate the pasta, and it helps me judge the degree of doneness or the degree of toothness that I want in that specific recipe. And cavatelli, I want to have that little bit of, you've heard the word al dente, and that's very important. So dried pasta is always easier to control to the toothness that you like because you have more, you have more of a tolerance in that cooking period. Again, back, down, through. And there we have our beautiful ridged cavatelli. We're gonna make a very simple dish called aglio and olio. It's garlic and olive oil using our gattara pasta that we made earlier. We're gonna finish that with some of our garlic confit and botarga. Our gattara, we've dried it. It's completely dry, 100% dry. We like that. And of course, you know, you can store this just like this on a sheet pan in your cupboard, somewhere safe. You don't really have to keep it covered with anything. It'll last like that for a week or 2 weeks. It's just a beautiful, beautiful dried pasta. So we have our pasta pentole here, which is a special piece of cookware that's designed for this purpose, actually, to cook pasta. You see we have our universal lids again. We're really happy with the way they're functioning. Our water is simmering here, okay? We're gonna lightly season that with some salt. Again, we're always using kosher salt. I just wanna make sure that we're reinforcing that. We all understand that, okay? Certainly not as much as we do when we big pot blanch, but you get a little seasoning in there. You can taste the salt. It's not salty, but you can taste it. In the restaurant, we typically just blanch our pasta, whether it's dry, whether it's the agnolotte, and then we finish cooking it to make the sauce or finish cooking it with the garnishes that we want. In this case, we're going to do it with a beautiful extra virgin olive oil. We're going to incorporate our confit of garlic, which we made earlier, both in two forms. One in a puree. We pass it through our tamis, one of our tools of refinement. And then we have the whole cloves here as well. Botarga. This is a mullet botarga. Botarga is a beautiful thing, a beautiful product. It's cured and dried mullet, and it's grateable. It's got a wonderful slight fish, salty flavor to it, and goes beautiful with pasta as a garnish. And then just some lemon. So pasta goes into our water. Again, I just want to make sure it gets set. Okay. Okay, you can see now our noodles are soft once again, but they're still really, really al dente. We'll go ahead and put that into our sabayon pot. And again, we're going to finish cooking our pasta with some of our water that we blanched it in. This way we can control it very, very nicely. We're going to add our garlic puree, which will help make us a sauce and emulsification, help thicken up that liquid. And of course, really, really season that pasta and flavor that pasta with this beautiful confit of garlic. Now, traditionally in our restaurants, when we have a pasta, we're blanching pasta in water. The water becomes a little viscous because of the flour that is coming off of the pasta. So it allows us to use that water as a thickening agent as well, because it has flour in it. And flour is, using a scientific term here, is a hydrocolloid. Hydrocolloid is something that binds water together. So in this case, there's a very little bit of starch in this one because we blanched it really quickly in only one portion of pasta. But traditionally, you would have a little bit more starch in this sauce or in this water. But I can smell now that beautiful roasted garlic. It's not a raw garlic, so it's no burning anywhere. The sweetness of it's coming through. So this is a sauté fork typically used for meat cooking. You've seen young chefs take this fork and stab it into a steak and flip it over. That's really not a good thing because we don't want to be penetrating the flesh of any of our meat and losing some of that beautiful moisture that's inside of it or the blood. For us, we really call this a pasta fork, not necessarily a sauté fork. Okay. Again, we cook all of our pasta at the restaurant in this way. In other words, we blanch it first, and then we put it to liquid or to a sauce and finish cooking it. It really doesn't make any point in blanching it ahead of time and then cooling it down and then doing this. We want to take it from a hot environment to a hot environment and continue the cooking process. Okay. Just a little more water. So every once in a while, you know, I'll see how that pasta is doing. I can tell it's still not quite ready. But you saw how it would not wrap around that fork completely, right? Try to catch another little one here and show you. See, it's still rigid right there. Okay. We're gonna add some whole garlic cloves at this time as well. Those beautiful garlic cloves, that confit that we made, which we also made the puree out of. As little as much as you like. I like garlic, especially this way. See, it's getting closer and closer now. It's starting to wrap around even more. So we have a few minutes to go. Now keep in mind when you're seasoning your pasta water to blanch your pasta in, using that same water to finish cooking your pasta. So again, it's a very light seasoning. Very much to the tooth still. And that's the advantage of really drying your pasta ahead of time completely so that you can actually spend time cooking it, as opposed to starting with a wet pasta, which tends for me to get a little bit too soft too quickly. It tends to overcook because there's still a lot of moisture in the pasta. So the amount of moisture that you can cook it in is much less. And then the results of it, for me, it's a little bit too soft. Get our trivet ready. We've got a little émincé, or a little sliced Italian parsley here. We have another tool of refinement, which is our microplaner, and we're going to grate our botarga as well as our lemon with our microplaner. I can still smell that aroma of that beautiful sweet garlic. It's the advantage of being a chef. Okay, almost there. Remember, we're going to finish this with olive oil, which is, this is got a little bit of spice to it, so you want to be careful not to add any pepper unless we like that extra spiciness. We'll probably add just a drop of salt to this because it's still a little bland, at least for me. There's no cheese in it, so I'm not adding any saltiness from any cheese, but we are adding a little bit of saltiness from the botarga. They make botarga out of different fish roes: cod, tuna. Mullet is probably the most recognizable of the botargas. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and drizzle it with our beautiful extra virgin olive oil here. And the fragrance coming off of that now is just really phenomenal. The oil, the garlic. Mix in our immense or sliced Italian parsley. Now you smell that vegetal, that greenness from the parsley. And go ahead and roll it on our fork, our pasta fork here. Taste that. Oh, such a fresh flavors. I'll take that. Go ahead and grate a little lemon. And you don't want to go really deep, but very light, so that you're just getting just the exterior of the lemon and not going down into the pith, okay? And I'll rotate it as I go. Okay, assuring myself I'm not going down into that bitter pith. Okay? Now we got that wonderful citrus aroma coming off of there. And then finally, our botarga. Don't be shy. If you don't have botarga, the lemon and the garlic with the parsley is just perfect. And there we have our chitarra pasta, confit of sweet garlic, lemon, Italian parsley, and botarga. So now we've made our chitarra spaghetti, we've made some cavatelli. I'm gonna cut some fettuccine or some linguine. So we have our pasta rolled out here, and this is certainly much thinner. Not quite as thin as we did for the agnolotte, but certainly much thinner than the chitarra or the cavatelli. It's partially dried, so I've let it dry a little bit. I'm gonna roll it into itself, and then just start to cut. We'll just let it dry in the same way that we've let our other pastas dry. You can cut the noodles as thick as you want or as thin as you want, play on whatever it is. There we go. The only trick is not to have the pasta too dry, because as you saw on the ends, which were a little drier than in the center, it started to break apart. So it's a process of making sure that there's still moisture in your pasta that allows it to be pliable and then easily cut and then unwound, okay? There we go. We cut this in the linguine. A little bit of moisture added to it. The damp cloth, it's a little trick that you can use. Here we go. It's like a linguine, maybe a little thicker than linguine, but not too much thicker. Remember, most pastas were cut by hand before they had extruders and or pasta cutters. And even these little remnants can be dried and cooked. So don't throw them away just because they've cracked or because they've broken. They're also can be made into a little meal, a snack, or even dinner. If you have enough of them, if they've dried too much. Once they're dried, they will feel stiff as a commercial pasta. You're drying it, there's no moisture left in it. So you need to be careful because they will crack. There we go. Potato gnocchi, although it's not really a pasta, it's more of a dumpling. Actually, it is a dumpling, but we like to play with it anyway, and I think you will. So this is a potato gnocchi. There are a couple of different kinds. Of course, there are many different dumplings. In France, they call Parisian gnocchi, which is made with a pâte à choux, a whole different style of gnocchi. This one we use russet potatoes, and we like russet potatoes because there's high starch, low sugar. They're very fluffy. They get relatively dry. And we like that because we want our gnocchi to be fluffy. We want it to be light. And this is the best potato that we find to accomplish that. So we bake them until, of course, there's no resistance. We talk about resistance a lot. So in this case, we want to make sure there's no resistance to that. We baked it on a little bed of salt. Again, to help pull out some of the moisture. We've pricked it before we put it in the oven again to let some of that steam escape as well, because we do want to have a dry potato, okay? So there we go. We're gonna put it in our ricer. This is a ricer here, a potato ricer. And it helps us puree the potato. The ricer is also good. I think we spoke about the ricer in our vegetable category, where you can use it to start puree potatoes for that. We're just going to scoop out. We're going to scoop out our potato here. We like to work with it when it's warm, or in this case, hot, before the starches begin to develop. Typically, if you're working with it when it's cold, it gets a little gummy. We want to avoid that. So hot, warm, I know it's a little bit uncomfortable sometimes, but again, it's something that you want to work towards. Okay. So just scooping out that flesh, that meat. You can see they just came out of the oven, beautifully hot, nice and fluffy. You can see how fluffy they are. Okay. And then for those of you who really like potato skins, there you go. There's some good potato skins for you. A little blemish there, we'll take that out. Go ahead and put our potato in our ricer. Okay. Very simple. Okay. And just go ahead and press down. You'll see that. You could work them with a fork and try to get them as puree as possible. Not ideal, but you know, something again that you can work with. The problem with that is, again, you're creating, you know, the more you work with the potato, the more you move that starch around and the more gummy they become. And that's something we really want to try to avoid. So really, you know, investing in a ricer is probably the best thing that you can do if you want to really make a really nice potato gnocchi. We've used 2 potatoes here. They're around 12, 14 ounces each. So the meat is going to be about half of that. So we're going to have around 12 to 14 ounces of flesh when we get done with it. Okay? Okay, beautiful. That's kind of where we're starting now. So we got 2 egg yolks. Gonna make a little well there. It's warm, so you want to start to work a little fast. I'm gonna put a little flour just to protect the egg yolk a little bit. I have about 125 grams of flour right there. As we deal with pasta, we have to understand that a lot of it's about feel. And the best way for you to really get a handle on making gnocchi is to continue to make it. You'll make some, they may be too heavy, too dense. You'll understand that. You want to go back and take some of that flour out of there. It really requires a lot of practice and patience. And I think I encourage you to use that as a benchmark for anything you're doing. We'll add a little more flour, and then we're going to take our bench scraper, which we love, and just start chopping that egg yolk and that flour in there. Okay? Add a little more flour. Yeah, we don't want to knead it per se. We just want to incorporate it into our gnocchi. Our gnocchi, we want them to be light and fluffy. In order to accomplish that, we don't want to create any gluten or any starchiness or any gumminess. You will start to form that into a ball because you want to be able to feel the density of it. Okay? Just get all that good stuff off of there, which is a lot of egg right there. Just want to get that into our dough. We can feel that nicely. Starting to, and it's still warm. Obviously it's very easy to handle now. A little moist, a little more flour. So again, the quality of your baking, the time of year, the moisture content of the flour, the moisture content of the potato, all these things are really impacting the recipe. So when we talk about a recipe being specific to weights and measurements, sometimes it's just about feel, and pasta is a lot about feel. Being very gentle with it. I want it to be a little tacky. You can't really make this ahead of time. You want to be able to make it when it's warm, roll it when it's warm, and then blanch them. We're going to blanch them. This is one of those great recipes where we could actually blanch the dumplings and the gnocchi, and then again we can cool them down, and we can freeze them individually, quick freeze them for that convenience food that we talk about for later on in the week. Okay, I really like the way that feels now. I'm gonna clean up a little bit here, set that dough there for the time being. Make sure that I clean as I go. Okay. We're gonna bring our wooden board into play now so we can roll and shape our gnocchi. There we go. All right, so we have our gnocchi dough. Is that beautiful? Just love the way that feels. Okay. It's very, very soft to the touch. You can see how I can just press into it. It really holds that nice shape. So I'm gonna roll it out into the width or the circumference of the gnocchi that I want. Make my little ropes. Uniform pressure, but gentle. So I'm stretching, I'm rolling my hands and pushing out at the same time. So as I'm rolling, I'm also stretching. I'm using all my fingers. I'm not using the palms of my hands here. I'm using my fingers. Okay? to roll and stretch, okay? This is so much fun. Okay? So I get to the thickness that I want for my gnocchi. Okay, right there. Okay. Yeah, you can make these as big or as small as you want. So sometimes we can go really, really small, making the rope very, very thin, or we can go a little bigger. So I'm going to start to size my gnocchi. And it's still warm, which is great. As I pointed out before, we want to work with our dough when it's still warm. Little balls, very gentle. Now, one thing you can do, I didn't do it because I've made gnocchi so many times, but just to assure yourself that you have enough flour in there and that your proper consistency for your gnocchi to cook, is to take a little piece of your dough and just drop it in your simmering water to do a test to make sure it holds together. If you put too much flour in, you'll be able to gauge how much flour you need to take out the next time you make the gnocchi. You can't take the flour out on this batch, but certainly in the future, as you begin to become more familiar with the feel of your gnocchi, you'll get it right. Okay. So we've got our little balls here. We're going to take our gnocchi paddle, which we love, and just roll it right off the gnocchi paddle. Okay? Very gently. Hardly putting any pressure, letting it roll onto the piece of parchment paper. Now you can see the little grooves in there as I roll them off. And again, the Italians were so precise in making sure in every, or in most of their pastas that have grooves, there's the ability to catch that sauce. Gnocchi is no different. Now just take your time with this. And again, you've heard me say before how much I like to get the family involved in making pasta. This is no different. This is the same paddle, if you remember, that we use to make our cavatelli. We roll our cavatelli off of. So you've got more than one use for it. So there we go. Our beautiful gnocchi. Okay. Our simmering water. I'm going to salt it. Okay. Take our gnocchi. And just let them fall in. Okay. Now, as any dumpling, when it's cooked, it'll float to the surface. So there's really no timing involved other than just paying attention and watching it. When it comes to the surface, then we can skim it off. Now, there's two ways to do this, or there's two opportunities here. Once it's cooked and it's skimmed to the top, you can take that out and then make your finished dish with it. We're going to be making a pomodoro sauce, so you can have your pomodoro sauce on the table in a saute pan or in a sauce pot, make your gnocchi out, and then serve it right away. Or, in this case, we're going to chill it down quickly. And then when you chill it down, it'll become very dense and very easy to hold and to move around. And then we can freeze it so that, again, we have another form of pasta in our freezer to be able to go to at any time when we need to make a quick dinner or a quick lunch. We're hungry, we just take it out, quick sauce, and you're done. So you can see how it's now floating to the top. Okay. Beautiful. They haven't really lost any shape. See that? The grooves are still there. They're all intact. They feel very soft. I'm going to bring the ice bath over here. Okay. Look at them. Aren't they beautiful? Look at that. I mean, just gorgeous. Okay. Again, remember, we would be making all of our gnocchi at one time. Drain it. Okay. Just absorbent paper towels here. We never want to let anything soak in water for a long period of time. The longer it soaks in water, the more opportunity it has to absorb water and become watery. So we're just chilling it down. We're just chilling it down so that we can handle it. It's still warm to the touch. So the absorbent paper towel, it gets just dry. Then we can line them up on our parchment paper. And these can go right into the freezer. Once they're frozen, take them off the parchment paper, put them in a freezer bag. You have that for later use. Potato gnocchi. You gotta love it. Now we get to play with our gnocchi, or actually eat our gnocchi. And one of the things I love about being a chef today is that chefs get to share with one another. We get to learn from one another. There's this great opportunity to collaborate together. And one of these techniques I'm going to show you on grating a fresh tomato comes from my great friend, Jose Andres. Thank you, Jose, for that. It's going to be a gnocchi with a fresh pomodoro sauce, a fresh tomato sauce. We're going to flavor it with some raw garlic this time, which is a very familiar flavor in tomato sauce. And of course, some fresh basil, finishing it with some Parmesan cheese. We have our red wine vinegar here to this time because it's going to add a different flavor profile to our sauce. And of course, we want to be able to use the vinegar to enhance the flavor and not as much salt as we talk about. So let's jump right in here and let's learn how to grate a tomato or make this sauce. We're going to use a box grater, and we're going to use the fine side on the box grater to grate the tomato. As you see, I've already done a few. We'll go ahead and cut it in half. Okay. We're going to squeeze as many seeds out of it as we can. Okay, a little scrape here also will help. Okay, a little scrape here. And any of you who have been to Spain, you know that wonderful dish where they take a fresh tomato and they rub it on a piece of toast. It's a really wonderful experience. And then just grate it down. It's going to take all of the meat out of it and leave the skin behind. Careful not to get your fingers too close to the blades. Those blades are sharp, remember? There we go. Okay. We're gonna get our gnocchi out of our freezer. Remember, we've individually quick frozen them. Put them in a freezer bag. We're gonna take some of our canola oil and start getting our saute pan hot here. Okay. And there they are. See how convenient that is to be able to have that available to you at any time? We want to get this to be smoking. So it's on high heat right now. So you want to have this just one layer of gnocchi across. You want them to be too crowded. You don't want them to be on top of each other. Because it'll diminish the ability for each one to pan roast or to caramelize like we like to get them, okay? We'll set our tomatoes right there for right now. You can also look at it from the side and start to see when it starts to shimmer, okay? You know when it's shimmering, it's at that temperature. Patience, though. Don't put the gnocchi in too early because they'll stick. We don't want them to stick. We don't want to use a non-stick skillet either. Remember, non-stick saute pan. We want to learn how to heat our cookware to the proper temperature to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. You can also smell it. Smelling it is also very important. You can smell the oil starting to get hotter and hotter. Okay, so there we have our smoke point. I can cook it, you know, this we're going to have for a few people, so we're cooking a few here. Okay. We're going to let that simmer for saute for a few moments, so make sure that we're sealing all those edges so it's not sticking. You can see them moving already, so we're pretty confident that they aren't. See how to get them nice and brown. And they're still frozen. So you start to get a beautiful caramelization on the exterior of them. Remember, this is potato, so it gets kind of that roasted quality of potato, almost that French fry flavor. So a saute pan always has sloped edges, so you can actually make it roll into it, okay? Make it jump. Jump. A little bit of salt. I'm gonna bring my trivet over, get my garlic ready to grate. They're still frozen inside a little bit. Another way to do this is take your gnocchi out of the freezer, and if you have a pot of boiling water or blanching water here, you can just go ahead and drop them in the water to reheat them, and then bring them into a sauce already prepared. They don't have to be sautéed, so I just like the flavor of sautéing them. But it's really up to you. There's a number of variations that you can do on the theme of gnocchi. Okay, we'll take that off the fire so we don't run the risk of scorching the garlic here. Now I'm starting to smell that beautiful aroma of potatoes. Okay. Just cool it down a second. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and grate. Okay. And of course, garlic is a preference. So you can see it's staying on there. I'm just going to pull it off when I'm done. Okay. A little palette knife. There we go. Take that back to the fire. And just slightly saute that garlic a little bit. Now, I've got this wonderful aroma of garlic, which was so familiar for us and so appetizing, and potatoes. Of course, if you lived in California, you would think of Gilroy, where garlic comes from, and of course, French fries. Okay. So allowing that just to saute ever so slightly. Remove that sharpness from the garlic. And then we're going to go ahead and add our freshly grated tomatoes. Now, these are fresh tomatoes. In the summertime, you want to be able to use whatever beautiful tomatoes that are available to you. But you can also use canned tomato. We use San Marzano tomatoes a lot, so if you have a high-quality San Marzano tomato that's in a can, by all means, go ahead and substitute that for your fresh tomatoes. It's certainly going to be a different flavor profile than this, but nonetheless, it'll still be a beautiful, beautiful sauce. You want to be able to see those San Marzano tomatoes, by the way, before you put them in your gnocchi. It's got a real freshness in that tomato flavor. A little bit of vinegar for seasoning, a little more salt. Again, remember, we're going to be using Parmesan cheese, which has salt in it as well, so we don't want to put too much salt. Beautiful. We're going to go ahead and take some of our basil. Basil certainly is a very fragile herb, so we don't want to put it in and cook it. We'll just add it at the end and give it that nice basil flavor that everybody associates so much with tomatoes and Italian cooking. And I'm just tearing it. If you tend to cut it, it bruises and then oxidizes very quickly. So we don't necessarily want to cut it as much as we want to tear it. Again, the aromas of the tomato, the garlic, the potato from the gnocchi are really rising off of this dish. This, a nice salad, make a beautiful dinner. Again, remember, this came right out of the freezer in a very short period of time. We've had our dinner on the table. And then we'll finish out with a little Parmesan cheese. Or a lot of Parmesan cheese. There we go. Here's our potato gnocchi with fresh tomato sauce, garden basil, and sweet garlic. I was very fortunate to have a mother who gave me so much opportunity, so much knowledge. And one of the things that she gave me was my first job. And that first job was standing in front of a dishwasher at a small restaurant that she managed. And without understanding at that time, I learned six disciplines which were critical in me becoming a really good cook, and then obviously becoming, a really good chef. And those six disciplines I learned in front of the dishwasher were organization, efficiency, critical feedback, repetition, rituals, and teamwork. First was organization, how to be organized, but more important, how to organize myself so other people can follow me. And that's exemplified by a simple task of setting out a template. This is where the salad plate went, this is where the the soup bowl went, this is where the entree plate went. So when the waiters would bring back their dishes, they would bus them to those specific areas. Organization speaks for itself. If we're organizing ourselves properly, then we're going to be more efficient. We're going to be more prepared. And, when you look at cooking, I mean, that's very important. Mise en place is part of that organization. And being ready for the task is so, so important. It is the difference between failure and success. Efficiency was the second discipline I learned. How to be efficient in the way I racked my dishes, so I can get a full rack. Be efficient in the space that I was allotted to be able to actually execute the intended task, which was to wash as many dishes as I possibly can. So efficiency was an important part. Understanding what dishes to wash first, whether it was the dishes, whether it was the glasses, whether it was the silverware, the efficiency in movement, and making sure that I organized myself to be efficient to produce the intended results. We organize and we design our kitchens and our restaurants based on being efficient, so that you take a step less. And if you're taking a step less, then over a period of a night, that's 100 steps, so how much time does that save? So being efficient is important. Critical feedback. I can't express this enough, how important critical feedback is. We need to understand where we're making our mistakes, and then how to correct them. But most important, to be able to embrace the idea of criticism. We all love to be praised, but it's the critical feedback that we learn from the most. So if I didn't rack my dishes correctly, if I didn't rinse them correctly, a minute and a half later when the dish machine went through a cycle, they would be dirty. And I would know right away I needed to do a better job, and I'd know what I needed to do. We'll serve 85 guests tonight, and 84 of them will be happy. And the one person will have some feedback for us, some criticism. And that's the person that we focus on. What was it that they didn't like, and how can we improve to make sure that they do like it? So critical feedback is important for our growth, for our understanding of what we're doing, and for self-analysis. So that's really important. Critical feedback from one another inside of our restaurants, whether it's from the dining room, whether it's from the kitchen, is also very important. So critical feedback, and you can get critical feedback just by yourself. If you're making a hard-boiled egg and it comes out with that green rim around the yolk, right away what you've done wrong. You've overcooked it, and so that critical feedback is important. So next time you do that, you'll pay more attention. You'll be more aware of the timing of it, and you'll be more successful because you made a mistake, and that's really important. Repetition. Something that you must embrace if you really want to be a really good cook. Cooking is all about repetition, doing it over and over and over and over again. Yes, you may get tired of doing the same thing over and over again, as sometimes we do in our kitchens, but it's the ability to embrace the idea of repetition that'll make you a really good cook, honestly. And to be able to enjoy that repetition. It becomes embedded in yourself. You not only can you do it, but now you can teach somebody how to do it, and that's important. The difference between doing it and being able to teach somebody how to do it is important. As we do in our restaurants, we continue to do it over and over and over and over again. The old saying, how to get to Carnegie Hall, practice, practice, practice. It's the same thing. You're never really going to become good at something unless you embrace the idea of repetition. So I encourage you to make your gnocchi, once a week, every Sunday for the next month. Make gnocchi, practice it. It's important. But when you do it correctly, now you're going to have gnocchi in the freezer, for those convenience meals. Rituals, doing the same thing at specific times of the day. And in front of that dishwasher, that meant that I had to empty the garbage at specific times of the day. I had to change the water in the machine at specific times of the day. I had to sweep the floor at specific times of the day. I had to prepare myself through these rituals to make sure that I was able to accomplish those at specific times. all restaurants, I should say all highly functional restaurants are based on rituals. You know, from the time you walk in, from the time our first young chefs walk in the door at 5:30 in the morning, there are specific things they do. And those specific things they do are setting up for the day. And what that means is they'd be filling salt for each station. They'd be setting out the wipe towels for each station. They'd be setting aprons on each station for the chef de parties when they came in the door. They'd be lighting the stoves. They'd be turning, you know, everything is aligned for specific things to happen at specific times in preparation for what? In preparation for that moment we begin service. You know, one of my rituals every morning is I wake up and I hard-boil 2 eggs and have it with some olive oil, and that's the beginning of my day. It's nutritious, it's full of protein, it's filling, you know, it drives me through my morning. Those are some of the rituals that I embrace. You know, every day I go to work at specific times. What can you do at home to establish rituals? You know, make sure that maybe on every Thursday night you sit down with the family, you make a specific meal. Every Sunday afternoon during the winter, they could be rituals that only last for specific times of the year. They don't have to be ongoing. Maybe during the winter, again, you know, thinking about pasta that you can freeze, whether it's the gnocchi, whether it's the agnolotte, whether it's the cavatelli, things that you can dry, things that you can, things that you can confit. Make a ritual around preparing food. And then, of course, the last one was teamwork, understanding the importance of a team and how I was really critical in that team. I supplied the chefs with dishes. I supplied the service staff with their silverware. I supplied the bartender with his glasses. Without me being a part of that team, being efficient, being organized, then they couldn't do their job. You know, understanding that everybody in our restaurant is part of a unified team. And if anybody makes a mistake, then we've all made a mistake. Get your family involved, teamwork, right? Get those around you involved. Get your girlfriend, get your boyfriend, get them involved in participating in making the gnocchi. It's fun. It's exciting. Have a glass of wine and just play with food as a team, as a group of individuals. Have a party, invite people over, and make things. It's a form of entertainment, cooking. So challenge them to make cavatelli. Have a cavatelli party. It could be fun. I started cooking in 1974. Working for my mother in a small restaurant in South Florida. And it was great. I loved it. I got one of my best friends involved. And for the two of us working together, it was wonderful. It was very athletic. It was physical. It was about endurance and stamina. And I really embraced that. But it wasn't something I was thinking about doing for a profession or a career. But it afforded me the opportunity to travel. And so on one of our summers, we went up to Rhode Island. In 1977, I met a French chef named Roland Hennin. And I was still really enjoying the act of cooking, the physicality of it, the teamwork, all the things that I love about sports. And Chef Hennin took me aside one day and he was explaining to me why cooks cook. Whether you were the short order cook down the street, or whether you were the private cook for a family, or whether you were a chef in one of the finest restaurants in the world. And he said to me, cooks cook to nurture people. And at that moment, that very moment, July 1977, is when I decided to become a professional chef. Let's talk about creation for a moment. This idea that we always have to be creating something. We always have to be looking for that thing that no one else has ever done before. The ability to stand up and say, I created that. It's not really an important word for me. I think about the world as it is, and everything is here. Everything's always been here. There's nothing new. So true creation doesn't really exist in that way for me, my interpretation. I understand the aspirations of progress and evolution to create something, and it's a wonderful idea. But I think there are four words that are key for me. First, it's awareness, being aware of what's going on around you, and that was something that my mother instilled in me, was that sense of awareness. Because if you really are aware of what's going on, then you have an opportunity to be inspired. If you walk around with your head down or with blinders on, then you have diminished that ability to be inspired. So I encourage you to be aware of what's going on around you. Because there'll be a moment when you'll be inspired, and it doesn't happen very often, right? We also get confused with being influenced, and we think being influenced is being inspired. I can look at a cookbook and see something I really love and want to do something that is like that, and that's being influenced. That's not necessarily being inspired. True inspiration may only happen a couple times in your life, so I encourage you to try to be aware as much as possible so that those moments of inspiration you can embrace. It's important. There were several moments for me of what I think were true inspiration. The first one came, or I shouldn't say the first one, but one significant one came in the early 90s in New York City at a Baskin-Robbins at a very sad time in my life when the young woman put up an ice cream cone on the counter. And I saw in that ice cream cone at that moment the cornet. It's a recipe that we have been making since 1992, or I've been making since 1992. It's been a recipe that has been copied over and over again. It's been associated with me as the creator of it, but it wasn't true creation. I was inspired by an ice cream cone, and I didn't create the ice cream cone. I'm not sure what the ice cream cone was inspired by, but I'm sure there was some moment whoever did the first ice cream cone was inspired by something else. So inspiration. You can be inspired by something and interpret it into something that is significant for you. So the fourth part of the process is evolution, and that's a critical thing. So if we've been aware of the world around us, which led to an inspiration, which led to interpretation, and there's the cornet through that, then how does that evolve? How does that become something more significant than it already is? And that's just by continuously trying to improve it. So the original recipe for the cracker was much different than it is today. The original filling was much different than it is today. So always modifying and looking for better ways of doing something. And I encourage you at home to take this master class, learn the basic techniques, learn some of the fundamentals, and then interpret those techniques that you learn. Gain the confidence and the courage to express yourself. There are several meaningful parts of our philosophy on cooking. One is the law of diminishing return. Certainly that has to do with the French onion per se. And what that means is the more you have of something, the less you'll like it, really. I mean, it's flavor saturation, if you will, your palate fatigue. So what we do at our restaurant, the French onion per se, is we want to give you a composition that when you're finished with it, your first reaction is, I'd like to have one more bite of that, which means that we've really hit those notes accurately and exactly to the point where you've really enjoyed what you've just eaten. It's important to realize that the words we choose to describe things, to identify things, are very meaningful in the same way that when we choose our different ingredients, our foods are also as important for us. We need to place a considerable amount of effort to have a level of respect for what we're doing, how we're describing it, for how we're supporting those individuals who are bringing us those ingredients. It's important how we speak to one another, and it's a sign of respect. Some things really bother me. I have pet peeves about words. One of them is a rag, right? I mean, chef, hand me that rag. It's like, really? That's not a rag. We don't have rags in our kitchen. Rags are something that are torn or somehow damaged, frayed. That's a rag to me, and that's not what we use in our kitchen. We use towels. So when you think of a rag or a towel, the images that come into your mind are so much different. One of my other pet peeves, as words go, is grease. I mean, when is the last time you really used any grease in your kitchen? Or when's the last time you really ate any grease? Grease is usually used in industries. The automotive industry or, manufacturing industry use grease all the time to lubricate ball bearings and things like that. We don't really consume grease. What we consume and what we use to cook are fats and oils. So let's make sure that we're identifying them as fats and oils and not as grease. It's just odd for me to be able to use that. A sign of respect for things also. When I was a young cook in the kitchen, we would describe the porter's area, the dishwashing area, as the dish pit. And I think of that, and the images that come into my mind in a pit is, some starving people down there who are being tortured in some pit. It's actually our dishwashing area. And the respect for those individuals over there who are working has to be the same as the respect for the chef. They are part of our team, and that's an important thing. We use words to describe techniques. Braising, it's important. Sautéing. I mean, the descriptions are very accurate and understandable in our kitchens. We have fun with some words like when I want somebody to clean up after themselves, I'll always say housekeeping, and everybody knows in our kitchen that means they need to clean up. When I say Jimmy, everybody knows they need to buff the top of the stoves because Jimmy Buffett. Those are the kind of things we have fun with. A baseball is a new towel. So if one of our young chef de parties asks for a baseball, then they're going to get a fresh towel. We have some fun words we use. We have words that we need to really be working on to describe in accuracy what we're talking about, and we have to have those respectful words. When I first opened the French Laundry, it was important for us to be able to establish a bond in our kitchen, and that bond was identified by the apron that we wore, and we all wore a blue apron. Because in France, most artisanal workers, most people are working with their hands, certainly in a restaurant, sometimes in manufacturing segments, wear aprons. And traditionally that apron was blue. And it was a sign of respect for what we do. It was a sign of teamwork and camaraderie, not only with ourselves in our kitchens, but with a vast group of individuals who practice the work with their hands, the artisans of the world, and the blue apron became an example of that. At our restaurants, we have quite a few different sayings that are important to us. It's all about finesse is one of those. And what does that mean for us? It means that we realize that there are a number of chefs out there that are able to do what we do, and sometimes maybe do it a little better than we do. So what makes us different? And the way I explain this to our team is there are over 600 Major League Baseball pitchers. Everyone knows how to throw a curveball. What is it that makes that one pitcher's curveball unhittable? It's that little bit of extra, it's that little finesse that put that little extra spin on it that makes it impossible to hit. We want to understand what we're doing and be able to apply that finesse to what we're doing. Just that little extra extension, that little extra effort, that little extra analysis in our skills and in our compositions that make us just a little better. We also have something we call sense of urgency. It's a sign that's underneath every one of our clocks. And what that means is that we need to go into our work day with a sense of urgency, understanding that we have a job to do and we have specific tasks to complete in order to be ready for 5:30 for that moment when service begins. But at the same time, we want to learn. We want to be able to extend ourselves beyond that. So that sense of urgency is really defined by our ability to finish our work before the time so that we have that little extra time to go learn something else from our colleague next to us. So, so important. I've always felt that we are a product of those individuals who taught us, who've given us opportunity, who've given us chances, who've inspired us. And certainly, I stand on the shoulders of countless chefs who came before me, and I'm respectful of that. I want to continuously remind not only myself, but my team of these individuals and their accomplishments. And why we have the opportunities we have today is because of them. The French Laundry is that kind of restaurant. When Don and Sally Schmidt opened that restaurant in 1977, I was fortunate enough to be able to take it over in 1994. I know that someday somebody will take it over from me. The integrity, the legacy of that restaurant is really, most importantly, being taken care of by those individuals who have a vision for it, but also at the same time have a vision for it, embrace the history of it. And for me, the French Laundry is about that. It doesn't carry my name. It's the name of the restaurant is the French Laundry. And if I do my job correctly, if I hire the right people, if I give them the right training, and if I mentor them, then they'll be better than I am, in the same way that I am better than my predecessors. Because I have better tools. I have better knowledge, I have better skills because of them. And that's my job, is to pass it on. I want to thank you for being part of my masterclass. It gives me a lot of confidence and courage that you're out there, that you're going to be preparing, using the skills, the fundamental techniques that I've given you, to nurture your friends, to nurture your family. I think that's what it's all about. For me to know that you have been part of my life, and that I've helped you in part of your life. Thank you.